Yeah. Am I audible and am I visible now? Please let
Yes,
me know.
sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
How are you all? I hope you all are good. Yes,
Yes,
everyone.
sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Great. Chalo, let us start with the topic of the today. So, do you mind that if I today I will take it some like I will try my level best to take something extra. So please don't
Yes,
mind if
sir.
I'm taking some time extra. Okay. So this Sunday also I'll talk to Raja sir to give me the class on this Sunday for 3 to 4 hours so that we can compensate the lagging behind what we are going through right now. So everyone, you all remember this last session. In the last session we have already talked about one topic called what essay 210. So everyone, please tell me what was essay 210 agreeing to the initial audit engagement term. Tell me one thing, this audit engagement letter is a letter which is drafted by the auditor or the management.
Auditor.
It is drafted by the auditor, and this letter is drafted by the auditor, and we send this letter to whom? To the management,
Management.
so that we can tell to our management what is my scope, what is my role, what is my responsibility, and what are my objectives are going to be, right or not? The reason behind sending this letter to the management is very simple, guys. See, after appointed as an auditor, whether the law allows you to leave the audit in between? No.
No, sir.
So
No.
it's better that prevention is better than cure or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that's why
Yes.
we are going to send this letter where I am going to tell to my client that this is my scope, role, responsibilities, and objectives. Next point, it is a letter which is drafted on the auditor's letterhead sent to the management and TCWG to define my role, responsibility, objective, and scope. Many of you might be aware of the fact that generally this letter is required to be exchanged in which kind of audits, everyone? Generally,
And
in the non-statutory audit.
non-statutory.
Why non-statutory audit? Because in the non-statutory audit, the other party, like client, may or may not be aware of my objective of doing the audit. So it is my responsibility to make him or her clear that this is my objective, and it is exchanged before the commencement of the audit. How many copies do we draft, everyone? We draft the 2 copies. Both will be sent to the management. One will be kept by the management, and one duly signed, stamped, and acknowledged will be sent back to the auditor. And why do I need my copy? I need my copy because SA 230 forces me to keep that copy. Next point is, what is the purpose of AEL? Everyone, it serves the two purposes. One is known as informative purpose, one is known as confirmative. Both the parties are going to confirm each other's terms and conditions. That is called confirmative purpose. Informative purpose means there are two types of information. One is called must information and one is called may information. When we talk about the must information is the mandatory information which is required to be included in your letter, without which your SA 230 does not 210 does not get fulfilled. Now, what are the must information? I have to tell my scope, role, responsibility, objectives, and do I have to give a declaration that sir, it is not a guarantee? Yes, because the other party may or may not assume that. Second thing, I have to clear my other party that it is not a guarantee, and at the same point of time, I may issue the does the auditor always issue the modified report, or he can issue the unmodified also?
He can issue unmodified.
So it is my responsibility to clear to the client's head. I may issue you the modified report, or I may also issue you the unmodified report. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And next, last but not the least, I have also to make a declaration that in the process of audit, if the need arises, I may use your employees, I may use your staff, I may use your internal auditor, or I may use your branch auditor. Scale of fees and plan comes under the May category, and management representation letter also comes under the May category. But the most important question is this: is this letter a recurring letter? Do we need to send this letter again and again every year? Generally,
No,
no.
sir.
No.
Generally, no. But under the eight circumstances, we need to send this letter again. Point number one, if I had a past experience with a client, every one of you got the material, this class running notes?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes. So, past experience with the client, statutory requirements of the client, legal requirements of the client, reporting responsibilities of the auditor, considerable change in the management, considerable change in the line of activity, considerable change in the nature and size of the entity, and due to our temple. Who is our temple?
ICAI.
ICAI announcement. So these are the various reasons under which what will happen? Under which this letter will become a recurring letter. Clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Next one. What if the management will demand the changes in the terms and condition? Is it always acceptable or sometimes acceptable? Sometimes acceptable. Which kind of changes will be acceptable to the auditor? Those kind of changes which are not affecting his independence, objectivity, and integrity. Those kind of changes which are, justified and reasonable. Those kind of changes which are not at all limiting my scope. But if the changes are limiting my scope and they are not acceptable, they are not justified, then in that case, there might be two circumstances. What are the two circumstances? When the management is asking you those changes. If the management is asking, everyone, please try to reply me. If the management is asking you these changes before accepting the audit, which are not acceptable to the auditor, what is the course of action you are going to take?
Raise the issue with TCWG.
We will raise the issue with the TCWG. And when we'll raise the issue with the TCWG, TCWG may agree with me, may not agree with me. If they agree with me, I'll continue and accept the audit. But if it will disagree with me, I will definitely would like to withdraw from the engagement. But after accepting the audit, if this kind of problem appears, then we have one tool in our hand that is called expression of opinion. I'm going to modify my opinion as per SS 705 revised. Now, everyone, when we talk about the chapter number 1, this is what the portion which you have in the chapter number 1, everyone. The one small thing which we are left with in the chapter number 1 is known as essay 220. So let's complete that essay 220. Already some part of the essay 220 we are already done with. We are already done with some part of the essay 220. Let's do the other part of the essay 220. So essay 220 talks about what? Essay 220 talks about quality control, everyone. What is the name of the standard? Quality control. So basically, this standard says that as an auditor, whenever you are doing an audit of financial statement, make sure that we shall always maintain the quality of our audit. We shall always maintain what? Quality of our audit. Now, for that, I need you to take you to the ICAI material. Now, I hope you all remember the threats also we have done. How many types of threats we have? Yes. How many types of threats do we have? We have 5 types of threats, everyone. Can anybody tell me how many types of threats? 5 threats. But what are the name of the threats?
Self-interest threats. Self-review threats.
Self-review, advocacy,
Advocacy threats. Familiarity threats.
and
Intimidation.
Now, this is what the remaining part of essay 220, everyone in front of you. What the remaining part of essay 220 saying that qualities we already know. Now tell me one thing, everyone. Did we do the 2 types of qualities of an auditor or not? Yes. One
Yes,
are
sir.
known as personal qualities and one are known as which qualities? Professional qualities. When we talk about the personal qualities, integrity is there, objectivity is there, confidentiality is there, skills and competence is there, professional skepticism is there, logical and tactful mind is there. All these are personal qualities. And when we talk about the professional qualities, you should be a COP holder, you should have the knowledge of law and taxation, you should have the knowledge of auditing and accounting, and you should also have a relationship with the other disciplines. Are you getting the point? If you remember all that points we have done. Yes.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
essay 220 goes a little bit further about that. Essay 220 says that ki bhaiya, when you are running a chartered accountancy firm, when you are running a practicing firm, these are the various quality control system expected from your firm. So the firm's system of quality control should include policies and procedures addressing each of the following elements. What they are saying that if people will start respecting you only, people will start coming to your firm only, people will start giving you the work only if you are going to maintain this quality control system in your firm. Every firm having its own policies and procedures. But whatever the policies and procedure your firm is having, these are the common policies and procedure which every chartered accountancy firm should be there. Either it is a sole proprietor, or it is a partnership firm, or it is an LLP. If you are not able to maintain these kind of quality controls, it means you are violating which standard, everyone? You are violating SA 220.
20.
So SA 220 says that maintain these quality control systems in your firm. What is the first quality SA 220 expects from us? Leadership responsibilities for quality within the firm. My question is very simple, everyone. I have one big team of my audit staff where my employees are also there, where my partners are also there. But say, for example, I am the main engaging partner. Now tell me, if something is done better by my team, should I be a credit taker or should I be a credit giver?
Credit.
Credit giver. And if something wrong has done by my team, should I be a blame giver or should I be a blame taker?
Blame taker.
Blame taker. This is known as leadership responsibilities, everyone. Don't be a manager when you are running a firm. Don't be a manager. Be a leader. Are you getting the point or not? If you will be a leader, it means you are showing the good set of qualities to your article assistants also, because they are the future. They are the one who are going to behave like you. So set us an example of being a leader, not being a manager. Are you understanding the point? So first of all, show the leadership responsibilities of the qualities within your firm. Second thing, they ask us that you should also follow the ethical requirements. Can anybody tell me what do you mean by ethical requirements? Same IOIC. What is IOIC?
Objectivity, independence, confidential.
Objectivity, independence, and confidentiality. See, if someone is having a little bit of noise in their from their part, please make sure that you should reduce that noise, or make sure that you should mute it, because these classes are getting recorded also. Okay, so please don't mind, I'm just telling you for the recording purpose. Otherwise, you have every right to say anything. If you can bring that noise a little bit down and keep your headphones away from your mouth, it will help you in getting a better clarity when we are discussing, right? Now, third quality which our firm should have is the acceptance and continuance of the client's relationship and specific engagements. What do you mean by acceptance and continuance of the client's relationship? Now remember one thing, section number 139 subsection 2 says that if one chartered accountancy firm cannot be an auditor of the same client for more than how many years, everyone? 5 years. You are only allowed to continue as an auditor for the one company for 5 years. But whatever the 5 years you are continuing, make sure that you are establishing a good relationship with your client. Are you getting the point? Let it be any kind of engagement. Quality control is expected from each and every kind of engagement. Either you are providing the internal audit services, or you are providing the external audit services, or any kind of services. Next quality control which is expected from you is all about your human resource. Tell me one thing, in our office, do we have the audit staff or not? Yes. Do we have the article assistants or not? Yes. Do we have so many employees or not? Yes. You should know how to maintain your human resource. If you are not able to maintain your human resource, and if you know some qualities, it's better that you should educate them also those qualities. If you want your firm to be on the top rank, what you know about the quality control, it is your responsibility to give the proper training to your staff. It is your responsibility to properly educate your staff. It is your responsibility to maintain your staff. So human resource is also the biggest pillar of quality control. Next most important point is known as engagement performance. What do you mean by engagement performance? Always have some small meetings of your team. When you'll have the small meetings of your team, when you will do the briefings and debriefings with your team, you will be in a position to evaluate your performance of your team. If you think that your performance of your team is matching the standard, it's good. But if you think that there is some lack or there is some loophole in the quality of your team, it's better that you should maintain some performance level. To make sure that you should always keep on testing your performance with the standard what you have set. And moreover, always keep monitoring your policies and procedures. What do you mean by monitoring your policies and procedures? Revisions and reviews must be done. Sir, what do you mean by revisions and reviews? Make sure that whenever you are making any form of chartered accountants, policies and procedures will never remain same. It shall keep on changing. Bring the new technologies, adapt the new environment. Now tell me nowadays, 20 years back, if we'll talk about the chartered accountancy firm, was it a manual audit or electronic audit? 20 years back,
Manual audit.
manual audit. But nowadays, do we do the computerized audit or not?
Yes.
Yes. So whether today's chartered accountant has to adopt new technology which is coming in the market or not? Yes, it's a very simple thing. Clear or not? So that brings an end to your various quality control systems which are required to be present in your policies and procedures. So everyone, please tell me what are the six quality system procedures and policies expected from you. First one, which qualities?
Leadership
quality.
responsibility.
Leadership
Second one, which
responsibility.
requirements? Ethical requirements.
Ethical.
Then acceptance and continuance of the which relationship? Client
Client
relationship.
Client
You should also be in a position to manage your which resource?
human resource.
Always keep on, testing your engagement performance and make sure that always keep an eye, that is called monitoring, and always keep on revising and reviewing your what? Quality control procedures. Now, leadership responsibilities of an auditor. Let's do it in a more enhancing way. Quality control for an audit of financial statement. That is what the name of our standard SA 220. The engagement partner. What do you mean by engagement partner? They are expecting from me shall take the full responsibility of the overall quality on each audit engagement to which the partner is assigned. The actions of the engagement partner and the appropriate messages to the members of the engagement team in taking the responsibility for overall quality of each audit engage emphasize the importance of to audit quality of performing the work that complies with the professional standards. Now tell me one thing, everyone, please tell me, do you agree or disagree? Now when we talk about the audit staff is a qualified staff or is it a semi-qualified staff?
Semi-qualified.
Semi-qualified staff. Are they fully competent or partially competent?
Partially.
Partially
Yeah. So it is whose responsibility to keep on educating them ki what kind of standard is required to be performed at which place? Auditor's responsibility. It is the engagement partner's responsibility. It is my responsibility to tell them ki when you are going to do the client's place, this is what the laws and regulations, these are the regulatory and legal requirements you have to check. Next one, it is my responsibility to ensure that my whole firm should also follow the quality control procedures and policies. Now tell me everyone, some of you might be articleship going students, whether you can go beyond the rules and regulations of your firm or you have to follow the instructions of your employer.
Following instruction of employer.
Yes, you have to follow the instructions of your employer because your employer has made one firm and his firm is having some set of policies and procedures which you are allowed to cross or not allowed to cross. Not allowed to cross. Yes. Issuing auditors reports that are appropriate in the circumstances and engagement team's ability to raise concerns without fear of reprisals and the fact that quality is essential in performing the audit engagement. Acha, I will ask you a very simple thing, everyone. Try to give me this correct answer. Do you think that the audit staff and the article assistants should not apply their mind when they are doing the audit and they should only follow those instructions which are given by the statutory auditor? Tell me, do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
disagree.
Yes, you should disagree. The reason being, suppose this is a engagement partner. Now everyone listen to the example. This is the auditor. Now this auditor has made one audit program. In the audit program, he wrote all the instructions how to do the audit. And this audit program he has given to his audit staff. Now, don't you think that if the audit staff will only follow the audit program given by the auditor, it will make the whole audit mechanical in nature?
Yes.
Yes or no? If the
Yes, sir.
audit staff will not be open-minded, if the audit staff will not apply its own brain, don't you think that it is like giving instructions to a machine and machine is performing as per your instructions? Yes.
Yes.
Are you getting the point? To make sure that if you think that as an audit staff is something wrong is there or something non-compliance is there, immediately report it to your senior employee or senior manager or senior engagement partner without any hesitation. That is what the fourth point is going to tell you. Now everyone read the fourth point. What is the fourth point? Engagement team's ability to raise the concerns with fear or without fear?
Without fear.
Without any fear of reprisals. Are you getting the point? Now, who is known as engagement partner, everyone? The person who signs the audit report, who does the major audit, or the person who helps in doing the audit? Who is known as engagement partner? Engagement partner is the one who actually conducts the audit. Engagement partner refers to the partner or other persons in the firm who is responsible for the audit engagement and its performance and for the auditor's report that is issued on the behalf of the firm, and who wherever required has an appropriate authority from the professional, legal and regulatory body. So engagement partner should always be having the leadership responsibilities. This is what is expected from us as per SA 220. And these are the ethical requirements we were talking about. And you all will agree with me that these ethical requirements we have already covered in our qualities of an auditor. Do you all believe or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so
Yes,
that
sir.
brings an end. That brings an end to our another standard called SA 220,
20.
everyone. Did you get the point or not? SA 220. Now, I will ask you some points and you please tell me. It will be like a revision kind of thing only. SA 220 talks about what? Quality control in the audit of what?
So,
Financial statements. Quality control in the audit of financial statement.
statement.
Now, this standard says that what is the objective of this standard? The objective of this standard says that ki every auditor's firm shall comply with a proper quality control system in its policies and procedures. Can you tell me what are those 6 quality control system which are expected from you? What is the point number 1, everyone?
Education requirement.
Leadership responsibilities. By whom? By an engaging partner. Engagement partner. Leadership responsibilities by which partner? Engagement partner. What is the second one, everyone?
Ethical.
Ethical requirements. Second one is known as ethical requirements. What is the third one, everyone?
Acceptance and
Acceptance and
continuity.
continuance of which relationship? Client's
Client.
relationship. Continuance of client's relationship. And next point, you always should know how to manage your which resource?
Human.
Human resource. Most importantly, they are telling you the next, do the performance evaluation. Do the performance evaluation. Anything you can write, not necessarily to be the same words which you are choosing. And last but not the least, everyone, what is the last?
Monitoring.
Yes,
Monitoring.
always keep on monitoring your policies and what? Procedures. Always keep on monitoring your policies and procedures so that revisions and reviews can take place. Right or not?
Yes, sir.
Now, everyone, please tell me what is the responsibility of engagement partner has been told. What is the responsibility of engagement partner? Whether the engagement partner should be a blame giver or blame taker.
Blame taker.
Yes, he should be a blame taker. He should be a credit giver. He should be a blame taker. He should be a credit giver. He should also educate his staff and team where to follow professional standards. It is his responsibility to educate them where to follow the professional standards, and it is his responsibility to ensure that laws and regulations are complied. Laws and regulations are complied. And most importantly, it is his responsibility to ensure that to issue audit reports. Next, in the process of audit, tell me everyone, in the process of audit, if anything wrong is there, should you ask that concept with a hesitation or without any fear?
Without any fear.
Yes. In the process of audit, ask anything without any fear of reciprocals. Right, everyone? So this was the remaining part of essay 220. Already some part of the essay 220 we already did when we did the qualities of an auditor. So now we can say that this brings an end to our chapter number 1, everyone. What is the chapter number 1 we understood? Chapter number 1 may we understood nature, scope and objectives of an audit. I already told you that this chapter is very huge. But at the same point of time, if you'll see the other side of the point, we have done so many topics also. Now we know the 3 differences. We know the objectives of an audit. We know the scope of an audit. We know the aspects to be covered in an audit. We also know the basic principles governing an audit. We also know the quality control of an audit. We also know the, audit engagement letter. We also know the meaning of audit. We also know the financial statement. We also know the threats. We also know how to safeguard our threats. And we also know how the auditing is related with the other disciplines of the economy. Now, when we talk about the chapter number 2, today we are going to start with our chapter number 2. When we talk about the chapter number 2, what is the name of our chapter number 2, everyone? Anybody is having an idea? What is the name of our chapter number 2? What is the name of the chapter number 2? Audit strategy, audit planning, and audit program, everyone. What is the name of the chapter?
Audit strategy.
Audit planning, and audit program. Very important chapter, very small chapter, but at the same point of time, very interesting also. Now, in this chapter, we are going to do actually the 2 standards. What are the 2 standards we'll do? One we will do essay 300 and one we will do essay 320, everyone. Now, what is essay 300 and what is essay 320? Essay 300 talks about this. What is this? Audit planning. And essay 320 talks about materiality. It talks about what? Materiality. Now, let us understand what is chapter number 2 and what is the introduction of the chapter number 2. First, let me tell you the introduction of the chapter. After that, we'll move to the material. So, audit strategy, planning, and program. Audit strategy, planning, and program.
Oh,
Now, listen to this, everyone. Whenever this chapter is going to teach us that before starting any audit, this pure chapter, the whole chapter is not after commencing the audit. This whole chapter is based upon what the auditor should have done before starting an audit. Remember one thing, first of all, auditor always creates a strategy. Auditor creates a strategy. Strategy gives a birth to a planning. And finally, planning gives a birth to whom? Program. That is how the name of the chapter has been considered upon. So what is the chapter number 2, everyone? First, the auditor creates what? audit strategy. He creates an audit strategy. Then the auditor creates what? He creates a planning, right or no? After that, he gives a shape to his planning and becomes what? Program. Now, if I have to tell you everything practically, now listen to this case. After that, we'll go elaborately. I will give you the gist of this chapter, what we are going to understand. Sir, what do you mean by audit strategy? Everyone, please be careful while understanding this. There's only one thin line of difference, which will create the difference between strategy, planning, and program. If you all are able to catch that one line of difference, it will be very easy for you to retain the whole chapter. Strategy means what? Strategy means I have to arrange my human resource. I have to arrange my physical resources. I have to arrange my financial resources. Are you getting the point? Now, this is the same strategy which we are going to learn in the subject called strategic management. In the strategic management, if I'm not wrong, you might have done one concept called strategic management framework, where we have understood that strategic management is a continuous framework of planning, formulation, implementation, and control. Am I correct or not? Yes. Same strategy the auditor makes. Auditor is going to make a strategy. Who is going to be the engagement partner? What is going to be my team? Do I need experts or not? Now tell me one thing. All these arrangements you have to do after entering into the client's place or before entering the client's place? Before entering the client's place. So who is going to be my engagement partner? What is going to be my team? Who is more proficient employee? Who is less proficient employee? Whom should I give which kind of responsibility? Who will do what? Who will not do what? All that is known as human resources. Then the same thing he will do for his physical resources, and same thing he will do for his financial resources. So basically, audit strategy means what? Overall audit strategy is nothing but making one vision, making one plan. What is going to be my team? What experts I need? What physical resources I need? What are the financial resources I need to complete my audit? Now, once the strategy will be over, then auditor will sit very calmly and he will make the second thing, that is called audit planning. Sir, what do you mean by audit planning? I arranged my team. I arranged my resources. I arranged my financial resources. Everything is ready. But don't you think that I have to acquire the knowledge of client's business? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have to acquire the knowledge of the client's business. Then I have to decide my procedures. Then I have to decide which evidences I'm going to collect. Then I have to decide which techniques I'm going to follow. Are you getting the point? All that is nothing but is the part of planning stage. So first the auditor makes a strategy. Strategy helps him in creating a plan. In the plan, what he will do? So can I say that this is auditor related points? Here, I'm not talking about the client. Here, I'm talking about my resources. Strategy is all about my resources. Planning is all about knowing whose information, everyone? Client's information. On the basis of that, what will be my procedures? What will be my evidences? And what will be my what? Techniques. Now, in short, we call it as deciding pet. You can all remember, we can call it as deciding pet. What do you mean by pet? Procedures, evidences, and techniques. Now, everything is going on in my mind. Yeah, I will go to my client's place. I will do this. I will do that. This is my procedure going to be. This is my evidence going to be. This is my techniques going to be. But my question is very important, everyone. Planning is always there in your mind. Planning is always there in your mind, and human mind is such that can you retain 100% of what you have planned? Tell me, everyone, can you retain in your mind what 100% what you have planned? No. Therefore we will convert our plan from here onto a piece of paper. We will convert our plan, or we will write down our plan on a piece of paper. And when we put our plan on a piece of paper, it becomes what, everyone? It becomes audit program. I hope you understood the introduction of the chapter now.
Yes, sir.
Are you getting the point? So what is
Yes.
the introduction of the chapter, everyone? What does the auditor makes first? He makes a strategy. Strategy gives a birth to whom? Planning. Planning gives a birth to whom? Program. Now I will ask you a very simple question. Reliance Industries Limited is a small organization or huge organization? Huge organization. So when you are planning for the audit of the Reliance Industries Limited, there is only one business to be taken care of, or multiple business?
Multiple business.
If I'm not wrong, there will be thousands of the things which the auditor has to verify. Am I correct? Now, can I keep those 1,000 things in my brain? Can I keep it here? No. After 1 or 2 days, I may forget my list here. So don't you think that it is preferable that you should convert your thought process on a piece of paper so that it will be in the written form? Yes.
Yes.
When it will be in the written form, tell me one thing. When it will be in the written form, what will happen? Can I refer it again and again?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Do I have to take a tension of retaining it, or need not take any tension like that? Need not. So that's the reason strategy, planning, and program, they all are separable or inseparable parts. Inseparable parts. And they all are going to be talked. They all are going to be talked in one standard that is called SA 300. So our whole chapter is based upon SA 300, and along with that, we will also understand some concepts of SA 320. So this is what the brief introduction of your chapter. So whenever any question will come in the ICAI, so they may ask you one question directly: what auditor creates first? Acha, recently one question asked by the ICAI is, sir, is it necessary that strategy comes first and planning comes later? Answer is no. It is not mandatory. Strategy will come first and planning will come later. Generally, strategy comes first. But in case you are planning first and then making a strategy, is there any wrong thing? No. So remember one thing. This is a very important MCQ question they asked. Whether is it necessary to say, or is it correct to say that audit strategy only comes before audit planning? No. You can do the planning first and you can make the strategy. But is it correct to say that audit program comes always at the last? Answer is yes. So there can be a shuffling between whom and whom, everyone?
Audit strategy.
Strategy and planning can be shuffled. You can make a strategy first and then planning, or you can make a planning first and then strategy. No problem at all. Each one of them gives the birth to each other. So this is what the whole chapter's introduction is all about. That is called audit strategy, audit plan, and audit what? Audit program, right? Now let us understand this whole chapter. So let us proceed with that. And Is there any result came today? Anything in ICAI that website is not opening? Anybody please try on your side also whether the ICAI website is opening or not opening. Or is it my fault? Or some problem with me? Is it opening from your side, anybody?
No, sir.
No, sir.
It's not
No, sir.
opening? Okay, okay.
Sir.
So there's no problem with my internet connection. It is completely, the site is not reachable, right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, okay. Then let's do one thing. Let me just just give me 2 minutes. The material is opening, then we'll start. Okay, so let us everyone. So this is the material which I am going to provide to you. Just give me 2-3 days. It is getting updated. So already class notes are provided to you. MCQ material I'll share to you separately. And this is the material which I'm going to provide to you for the chapter number 1. The whole material is consisting of 435 pages. So we are done with the chapter number 1. Now we are going to move to the chapter number 2. What is the name of the chapter number 2? Chapter number 3 and chapter number 2. So what is the name of our chapter, everyone? The name is Audit Strategy, Program and Planning. Now everyone try to understand this thing. First of all, they have given us the meaning of the word called audit planning. What do you mean by audit planning? Are you getting the point? Now see, remember one thing. Why an auditor needs a plan? What is the reason that auditor needs a plan? Auditor never needs a plan to do his audit efficiently and effectively. That auditor himself is. Auditor is already efficient and auditor is always effective. But auditor needs a plan to do his audit on which basis? Timely basis. Time is the biggest factor which helps the auditor in planning his audit. I will give you a very simple example. Try to give me this example. Suppose there is one company and it is having a 2 crores of turnover. Now, overthought or overconfident auditor will say what? I will go to the company. Within 2 to 3 days, I will complete the audit and come back. But let's say, for example, this thing. He went to the organization, he went to the client's place. He started his audit with checking the sales. When he demanded the sales, they brought 16 registers of sales. And each register was having 1,000 invoices. It means 16,000 invoices were there of sales. Tell me one thing. Is it possible now to complete your audit in 2 days and come out? Tell me everyone.
No, sir.
No. So tell me, this auditor went into the client's place with a plan or without a plan?
Without plan.
Without plan. So will he be able to complete his audit on timely basis?
No.
No. So audit planning does what? Planning helps the auditor obviously doing his audit efficiently and effectively, but most importantly to complete his audit on which basis? Timely basis. That is the major thing why the auditor does plan his audit. Now everyone will read the meaning of the planning. What is the meaning of the planning, everyone? The auditor should plan his work to enable him to conduct an effective audit in an efficient and which manner? Timely manner. Plans should be based on the knowledge of whose business, everyone? Client's business. Are you getting the point? Tell me one thing. In the example which I told you of the 2 crores turnover wala example, did I acquire the knowledge of the client's business? No. Did I plan it? No. Did I decide my procedure? No. Overconfidently, I entered into the client's place. So I end up doing the audit on timely basis or untimely basis? Untimely basis. So remember one thing, audit planning helps you in doing your audit in T manner. So what do you mean by T? Timely, efficiently, and effectively. Repeat the 3 words. Timely, efficiently, and effectively. And remember one thing, you can only do your audit on T manner if you have AKOCB. Sir, what is AKOCB? Acquired the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. So the client's business knowledge, if you have, then only you can do your audit on timely basis, efficiently basis, and effectively basis. Now, what does the plan include? What does the plan include? Plan includes acquiring the knowledge of client's accounting system, policies, and internal control basis. Now, tell me one thing, everyone. Did I tell you that while doing the basic principles of governing audit also or not? If whenever we go to the client's place, don't you think that you should have the knowledge of its internal control system? Yes. You should have the knowledge of its accounting system? Yes. If the internal control system, accounting system of the client is very strong and very good, what will happen to the workload of an auditor?
It will be reduced.
It will be reduced. But if it is vice versa, it is very poor,
Yes.
it will be increased. Are you getting the point? So planning includes what? Planning includes first acquire the knowledge of the client's accounting system and that acquire the knowledge of the client's internal control system. Then after acquiring the knowledge of accounting system and internal control system, then I have to decide how much trust and how much reliance I can place on their internal control system. Now tell me, if the internal control system is very good and strong, can I have a better confidence on the client's internal control system? Yes. But if it is very poor, so can I have more trust or less trust?
Less
Less
trust.
trust. Now, on the basis of that trust, you are going to decide the nature, timing, and extent of your what, everyone? Audit procedures.
Procedures.
Are you getting the point? And then you will decide coordinating the work to be performed. Are you getting the point or not? So remember one thing, all that which I told you, all that which I told you is covered under audit planning, everyone. So if I have to ask you, everyone, what do you mean by the term of audit planning? Can anybody tell me? What do you mean by the term called audit planning? Tell me, everyone. What do you mean by the term called audit planning? Audit planning is all about what? It helps whom? It helps an auditor. It helps an auditor in doing his audit. E and E. What do you mean by E and E?
Effectively.
Effectively
Efficiency.
and efficiently. It helps an auditor in doing his audit effectively and efficiently, but most importantly, on which basis?
Timely.
On
Timely
timely
basis.
basis. Most importantly, on which basis? Timely basis. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that whatever the 3 words I told you, timely, efficiency, and effectively, whether you are able to see all these words in my definition or not.
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, this is what the examiner also sees. Examiner is never interested in how you're forming a sentence. He is interested in whether these 3 words, which is in the definition of planning as per SA 300, are you able to show him what he wants to see or not, right or not? So everyone, what is audit planning? It helps an auditor in doing his audit efficiently and effectively, but most importantly, on which basis? Timely basis,
Time
right or not?
basis.
Now tell me one thing, how you can do the audit on timely basis? After acquiring knowledge of whose business?
Client.
Client's
Client's
business.
business.
After acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. Are you getting the point or not? Now,
Yes.
how do you acquire the knowledge of client's business? Point number one. First of all, acquire the knowledge of its accounting system. And which system? Internal control system. Then decide how much trust or reliance can be put. Then decide nature, timing, and extent of your audit procedures. And after that, do the coordination of the work. What is the last step, everyone? Coordination. Did you get the point? So planning includes 4 steps, everyone. What are the 4 steps of planning? Acquire the knowledge of the client's accounting system and internal control system. Decide how much trust you can have on the client's internal control system and accounting system. According to that trust, decide what should be the nature, what should be the timing, and what should be the extent of your audit procedures. And then after that, make a coordination of the work to be performed. This is what do you mean by the planning, which we all have understood. Everyone, please tell me, are you understanding each and everything which I am telling you?
Yes, sir.
Yes or
Yes,
no?
sir.
So this is what brings an end to our definition of the word called what? Audit planning, everyone. Any doubt in whatsoever we have told so far? No. Now, what are the benefits of planning the audit of financial statement? And you tell me, do you agree with these benefits or not? Benefit number 1. Now tell me, helping an auditor to devote an appropriate attention to the which areas? Important areas. Now tell me, everyone, when we do the audit of our client, is it necessary that everything in the financial statement of the client are important, or some are non-important items also?
Some
Some are
not
not important.
Non-important. So can I say that planning helps in filtration of important items from the non-important items? Yes.
Yes.
So you will concentrate on material items or immaterial items? Material items. Are you getting the point? Which are important in nature. Advantage number 1. Advantage number 2. It helps the auditor in identify and resolve the potential problems on which basis? Timely basis. Now tell me, can I say that if I will go with a plan, I will be able to know what kind of problems I'm going to face, and I'm going to create a solution for them also on the timely basis or not? Yes. This is another advantage of audit planning. Audit planning helps you in organize and manage the audit engagement so that it can be performed in the effective and which manner? Efficient manner. Now tell me, if I will not tell my staff what to do at what point of time, will I be able to complete my audit on time? No. But if I tell my staff, okay, you 3 go to the sales department, you 2 go to the purchase department, you people take care of GST department with a proper planning, will I be able to do my audit effectively and efficiently or not? Yes. And planning also helps in selection of the which team? Engagement team. Are you getting the point? Now tell me one thing. Should I put the incompetent and non-capable staff in my team, or should I put the competent and capable staff in the team?
Competent.
Yes, and all that I have to do at the which stage? Planning stage only. And planning also helps you in direction. It also helps you in what? It also helps you in direction and what? Supervision of the engagement team. Now, with a proper plan, I divided the work. You two go to this, you two go to this, you two go to this. Now, next day, whether those article assistants are going to come to me or not? Yes. So, I'll be able to supervise their work because I have planned their work and divided their work accordingly. So, it will help me in supervising and directing their work. And more importantly, it will help in coordination of the work done by auditor of components and experts. Now tell me everyone, do you have an idea of consolidation? What do you mean by consolidation, everyone? What does the parent company do when the consolidated financial statements are prepared? First of all, you all should have the knowledge of holding and subsidiary. Tell me one thing, holding is a parent company or not?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
So when you do the audit of a group of companies, is it the parent's responsibility or parent company's responsibility to ensure that all the subsidiaries, all the associates, and all the, what do you say, joint venture financial statements are merged with the holding company?
yes,
Yes. And a holding company auditor and the subsidiary company auditor can be the different person or not?
yes,
Yes. So with the proper planning, whether the parent company auditor may easily coordinate the work with the auditors of the components or not? Yes. So these are the advantages of what? Audit planning, everyone. These are the advantages of what? Audit
audit
planning.
planning.
So everyone, please tell me, let us write it, what we have learned. Is it looking better or not? If first we'll read it, we'll retain it, and we'll try to write it. Tell me one thing. What is the topic we are doing? We are doing the topic called what? Advantages of what?
Audit planning.
Advantages of audit planning. Up now I will tell you, it is not necessarily that you should write the same advantages which we have learned now. Now I will tell you the best way to learn the advantage, and you will agree also with me. Point number one, planning increases the workload or helps in reduction of workload?
Reduction of
Reduction of workload. I hope all of you who are listening to the class will agree with me. Planning helps you in completing the audit on untimely manner or timely manner?
timely bill.
Yes. Completion of audit on timely manner. Tell me, planning helps you in separating material items from immaterial items or not?
Yes.
Yes, helps in separating material items from immaterial items. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Planning, now next point. Is the planning helps in the ineffective utilization of audit staff or effective utilization of audit staff?
Effective.
Yes. Now tell me, is it looking easier or not?
Yes, sir.
Effective utilization of audit staff. Now, can I keep an eye over my audit staff with the planning or not?
Yes,
Yes, I can direct and supervise my engagement team. Am I correct or not?
yes, sir.
Yes. Point number 6. Whether planning helps me in identifying and resolving the problems on untimely basis or timely basis?
Timely bill.
Helps in identifying and resolving problems. Problems means never talk about the present problems. I'm using the word potential. Potential problem means future. Future problems on timely basis. Next point. Whether I can say that if planning also helps me in the efficient selection of my audit engagement team?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So it also helps in selecting which kind of people? It helps in selecting which kind of people? Incapable or capable?
Capable.
Capable.
Capable and what? Competent staff. Competent engagement team. Yes. And most importantly, it helps in better coordination of what? Coordination of work among various components. Are you getting the point or not? And remember everyone, even though I'm writing each and everything in front of you, the moment you will also start practicing this thing on your own, then only you can say that you have conquered this subject. Even though I'm sharing the written notes with you, try to do one thing on daily basis. Spend some 15 to 20 minutes in making your own notebook also in a more summarized manner. So I'm going to write almost 200 to 300 pages in front of you. Almost you can see that 46 to 48 pages already are over. But yes, make sure that if you are also going to write everything on your own, it will help you in gaining the confidence. So everyone, anybody, please tell me if you have any kind of doubt in the page number 1. Any doubt or no doubt?
No.
No
No
doubt.
doubt.
Now, very important thing now we are going to understand here. What is written here that everyone please read the last paragraph which is written planning and audit of financial statement. It means what is the name of the essay 300 everyone?
Planning
Planning audit
Audit
of
of
financial.
financial statement. So you can write audit planning also, there's no problem in that. Planning is not a discrete phase of audit, but rather it is a continual and iterative process that often brings shortly after the completion of the previous audit and continues until the completion of the current audit engagement. The auditor shall establish an overall audit strategy that sets the scope, timing, and extent of the audit that guides the development of the audit. Now, I will tell you in a very super short manner what the lawmaker is trying to tell you. Now, listen to this, everyone. The next topic which we are doing is known as features of audit planning. What is the next topic we are doing?
Features.
Features of audit planning. So many times this question has been asked in the examination. What are the features of audit planning, everyone? Try to understand. When we talk about the features of audit planning, there are two major features of the audit planning. One is known as continuous process, and another feature is known as flexibility. Remember one thing, audit planning should always be a continuous process. It should always be a which process? Continuous process. And it should always be flexible in nature. Sir, how to explain these 2 points? Tell me one thing. Okay. Which was the last financial year? 1920.
20.
Now, in the 1920, did we almost do the audits in the month of September or not? Yes. So, in the 1920 audit, we almost completed the audit of 1920 financial year of the company in the month of September. But tell me one thing, September means what? Half of the financial year of 2021 is already over or not?
Yes, sir.
It means in the next 6 months, that is called April 2021, you are going to start doing the audit of which financial year? 2021. Are you getting the point? You will start doing the audit of 2021 financial year. Now 2021 financial year will go up to September 2021. But by the time September 2021 will come, which 6 months of which financial year are already over?
2021.
22. So tell me one thing, guys. When the one audit is ending and the other audit is starting, are we taking any pause in our planning, or planning is a continuous process?
Continuous.
Continuous process. When one audit ends, the planning of other audit what? Starts. So when planning of one audit ends, then other starts. So that makes planning a which process, everyone? Continuous process. Are you getting the point? What is the
Yes.
next feature of the planning? Planning should be flexibility, or planning should be flexible in nature. Everyone, please tell me. Now, say for example, we always plan something in advance. Like say for example, you are planning your examinations going to be held in the May examination. So you are all planning for the May 21. Say for example, God forbid, if the classes are taking, you might be thinking that by 10th April, our classes will be over. 20th May, the examinations are starting. I still have 110 days. I will plan 110, sorry, not 110 days, 40 days. I will plan for the 4 subjects, 10 days to each subject. Are you all making that kind of plan right now only or not? Yes. But say for example, God forbid, this coaching took up to 20th April now. Now tell me one thing. Do you still have 40 days or now 30 days?
30 days.
Now tell me, your planning will remain same or planning will change?
Will change.
So planning, do we make the planning in advance of something or not?
Yes, sir.
And same thing happens with the client also, everyone. We make the client's planning of audit beforehand. But when we actually enter into the client's place, there are so many things which I might have considered, I might not have considered. So planning should always be rigid or planning should always be flexible in nature.
Flexible.
Flexible. Some things can be added, some things can be deleted, some things can be changed. So planning should have a feature of what? Flexibility, because audit plan is always having a scope of what? Improvement. Is always having a scope of what? Improvement, everyone. Remember one thing, plans will never ever be rigid. Now, do you make some plans and finally, at the moment, plan changes or not sometimes? Yes. So, say for example, you are thinking that you will be reaching your, what do you say, examination center. Nowadays, so you know that 3 to 6 is the examination. You might be thinking that you will be reaching your examination center by 1:30 so that you can go there on time. But suppose if your bus, train or anything, whatever the transport you are taking is you have skipped that transport, then in that case you have to take a cab. So planning always should be flexible in nature. So these are the two major qualities or these are the two major features of the planning. So what are the two major features of the planning, everyone? Planning is what in nature? Continuous
Continuous
and
Flexible.
flexible in nature. Clear or not, everyone? So this brings an end to our meaning of the term called what? Audit planning. Right or not? Next
Yes.
thing. Now we are going to understand what do you mean by what? Strategy. Tell me, everyone. Do we make a planning first or strategy first or either of them is possible?
Either of them.
Either of them is possible. Now let us understand what do you mean by strategy. I hope everything is visible to all of you. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Now, what do you mean by strategy, everyone? Overall audit strategy, assistance to an auditor. Overall audit strategy sets scope, timing, and direction of the audit, guides the development of the more detailed audit plan, guides the development. Acha, from the name itself only, everyone please read the sentence number 2 and tell me what do you understand that? It guides the development of a more detailed audit plan. So tell me one thing, according to this sentence formation given by the ICAI material, is the strategy coming first or strategy coming late?
First.
First. It guides the plan. Are you getting the point? It means
Yes.
obviously the auditor makes the strategy first. Did you get the point?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
everyone? Yes. So strategy does what? Strategy sets my scope. Strategy sets my scope. Scope means what? My boundaries. So I will decide my boundaries in the beginning only. What I can do, what I can't do. It also sets my timings. At what time I'm going to do what. It also sets the direction. In which direction my audit should go. So what are the three things the strategy helps you out? Tell me,
That's the
everyone.
scope,
Strategy helps you
timing,
out.
and direction of the audit.
Yes, strategy helps you out in STD. What is STD, everyone? Scope,
Scope,
Scope.
timing,
timing,
direction.
direction.
and direction of the audit. And it also gives you the direction towards development of your more detailed plan. So from this sentence formation, I think all of you who are listening to me might agree with me. Yes, strategy comes first. Is it clear or not? Yes.
Yes.
The process of establishing the overall audit strategy assists the auditor to determine, subject to the completion of auditor's risk assessment procedures, such as. Now, what does my audit strategy includes? Audit strategy includes the resources to be deployed for specific audit areas, such as use of appropriately experienced team members for highly risky areas or involvement of experts. Tell me one thing. Suppose I'm doing an audit of a company which is highly risky, and I know that so many frauds and errors are going to take place when I'm going to do the audit of that company. Should I make a inexperienced audit team, or should I make a experienced audit team?
Experienced auditor.
Experienced auditor.
So that is a part of your strategy, my friend. Now read the point number 1, everyone. The resources to deploy for a specific audit areas, such as use of appropriately experienced team members for the highly risky areas or the involvement of experts. If there are highly risky areas which I am going to audit, should I keep the inexperienced people in my team or experienced people in my team? Experienced people. That is the first thing what you do when you make the overall audit strategy. Second thing, amount of resources to allocate to specific audit areas, such as number of team members assigned to observe the inventory count, or audit hours to allocate to the high auditors. Now tell me one thing, time is abundant with the auditor or time is limited with the auditor?
Limited.
Limited. Same thing, can I say that my staff is also limited? Yes. So I have to allocate my staff for the particular areas in such a manner that I can make the optimum utilization of my human resources. Which audit team member is going to do the inventory count? Which audit team member is going to do this? How many hours I should allocate to highly risky areas? How many hours I should allocate to the less risky areas? All that is a part and parcel of audit plan or audit strategy.
Audit strategy.
Did I tell you the same thing? Planning is all about acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. Whereas the strategy is all about managing your client's resources or your own resources? Own resources. Are you getting the point or not? What are the three types of resources? You have to manage your human resource, you have to manage your financial resource, you have to manage your physical resource. This is what the point number 2. Point number 3. When these resources are to be deployed, such as whether at the interim audit stage or key cutoff dates. Now tell me one thing, everyone, please tell me, do you think that the timing of doing an audit matters a lot in the audit? I'm again repeating my question. Do you think that a particular timing of doing the audit matters a lot?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Remember one thing, you cannot do anything at any point of time. There's a particular timing of doing a particular task. Now let me ask you one thing. Say for example, tell me one thing. What is the date of filing the GST returns on monthly basis? If anybody is having an idea.
20.
20th of,
sir.
yeah, 20th of every month. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So tell me one thing. Is this a cutoff date or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
tell me one thing. Don't you think that I should go to that date to check that whether my client is filing his GST return on time or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing. Timing of doing the audit is also very important. Right? So I should tell my resources at which time you should do what audit. That is also a part of what? Strategy. Then after everything will be over, do you think that I should do some small meetings with my staff or not? Yes. I should manage them. I should direct them. I should supervise them. I should guide them. We should do some briefings. We should do some debriefing so that we can understand what is happening in our audit. That is called point number 4. How such resources are managed, directed, supervised, such as when the team briefings and debriefing meetings are expected to be held, how engagement partner and manager reviews are expected to take place, for example, on-site and off-site. So remember everyone, this is all a part of which strategy everyone? Audit strategy. Are you getting the point? So tell me everyone, audit strategy helps you in doing STDG. Tell me one thing, what is G stands for? Guides. So tell me, strategy helps you in deciding what? Scope, in deciding the timing, in deciding the direction of your audit, and it also helps you or it also guides you in the development of a detailed audit plan or not? Yes. So what is the part of audit strategy, everyone? What do we learn in audit strategy? Audit strategy helps me in deployment of my resources, which helps me in understanding which expert team and which experienced team members I should have in my audit team if I'm doing the audit of a highly risky areas. Point number one. It also helps me in deciding who is going to do what, allocation of my resources. Point number three, it also helps me in deciding what should be the timing of doing what audit at what point of time. And most importantly, it also helps in supervising, it also helps me in directing and managing by doing the team briefings at which level we have come to the audit. Are you getting the point? All these things are known as the meaning of which strategy, everyone? Audit strategy. So everyone, you please help me in writing the meaning of the word called audit strategy. Help me in writing the meaning of the audit strategy. What is audit strategy, everyone? Like you helped me in audit planning, you can also help me in writing the audit strategy. Audit strategy helps. It helps
Silent.
the auditor. It helps the auditor in S T D G. It helps the auditor in STDG. What is STDG? It helps the auditor in
Setting the
setting.
scope.
In setting what? Scope, what? Timing,
Timing.
what? Directions.
Directions of it.
Of what? Of audit.
Audit.
And what? Guides to form or
Audit
develop
plan.
Audit plan.
a detailed what? Audit plan. I hope everyone is learning the audit in a proper way. Yes or no? It helps the auditor in developing a detailed audit plan. Clear, everyone? Yes. Point number two. It includes what? What does the strategy includes? It includes the four things, everyone. It includes the four things. Can you tell me what are the four things it include? What are the four things it is including? Point number one. It helps in establishing. It helps in establishing an experienced engagement team and experts. Means decision of resources. It also helps in allocation of resources. It also helps in allocation of resources and timings. It means who shall do what and how much time required for risky and non-risky areas. Clear, everyone? And most importantly, it also helps me in deciding the timing of doing the audit. It also helps me in deciding the timing of doing the audit. Means what? Whether I should do the audit interimly or what are the key cutoff dates when I should do the audit. And most importantly, it helps me in directing, managing. It helps me in directing, managing, supervising the team by doing briefing, by doing briefing and debriefing team meetings. Clear, everyone? So now every one of you sitting in the class has known what audit strategy is all about. So everyone, please tell me, what is audit strategy all about? Audit strategy helps the auditor in setting STDG. It helps in setting the scope, timing, and what? The direction of an audit, and also helps the auditor in developing an overall audit plan. Point number two, it includes what? It includes in making the best team of the experienced professionals and experienced experts. Second thing, it helps me in allocation of my resources. Okay, who will do what and what time is required for the which kind of area, risky or non-risky. It also helps in me in deciding the timing of doing the audit. Should I do the audit at this time or should I do the audit at that time? And most importantly, it helps me in directing, supervising, and managing my team. That is what the benefit of what? Audit strategy, everyone. And tell me one thing, strategy comes first or planning comes first? As per this point, strategy comes first. But yes, I will show you one point also where the lawmaker and ICAI has clearly said that is strategy and planning, it is not necessarily to come first and late. It may be different also. Next point. Okay, everyone, I hope you all agree with me. This point we have already done. Audit is a which process, everyone? Audit planning is a which process? Continue process. Now tell me one thing, when the one audit ends, the planning for the other audit already starts or not?
Yes.
So that makes a auditing audit planning a which process? Continuous process. So planning is a continual and iterative process that often begins shortly after the completion of previous audit and continues until the completion of the current audit engagement. Planning includes consideration of time of certain activities, and audit procedures need to be completed prior to the performance of further audit procedure. Clear or not? So same word to word which I told you, when the one audit ends, the another audit planning starts. The same word you can see and compare it. Right or not? So when the planning of one audit ends, then the planning of the other audit starts. Clear, everyone? Now, next one. Planning includes what? Analytical procedures. It includes general understanding of legal and regulatory framework, determination of materiality, involvement of experts, performance of other risk assessment procedure. Now, these are some of the technical words which you will not be understanding right now, but definitely you will be understanding when we'll move slowly ahead towards our next few chapters. Let me tell you one thing, planning talks about analytical procedure means what? It helps you in following essay 520. Obtaining general understanding of legal and regulatory framework means what? It helps you in essay 250 also. Determination of materiality means what? It helps you in essay 320 also. Involvement of experts means what? It helps you in essay 620 also. And performance of risk assessment procedure means what? It helps you in essay 315 also. Just remember like this. 520, 320, 250, 620, 315. So can I say that planning is the starting point of the other standards? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So tell me, which other standards we consider when we make a plan? Tell me the name of the standard. That's it. 520,
520,
320,
320,
620. So 520,
20,
320, 620, and 250 and 350. Now, within 2 minutes, you will automatically be able to tell me everything. Now tell me, what is 520, everyone? analytical procedures. What is 320, everyone?
Material.
Materiality. What is 620, everyone?
Experts.
Using the work of auditor.
Using work of experts.
Yes. And what is 315, everyone? Risk assessment procedures.
Risk
RAP.
assessment.
Yes, risk. Actually, the name of the standard is identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement of financial statement. But in short, we can call it as RAP, risk assessment procedures. And most importantly, what is 250, everyone? Consideration of laws and regulation. If you know these standard numbers, the 5 points are there in front of you. Now tell me, are you able to see each and every word in the planning includes or not? Yes, analytical procedure is coming. Legal and regulatory framework means consideration of laws and regulation. Materiality word is also coming. Involvement of experts 620 is coming, and RAP is coming. So if you remember the numbering, the points will automatically come. So if they will ask you planning includes which matters, can you tell me the numbering again, everyone? It includes 520,
520,
320,
320,
620,
620,
315,
315,
250. 520 talks about analytical procedure, 320 talks about materiality, 620 talks about using the work of expert, 315 talks about RAP, and 250 talks about laws and regulations. This is how you remember the things. Now, acha, everyone please tell me, I will save your time and you will also agree with me ki, yes sir, you saved my time. Do you all remember these advantages of audit planning or not? Yes. So when we know these advantages of audit planning, so planning is getting a birth from where? Strategy. Planning is getting a birth from where? What? Strategy. So don't you think that some of the advantages of the planning are also going to be some of the advantages of the audit strategy?
Yes.
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 So if they will ask you this kind of question in the examination, even though that kind of question is not there in our portion, advantages of audit strategy, that kind of question is not there in our portion. But if by chance the lawmaker or the examiner is going to ask you the question, are you going to leave the question? No. Leaving the question unattended in the auditing examination is not an option. Remember one thing. First habit what you have to create is attend each and every question of auditing. Sir, what if I don't know the question? Array, even if you don't know the question, even if you know the single word in that question, write everything about that word in your auditing and assurance exam. Because something is always better than nothing. Even if you don't know something, write something, but don't leave the question, any question unattended. You have to make sure that 100% marks you are attempting. Clear, everyone? Now, let us understand the next topic. What is the next topic? Next topic is establishment of overall audit strategy. How the auditor establishes the overall audit strategy. The point number one, identify the characteristics of the engagement that defines its scope. The expected audit coverage, including the number and location of the components, the nature of the business segments to be audited, including the need of specialized knowledge. Now tell me one thing, when you are going to start an audit, are you going to have a knowledge ki how many branches my client is having? Yes or no? Are you going to make a strategy according to the knowledge of the client's business branches or not? Yes.
Yes.
Suppose if my client is having 8 branches, so do I have to have a good audit team or not?
yes, sir.
Yes. But if the client is having only one branch, then your audit strategy will remain same or it will differ?
It will change.
It will change. The audit strategy is dependent upon the characteristics of your engagement. Characteristics of the engagement means what is my audit coverage going to be? How many numbers of branches, how many location of branches are there? What is the nature of business of my client? And what is the need of specialized knowledge? Do I need to hire an expert or not? Point number one. Point number two, what is your reporting objectives of the this particular audit? Am I reporting to the shareholders? Am I reporting it to the SEBI? Am I reporting it to the lenders? I'm reporting to whom? On the basis of that also, your strategy is being formed. Third factor on the basis of which your strategy is formed is called your professional judgment, everyone. Remember one thing, your professional judgment plays a very important role in making a strategy. Now tell me one thing, everyone, just frankly tell me whether every chartered accountant thinks in the same manner.
No, sir.
No,
No, sir.
your thinking process might be different from my thinking process or not.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, as simple as that. So what is your profession? Say for example, we are doing, let me give you an example. Suppose 1,000 items are there in front of us to verify and you have to select a sample. Somebody please tell me what will be your sampling size. 1,000 items are there and you have to report on that. What will be your sampling size? Just a random
100.
idea. 100. So means 10% of your sample size. Are you getting the point? So that is what you are saying. Out of 1,000, 100 you will verify. Tell me one thing. If the size of the population is 1 crore, whether the 10% sample size you can apply there?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
So now your sample size will increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Decrease.
So now what helped you? Your professional judgment help you in deciding, Bhaiya, if the 1,000 population is there, 100 I can do. But if the 1 crore population is there, can I apply the same 10% on that 1 crore? Answer is no. So remember one thing, audit strategy may the third thing which plays a very important role is your professional judgment, everyone. The fourth thing which plays a very important role in your developing of overall audit strategy is your past experience which you had with your client or the experience which your other partners can share with you. Let me ask you one thing. Up to last year, one of my partner was the internal auditor of that company whose statutory audit I got this year. Again repeating, last year, one of my partner was the internal auditor of that company and that company this year has made me as a statutory auditor. Now tell me, can I have a conversation with my partner to have a better understanding of the client or not?
Yes.
He was a which auditor?
Internal auditor.
Enter. So can he give me the each and every information about the client or not? How the client is? Yes. So read the point number 4, everyone, along with me. Consider the results of preliminary engagement activities where applicable, whether the knowledge gained on the other engagements performed by the engagement partner for that entity is relevant or not. Now tell me whether my partner's information will be relevant for me to make the audit strategy for this year.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Very much. And most importantly, ascertain the nature, timing, and extent of resources necessary to perform the engagement. Do I have the enough staff or not? Whether my staff knows the timing of doing the audit or not? To what extent my staff can go? All these points matters a lot when we make a overall audit strategy, everyone. So everyone, please help me in writing the answer. Tell me, what are the factors to be considered? What are the factors to be considered in overall audit strategy, everyone? Tell me just the name of the factors. Point number 1. Do I have to know about the characteristics of my engagement? Yes. Should I know that how many branches I'm going to do the audit? Yes. Should I know that what are the locations of those branches? Yes. Should I know that what is my audit coverage? Yes. Should I know the level of expertise I want to use? Yes. If you have these four knowledges, about your client, then only you can make a strategy. Point number 1. Point number 2. Do I have to know my reporting responsibilities, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. if I'm reporting to the shareholders and if I'm reporting to the SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India, in case of listed company, whether my responsibilities will remain same or it will differ.
differ,
To the shareholders, I just have to tell that whether the company's affairs are true and fair or not. But to the SEBI, do I have to only tell that the company's affairs are true and fair, or I also have to tell whether they are following the SEBI Act or not?
Whether they are following CBI
Yes. So my reporting responsibility changes. So what is my reporting responsibility? That also helps you in making the overall audit strategy. What is the third thing which helps me in making the overall audit strategy? The third thing is my which judgment, everyone?
Professional judgment.
Professional judgment makes me or helps me in making the overall audit strategy. What is the fourth thing which helps me in making the overall audit strategy? My past experience with the client. If my past experience with the client is there, or from other engagements, if I have an experience, that will also help me in making my overall audit strategy. And point number 5, everyone, what is the last and the most important thing which will help me in making my audit overall strategy is the nature, timing, and extent of my resources. Nature, timing, and extent of my resources. I hope everyone understood the concept so far. See, my like way of teaching is very simple. It's a very simple funda, sir. ICAI has every right to ask you anything from any corner of your study material. Until and unless you not start reading the study material, you can never clear the ICAI examinations. You know, most of the people, even I'm very much in disagreement with that. Those people who go with the author's book, they will do what? They will buy some author's book, X author, and they will buy the, another author book called Y author. What do the authors do? Authors nothing but try to simplify the language of your auditing paper. And by reading the simplified language, you will be very much impressed with the author and you will start buying their book and you will start following them. But tell me one thing, do you get the marks in that case? No. Marks, what the ICA is saying that you are at intermediate level, you are expected to write the technical language in your answer. Then what will happen when the marks will not come as per your expectations? What the students will think, no, ICA is this, ICA is that. But problem is not in ICA, problem is in us. We did not follow the ICA material. That's why every material which I make, I 100% copy paste the ICA material. But yes, I try to make it more simpler to understand. Now, this is the word to word ICA material which I have drafted. But yes, I made some charts and I made some things in such a manner so that it should look attractive to you. So, if you people are reading the each and every word of my study material, which I'm going to provide to you, then I can guarantee you auditing exam will go very smoothly because I tried my level best to include 99.99% of the ICA material. Clear, everyone? So I hope there is no difference or there is no problem so far you are facing anything. Everything is sorted, everyone clear with all the topics which we have done so far?
Yes, sir.
Now, the next topic which we have to start and which we have to learn, which I was eagerly waiting to make you understand, is this topic. Everyone, what is the name of the topic? What is the relationship between the overall audit strategy and overall audit plan? First of all, to tell me, what gives a birth to whom? Strategy gives a birth to the audit plan. But is it necessary that we should make a strategy first and audit planning later?
No.
No. Can we do the vice versa? Can we make a planning first and strategy later?
yes,
Yes. So that is what, my friend, is written in the paragraph in front of you. I hope this paragraph is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what is written, everyone? Read along with me. Once the overall strategy has been established, an audit plan can be developed to address the various matters identified. Now, what did you understand from this line? They are saying that first a strategy is to be established, then an audit plan can be developed. Taking into account the need to achieve the audit objectives through the efficient use of auditors' resources. It's right. But you know what is the lawmaker is telling in this line now? Now read this line along with me. The establishment of the overall strategy and the detailed audit plan, what is the point written everyone, are not necessarily discrete or what in nature? Sequential.
Sequential.
Yes or no? Sequential process. But are closely interrelated, since the changes in one may result in the consequential changes in another. So what did we understand from this conversation? The lawmaker is trying to tell us that if first generally we make a strategy which gives a birth to the audit plan, but it is not necessarily written somewhere that the audit plan strategy should be made first and plan should be made later on. It is not necessarily to be in sequential manner. It means planning can come first and strategy also can come later. But at the same point of time, these both are interrelated concept. A change in one will automatically bring the change in another.
Another.
Did you understand the whole concept or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, changes to the planning decision during the course of an audit. Now tell me, did I tell you the two features of the audit or not? Two features of the audit planning. Tell me, what are the two features of the audit planning I told you everyone?
Continuous in nature.
Flexibility. What is the
And
second one is? Flexibility. Continuous we have already read. Tell me, what did I tell you about flexibility? Whether audit planning remains same when we enter the client's place or it definitely changes.
Change.
Changes.
It definitely changes. Why? Because so many new things will come, so many new evidences you have to collect, so many new things surprisingly are coming in front of you. At that point of time, if your audit plan is rigid, will you be able to perform your audit on timely basis? No. Your plan should always be flexible in nature. Remember, until and unless your plan is not flexible, you can't survive your audit. That is what we are going to understand in this next paragraph, everyone. Read the next paragraph, everyone, if you are able to. The paragraph says that the auditor shall update and change overall audit strategy and audit plan as necessary during the course of an audit. Can anybody tell me what is the meaning of this line? What the lawmaker is trying to tell you in this line? The lawmaker is simply saying one thing, that the audit planning is what in nature?
Flexible.
Flexible in nature. Whenever the need arises, please change your plan. Don't hurt your ego saying that how should I change my plan? That is not how the profession works. In a general life also we change our planning. Now tell me one thing. Anybody planned about the corona?
No.
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 So did we shift the face-to-face classes into the what do you say, online classes or not?
Yes, sir.
Everyone in India, were they aware of the fact that COVID-19 is going to hit the world economy like that?
No, sir.
Everyone's plan remained what? Successful or unsuccessful? Unsuccessful. Until and unless you don't have the flexibility in your plan, you can't survive. Now, I was very much teaching the face-to-face classes. You know, morning to evening, I was taking face-to-face classes. But when the COVID-19 came, now complete lockdown came. Now tell me, my business was completely on high level or completely shut down? Completely shut down. Then definitely I have to change myself from face-to-face to what? Online classes. So
Online.
everyone should have a flexible plan. That is what they're trying to tell. Now, sometimes unexpected events may come, sometimes changes in the conditions may come, or sometimes audit evidence obtained from the audit procedure, the auditor may need to modify the overall audit strategy and overall audit plan, thereby resulting the planned nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures based upon revised consideration of audit risk. It's a very simple thing, guys. Say for example, let me give you one very simple example for that. Okay, now I'm doing the audit. Say for example, I'm doing the audit of my client. So my client is A Limited. I made one plan, a very superb plan I made. Okay, I will go, I'll do this, and this, and I will complete my audit on time. When I went to my client's place, I opened its balance sheet. When I opened the balance sheet, the total of the asset side was 600 crores. But out of 600 crores, 550 crore was inventory only. Tell me one thing, guys. Out of the total 600 crores, 550 crore was inventory only. Tell me one thing. Did I think before entering into the client's place that inventory is going to constitute 90% of the client's assets?
No.
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 I thought that I will check income, expenditure, assets and liabilities and I'll come. But now tell me, when I entered into the client's place, did I see the inventory is nothing but 90% of the client's assets or not? So my more focus should be on the other assets or on inventory now?
Inventory.
Was this an expected event or unexpected? So my planning should be what? Flexible in nature. My planning should be what in nature? Flexible in nature. So this is what all about, which we have to learn about what? Audit planning, everyone. Crystal clear or not? I hope
Yes.
all of you, I
Yes,
hope
sir.
all of, yeah, sorry. Anybody is having a doubt?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Now, what is the next thing we have to do? Next thing is very important thing they are saying that. How do we develop an audit plan? How do we develop an audit plan? An audit plan shall include nature, timing, and extent of planned wrap, nature, timing, and extent of planned further audit procedures, and other planned audit procedures that are required to be carried out so that engagement complies with the SS. Now, let me ask you let me tell you a very simple thing. Let me just first read it before you. Audit plan, audit plan is more detailed than the overall audit strategy. That includes, please mute yourself. Am I audible now? Please
Yes,
mute
sir.
please mute yourself if some noise is coming from your side. At least that much you should know, that because in the class you are not the only one, other people are also listening the class. So make sure that if some sort of noise is coming, please mute yourself and change things. And I already told you, keep the mic away from your mouth. Even if you will slightly change your position, that automatically creates a noise in the class. Please make sure you should only unmute when I'm asking you something to answer, right? Now everyone, please understand, the audit plan is more detailed than overall audit strategy. That includes the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures to be performed by the audit team members. Planning these audit procedures takes place over the course of audit as the course of a plan is required. Now, I have to tell you one thing, which I think that we can do. Listen to this very carefully, which I am telling you right now. Whenever the audit plan is made, whenever the audit plan is made, there are three things you always have to consider. How many things? Three things you always have to consider. Sir, what are the three things? Point number one, you have to first plan your wrap. Then you have to plan your FAP. Then you have to plan your OAP. Are you getting the point? So first you have to plan your wrap. Then you have to plan your FAP. And then you have to plan your OAP. Sir, what is wrap? Wrap stands for risk assessment procedures. Remember one thing, this is known as the starting of audit, risk assessment procedures. What do you mean by FAP? FAP stands for further audit procedures. FAP stands for further audit procedures. And OAP stands for other planned audit procedures. Sir, what do you mean by audit procedures? Because everywhere we are seeing the word called audit procedure, and audit procedure. Just wait for the 1 or 2 classes more. We are going to move into the chapter number 3. There I will tell you in the chapter called evidence topic mein, what do you mean by audit procedure. Now for the timing, just remember one thing. If whenever we develop an audit plan, we always have to include 3 types of audit procedures in the sequence. RAP, FAP and OAP, everyone. What is RAP? Risk assessment procedures. What is FAP? Further audit procedures. And what is OAP? Other planned procedures. Now, risk assessment procedure means SA 315. Further audit procedure means 330. And other procedures mein there is no standard at all. So remember one thing. This is the one short concept which you have to learn for your examination point. Development of audit plan. What do you mean by development of audit plan? Always make RAP, FAP and OAP. This is called the development of audit plan. Why we are telling only this small concept here? Because the next chapter, evidence and documentation, there we are going to concentrate more on what is RAP, FAP and OAP, everyone. Clear? Now, when I started this chapter, I told you that AKCOB. What is AKCOB, everyone?
Acquiring knowledge of client's
Acquiring the
business.
knowledge of client's business. Now, what do you mean by acquiring the knowledge of client's business, everyone? This is what do you mean by acquiring the knowledge of client's business. Whenever you do or whenever you become the auditor of your client, remember one thing, you should have the knowledge of which industry your client is belonging to. What kind of rules and regulations your client is governed by. What are the external factors of your client's business? Are you getting the point? Example, who are his competitors? What is his demand of the goods? What is your client's capacity? What are the products he is dealing into? What is the price competition? And whether your client is a seasonal company or not. So remember one thing, acquiring the knowledge of client's business does not mean you just ask your client, sir, what kind of business you are doing? No, you have to do a lot of homework. Your homework number 1 is you should know which industry he belongs, what kind of regulations he is following, what are the other factors which are affecting your client's business, what is the demand of your client's products, what is the capacity of your client, what is the competitive environment of your client, what is the price competition your client is facing, is your client a seasonal client or a non-seasonal client. After that, you should understand the entity. So it means in the point number A, you are understanding the environment of your client. In the point number A, you are understanding the environment of your client. In the point number B, you are understanding the entity. In the point number B, you are understanding what? Entity. Sir, what we are understanding in entity? What kind of operations my client is involved into? What is the ownership of my client? What is the governance structure of my client? What are the types of investments my client is making? How my client is structured? How my client is what? Structured. What do you mean by structured? How much capital is there in the client's place? And how much is the debt my client has taken? Means how much is own capital and how much is the borrowed funding my client has done? What is my client's accounting policies? And whether my client has changed any accounting policy. If my client has changed any accounting policy, what is the reason of that change? What are the objectives of my client? What are the strategies of my client? What are the related business risk of my client? What are the client's entity's financial performance? So now in short, I'm going to make you write. If they may ask you in the examination, write a short note on acquiring the knowledge of client's business. They may ask you this question, write a short note on acquiring knowledge of client's business. So everyone, if this question will come in the examination, what you are going to do? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business means what? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business means acquire the knowledge of its environment and entity. I'm making it simpler for you. Try to remember that. Acquiring the knowledge of environment and entity. So what knowledge in the environment? In the environment, you have to understand what is the competitors. Who are the competitors of your client? Is your client a seasonal industry? Which industry your client belongs? Which industry your client belongs? What are the regulations of industry in which your client belongs? Who are the what is the price competition your client is having? What is the demand of your client's product? Then what are the products your client is manufacturing? Each and every, who are the customers of your client? Each and every information you should have when you do the audit. Little bit of information. I'm not saying going deep into it, but reasonable information of each and everything you should have. Now, when we are talking about the entity, when we are talking about whom? Entity. What kind of information you should have in the entity? What are the operations of your client? What is the ownership pattern of your client? What is the capital structure of your client? What do you mean by capital structure, everyone? In financial management, you might have understood how much is the equity of your client, how much is the debt of your client. I'm going to also check what are the types of investments my client is doing. What are the future objectives of my client? What are the future strategies of my client? What are the accounting policies of my client and are they being followed consistently or not? And if there are any changes my client has done, why he has done that changes? What is the reason behind that? All that information should be there inside you. Next one, what is my client's financial performance? What is my client's financial performance? Are you getting the point? Then all this information put together is known as acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Client's business, everyone. So tell me, everyone, when we talk about the acquiring the knowledge of client's business, what are the two things you have to acquire? Information about his environment, information about his entity. Environment में क्या क्या आ जाता है? Competitor, seasonal, which industry, regulation, demand, product, customer, creditor, suppliers. Entity में what will come? What are the operations? Means internal. So you can say that this is external in nature, which is affecting your client from outside, and this is affecting your client from what? Inside. So you should have the internal and external knowledge of your client's business, inside and outside of your client's business. This is what is expected from you when you are doing a planning for your client's business. I hope everyone understood today's concept.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Everyone understood. So I hope I justified your expectations for today. So wait for tonight. This topic or these notes will automatically get updated today. So that's it for today, everyone. Thank you so much for lending your patient ears. I'll borrow it again in our next class, that is on Tuesday and Sunday. Definitely this Sunday I will try to take a extra number of hours so that I can justify your this thing. We can little bit increase the pace. I hope everyone is liking the class.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it easily understandable? Yes, yes, yes,
Can
yes.
you show this page of acquiring knowledge of clients' business once?
You want to see this?
Yes.
Yes. This is what do you mean by acquiring the knowledge of client's business. Don't worry, within 1 or 2 days, this material will be there in your hand. Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So do you want to take a snapshot?
No, I was actually asking about the written notes, not this one.
A written one. Okay, okay. Okay, this one you are asking.
Yes.
Yes. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I missed the last point. That's why.
The last point, okay, you are writing it also. Okay,
Uh,
the last point is known as financial performance.
yes. Yes.
Okay, so I hope everyone is clear now with the today's session.
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you guys on the Thursday session. It was lovely teaching you all. Bye bye, everyone. Take care. Good night to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
sir.
And there is one YouTube channel. Please make sure that you are subscribing that channel in case you want any kind of updates and all. The name of the channel, let me just show you. If you will subscribe, that will be a needful help. The name of the channel is Grover Audit and Law Classes. If you want, you can subscribe that channel and make sure that you will all be getting the needful updates on the channel, because I keep on updating the things on my channel relating to amendments and all these things. So this is my needful channel, Grover Audit and Law Classes, and show your support and love to that channel also. I hope I'm justifying your expectation. So thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye, sir.
Bye, everyone. Bye. Take care. Good night to all of you. Good night.
Okay, sir.
Okay, everyone. Please let me know. Am I audible and visible both?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I hope you all are doing good. How are you all?
Fine, sir.
Fine.
Fine, sir.
Okay. Okay. Chalo, let us start with the today's session. So we already know that we have already completed our chapter number 1, and in the previous class only we started with our chapter number 2. What was our chapter number 2? The chapter number 2 was audit planning, strategy, and program, everyone. So let's do the quick revision of 5 minutes, and after that we'll start with the today's topic. So everyone, please tell me what comes first, a strategy, planning, or a program?
Strategy.
Strategy or
Yes,
planning.
strategy or planning. Very nice. Because strategy and planning are the discrete concepts, are they sequential concepts, or need not be discrete and need not be sequential?
Need not be
Need
discrete
not be.
and
So first strategy and then planning may come, or the first planning or then strategy may come. Are you getting the point? Okay, but our program always comes at the end. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Yes, the program always comes at the end. Okay, what is strategy is all about? So strategy is all about acquiring the knowledge of client's business, or planning is all about acquiring the knowledge of client's business?
Planning is all about acquiring the
Yes.
knowledge of client.
Planning is all about acquiring the knowledge of the client's business, whereas the strategy is all about managing your resources. Am I correct or not? We have already
Yes.
done that concept. Yes. So, as per SA 300, guys, what is the definition of our planning? Does the planning make an auditor an efficient and effective auditor, or it helps the auditor in completing his audit on timely basis?
Both.
Yes, it makes you effective, it makes you efficient. There's no doubt in that. But what is the major role audit planning plays in the auditor's life? Yeah, majorly. Now, read the whole sentence, everyone. I already told you that day also. The efficiency and effectiveness, as you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are already efficient and you are already effective. But planning helps you mostly in completing your audit on which basis?
Time.
Timely basis. Yes or not? And how you can do the planning, how you can complete your audit on timely basis without acquiring the knowledge of the client's business, or after acquiring the knowledge of client's business?
After acquiring the
After
knowledge.
acquiring. So, yes. So after acquiring the knowledge of the client's business means what, sir? Do we have to first acquire the knowledge of the client's accounting system and internal control system? Yes. On the basis of that, I will decide what kind of trust and how much of the confidence or reliance I can place on their internal control system. On the basis of that, I will decide what should be the nature, timing, and extent of my audit procedures. On the basis of that, I will decide whether coordination will be possible or not. I hope you all are getting refreshed with this topic. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So what are the advantages of audit planning? It reduces our workload. It also helps us in completing our audit on timely basis. It helps in separating the material items with the which items? Immaterial items. It helps us in effective utilization of the audit staff. It helps me in directing and supervising my team. It helps me in identifying and solving the potential problems which may come in future. It also helps in arranging a team of the capable and competent people. And most importantly, it also helps in better coordination of the work among the various components, right? All that we have done. And what are the two features of the audit planning? We all understood, guys. Audit planning must be what in nature? Continuous process, as well as it should be what in nature? Flexible in
Flexible.
nature. So tell me whether my given statement is correct or wrong. Whether the audit planning of the another audit starts when the one audit ends?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So when the one audit ends, the planning for the another audit starts. That makes the audit planning a which process?
Continuous process.
Continuous process. And tell me one thing, what you plan and what you do, are they going to be the same or they're going to differ?
They are going to differ.
So planning should always have a flexibility to have a scope of improvement or not.
Yes, sir.
Yes, some things can be added, some things can be deleted, and some things can be changed. Right, everyone? Okay.
Yes.
After that, we talked about the strategy. Guys, what do you mean by strategy? Strategy helps you in setting the STD and gives you G. STD means what? It helps you in setting your scope, means your boundaries. It helps you in setting your timing of the doing the audit, and it gives you the direction of doing the audit. So STD means what? Scope, timing, and direction of the audit. And tell me one thing, whether the strategy guides us in making a detailed audit plan or not. Yes,
Yes,
so
sir.
that is also what we mean by strategy. Acha, strategy includes what? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business or managing your resources.
Managing your resources.
Managing your resources. So remember one thing, strategy includes 4 steps. First of all, I have to make a good team of experienced professionals and experts. It means I'm going to first pick up my resources. Then step number 2, I'm going to allocate them the work. Which resource is going to do what work and when he's going to do it. Then I'm going to decide the timings of my resources to do the work. Are you going to do the year-end work or you're going to go to the client's place during the year? After that, I will do the debriefing and briefing meetings with my resources so that I will come to know that okay, at which stage we are at right now. Did you all understand the point? So these are the 4 steps. If you remember, we have already done. It helps in establishing an experienced engagement team and experts and decision of the resources. It helps in allocation of resources and timing. It helps in deciding the timings of doing the audit, and it also helps in directing and managing and supervising by doing the briefing and debriefing meetings. But tell me everyone, I will ask you a very simple question. When you make a strategy, do you have to consider the characteristics of your engagement, everyone?
Yes.
Yes. What is my audit coverage? What is the level of expertise needed? How many number of locations I'm going to do the audit, and how many number of branches my client is having? Whether all these things are required to be kept in your mind or not?
Yes.
Whether while doing the audit strategy or while making the audit strategy, your professional judgment helps you or not? Yes. And you should also know that to whom you are responsible for the reporting. It means you should know your reporting responsibility. So what are the 3 points? Characteristics of engagement you should know. Reporting responsibility you should know. Professional judgment you should know. And most importantly, if you have a past experience with your client, that automatically helps you in making a good overall audit strategy in this year. Do you all agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and most importantly, point number 5 is you should understand your nature, timing, and extent of your resources. Now, after that, we talked about acquiring the knowledge of client's business, everyone. Tell me one thing, guys. Acquiring the knowledge of client's business is only about acquiring the knowledge of internal system of your client or external also.
So both.
So, yes, so we should know both inside and outside of the client. What do you mean by outside of the client? That is called environment. And what do you mean by inside of the client? That is called entity. What do you mean by environment? I should have the knowledge of his competitors. I should have the knowledge of my client's products. I should have the knowledge of the price competition of my client. I should have the knowledge of the regulations of my client. I should have the knowledge of the industry to which my client belongs. I should have the knowledge whether my client is a seasonal player or a non-seasonal player. All these are known as external factors. Then I should go inside my client's place and I should acquire the knowledge of his operations. I should acquire the knowledge of the nature of investments he does. I should acquire the knowledge of his ownership pattern. I should acquire the knowledge of its capital structure, how much equity is there and how much debt is there. I should also acquire the knowledge of my client's objectives. I should also acquire the knowledge of my client's strategies. I should also acquire the knowledge of my client's accounting policies. I hope all of you got refreshed with the previous lecture what we have done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, everyone. So let us start with the today's topic, everyone. So let's start from the beginning. First, we'll read it from the material and we'll try to copy paste on our study notes, right or not? Now, let us understand the next topic today. So we are on this topic, overall audit strategy and the audit plan. Both are whose responsibility? Auditor's responsibility. So my question is very simple, everyone. Please tell me one thing, whether I should discuss my audit plan and audit strategy with my client.
No.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, depending upon the situation. Very nice. Remember one thing, you may discuss your audit plan and strategy with your client. You may not discuss the audit plan or strategy with your client. But remember one thing, what you are discussing, that matters the most. Now, let me give you one very simple example. Now, I am planning to do the audit of my client from morning 8 to 12 every day for the next 20 days. Now, can I share the timings of doing the audit with my client or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. But during that time of 8 to 12, what I'm going to do, should I share that with my client?
Not necessary.
No,
Not
that
necessary.
you should always keep a surprising element. Because if you will discuss the nature, timing and extent of your audit procedures with your client, if you will discuss the nature, timing, just give me 1 second, guys. Call I need to take. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Sir. हाँ सर बोलिए सर मैं क्लास नहीं सर अभी तक नहीं देखा सर हाँ सर 15 तारीख से 20 तारीख तक 1.5 आवर है हाँ हाँ 9 आवर्स और मेरे ख्याल से 21st से 22nd से लेके 28th तक 1 डे हॉलीडे है और वो 2 आवर्स का है तो अप्रोक्सीमेटली 10 आवर्स हाँ 10 + 9 19 आवर्स जी सर राइट सर थैंक यू सर थैंक यू Yeah, guys, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Acha,
Yes,
guys,
sir.
please tell me, was I audible when I was pausing my share?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Seriously?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay,
But we
was
don't know
it
Hindi, sir.
No
okay,
problem.
so only the video was paused.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, the
Yes,
mute.
sir.
Okay. So I have to take care of that from the next time onwards. Sorry, guys. So it was just another call. In the other associations, we need to calculate the number of hours accordingly. Payment will be done. So, anyways, so tell me, everyone, if we'll discuss the nature, timing, and extent of my audit procedure with my client, am I compromising the effectiveness of my audit or not? Yes.
Yes.
My client will become more alert. My client will become more attentive, and he will already come to know that what I'm going to do. So remember one thing, planning and strategy both are your responsibility. But at the same point of time, what to discuss, what not to discuss, you should be very careful while doing that. That is what is written in front of us, everyone. I hope all of you can see the material. Now see,
Okay.
the auditor may decide to discuss the elements of the plan with the entity's management. Auditor may decide to discuss the elements of the plan with the entity's management to facilitate the conduct and management. Now my question is, can anybody give me one example? Why should I discuss my little bit of audit plan with my client? Okay, not to discuss the example I already gave you. But my question is, why should I discuss my sum plan with my client?
So that they'll be able to make the required persons available.
Yes, so that necessary assistance and necessary help which I'm looking for from my client will be available at the time of doing the audit or not?
Yes.
Yes. So what to discuss, what not to discuss is again dependent upon whose professional judgment, everyone? Auditor's
Auditor.
professional judgment. Now see, although the discussions often occur, the audit strategy and the audit plan remain the auditor's responsibility. When the discussion matters in the overall audit strategy, care is required in order to compromise the effectiveness of the audit. Are you getting the point or not? I hope this language is looking little bit easier to you. Yes or no? Yes. So example, discussing the nature and timing of the detailed audit procedures with the management may compromise the effectiveness of the audit by making the audit procedures too predictable. Is it correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. So if I discuss the nature and timing of my detailed audit procedure with the management, management will automatically come to know that what I'm going to do. So then in that case, there is no point of doing the audit. It's like you are compromising your IOI, integrity, objectivity, and independence. Now, involvement of engagement partner and the other key members of the engagement team in planning the audit draws on their experience and insight, thereby enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of the planning process. Now, my question is very simple, guys. Just because I'm a chartered accountant, it doesn't mean that I am a god. Am I correct or not? Sometimes some article assistant and some audit staff, they are so intellectual that should we allow them to participate when we are planning for the audit of our client or not?
Yes, sir.
Tell me one thing. Is it correct? Or should we make our complete audit mechanical in nature? No. If you will make your audit mechanical in nature, your audit staff will never be using any kind of innovation or any kind of creativity. They will be close-minded people then. But do we need the close-minded audit staff or do we need the open-minded?
Open-minded.
Even though I'm not telling something to my audit staff, or even though I'm not telling him to do this, but if that situation comes in front of him, don't you think that you should know how to react to that situation? Yes. So remember one thing, engaging your engagement partner is must, but also try to engage the other members of the engagement team also while making the planning and strategy. It will enhance. Now tell me one thing, more number of minds are always more powerful than one mind or not?
Yes.
It's a very simple logic. When the more number of brains will be there in making the planning and strategy, definitely that planning and strategy is going to be more effective as compared to the planning and strategy made by the single person. I hope you all will agree with me. Correct or
Yes.
not? Yes. Well, let us proceed with the next point. I hope there's no doubt at all in this point written.
No, sir.
Yes or no? So let us write, we will write 2 to 3 topics directly. Okay. Direction, supervision, and review means what? Now tell me one thing. What do you mean by direction, supervision, and review? Direction, supervision, and review of your audit procedures and of your team members is required. It is based upon the following factor. And first of all, so let me tell you one thing. This is your November 2019 question. Directly it came in your November 2019. What do you mean by direction, supervision, and review of the audit, everyone? Auditor shall plan nature, timing, and extent, and direction and supervision of his engagement team members and review of their work. Now, tell me one thing. When my audit staff is coming to the office next day and he's bringing me his 1 week work, should I accept it just like that? Or should I be reviewing their work before accepting it? Reviewing. And it's better that, don't you think that at regular intervals, I should talk to my audit staff, I should talk to my audit team so that I can direct and supervise their work only? Yes. Are you getting the point? Now, how much supervision you need, how much direction you need on the work of your audit staff, that depends upon these 4 factors. The factors are there in front of you, everyone. What is the factor number 1? Size and complexity of the entity. Tell me one thing, the bigger the size of the entity, the more the complex the business of my client, the higher will be the direction and supervision or not?
Yes, sir.
देखो, client जितना बड़ा होगा, the bigger the client will be, the higher will be the
Work.
direction and supervision of my engagement team. Second thing, area of audit. If my engagement team is involved in risky area, more direction and supervision required or less direction and supervision required?
More direction.
And last but not third, the assessed risk of material misstatements. What do you mean by material misstatement? Material misstatement means frauds and errors. The more and more frauds and errors are expected from your client's financial statement, the more and more direction and supervision is required or not? Yes.
Yes.
And most importantly, it depends upon the capabilities and competence of the individual team member. If in my team fresh audit staffs are there, means those who have joined my organization freshly, do I have to give more direction and supervision on them? Yes. And if there are experienced students are there in my engagement team, those who are in my articleship, those who are under my articleship for the last 2 years, are they more experienced than the fresh one or not?
Yes.
Yes. So do I have to give the more direction supervision or less direction and supervision?
Less.
Less direction and supervision. So what we understood so far, everyone, what we understood so far, we understood what we understood, we are going to write it now, right?
Okay.
Now, tell me one thing, what is the topic name we are doing? The topic name, first we understood that discussion. First we understood that discussion of audit plan and strategy, everyone. Discussion of audit plan and strategy. So point number one, mein what we understood, audit plan and overall audit strategy. Audit plan and overall audit strategy. Finally, it is whose responsibility, everyone? It is auditor's responsibility. It is auditor's responsibility. In the point number two, we will write, oftenly auditor may discuss his planning and strategy, planning and strategy with audit staff, oftenly, sorry, with management, with management. Oftenly, auditor may discuss his planning and strategy with management. But what to discuss and what not to discuss shall be dependent upon, tell me everyone, shall be dependent upon whose professional judgment?
Auditor's professional.
Yes, upon professional judgment of an auditor. Shall be dependent upon professional judgment of an auditor. Clear, everyone? Point number three. Therefore, he shall be very careful while disclosing or discussing his plan and strategy with management or TCWG. With the management or TCWG. Clear, everyone? Okay. Now, point number four. Point number four. Discussing the detailed, why I'm writing, everyone, just this is just for your purpose, so that you should understand that when the examination mein question will come, this is how you have to deal with the question. You know the concept. I know that every one of you who is listening to me might have understood the concept which I want to tell, but most of you will not be able to write it in the examination. That is where the major lacking thing comes. So presentation is also equally important as understanding. So discussing the detailed nature and timing of audit procedures will increase or will decrease? Will decrease the effectiveness of audit as it shall become predictable to the client. Am I correct or not? Yes. Now, the next topic which we have just now discussed is this one. Direction and supervision of team and engagement team. Direction or supervision of engagement team. First of all, my question is it necessary to have a direction and supervision over the work of your engagement team?
Yes, sir.
Yes. It is 100% necessary to direct and supervise the team members' works before taking into consideration. Before taking into consideration. But question is, everyone, what are those factors which will help you in deciding ki what extent of direction and supervision is required? Tell me the 4 factors, everyone. What was the 4 factors? The size of client's business as well as its what? Complexity. Correct, everyone? Second one.
Yes.
Second one is what? Nature of area of audit. Which area of audit you are doing? Either it is highly risky or less risky. Third one, risk of material misstatement. Risk of material misstatements. And the fourth one, competence and experience of team members. Now tell me one thing. Is it wrong to write like this, what I am writing? Answer is no. It is not necessarily that we should 100% follow the ICAI language. It is sometimes it's good that you should try to tell the same idea what the ICAI is trying to tell you, but in a simplified language also we can do. Wherever the need arises, we will definitely use some technical words. So tell me, everyone, so far any doubt or no doubt? No doubt. Okay. Now let us understand the next concept. What is the next concept? Documentation of audit plan, everyone. First of all, to tell me, everyone, how many of you know the meaning of documentation? How many of you know the meaning of documentation?
Documentation means keeping files of what work you have done.
Okay. So can I say that documentation means recording everything in writing?
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, if I record my plans and strategies in writing in one file, next year will it be helpful for me to make the plan and strategy easily or not?
Yes.
Yes. So should we document our plan? Should we document our strategy and the changes we made in the plan and the reasons for such changes? Tell me, how many things we are documenting? 4 things. We are documenting our audit plan. We are documenting our audit strategy. We are documenting the changes which we have brought in the audit plan and strategy. And we are also documenting the reasons for such change. Now the next year, when I will do the audit of the same client and when I'll open the last year file, will I be automatically come to know or not? Okay, last year I did this change. Okay, that is the reason of this change. So tell me, will I be getting the direction next year automatically to do the audit smoothly or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So documentation is very important or not important?
Very important.
Very important. Now, read the point. Auditor shall document what? What the auditor shall document? Auditor shall document the overall audit strategy. He shall document the audit plan. He shall document the significant changes. And he shall also document what, everyone? Reasons for such changes. Yes. Now, documentation of overall audit strategy in record is a key decision considered necessarily to properly plan the the audit to communicate the significant matters to the engagement team. Now tell me one thing. Let's say, for example, those who are online just now, 2 to 3 people, just tell me your name, those who are online.
Komal.
Komal. And another one?
Sir, Mano.
Arnav. What is your name? Arnav. What you said?
Sir, Mano.
Manav. Manav. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Chalo, Manav. Chalo, Komal and Manav. So Komal and Manav, one very simple question to both of you. Say for example, to the Komal, I told you 10 things orally that you have to do. Go to the client's place and do it. And to the Manav, I told you 20 things orally. You have to go to the client place and do it. Next day when you will come to me, will I be able to make you guys responsible for that?
No.
Now, did I
No,
give
sir.
you the instructions orally or in writing?
Oral.
Orally. Next day when the Komal came to me, she started fighting with me saying that, sir, no, you did not say the 10 things, you told me only 8 things to do. And the same thing Manav also did, and Manav said that, no, sir, you told me only 15 things to do. Now tell me, can I fix your responsibility in these cases?
No.
No. But can I fix the responsibility if I could have given you the audit plan and strategy in writing?
Yes.
Yes. That is the reason documentation is very important. Clear or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So yes. So what is the next advantage of the documentation? Documentation of the audit plan is a record of planned nature, timing, and extent of RAP and FAP at the assertion level in response to the assessed risk. It also serves a record of the proper planning or the audit procedure that can be reviewed and approved prior to their performance. Auditor may use standard audit programs and audit completion checklists tailored as needed to reflect the particular engagement circumstances. I'll tell you the whole idea behind that. Record of significant changes to the overall audit strategy, audit plan, and the resulting changes to the plan nature, time, and extent explains why significant changes were made and the overall strategy and plan finally adopted for the audit. It also reflects the appropriate response to the significant changes occurring during the audit. Following things should form the part of audit documentation. A summary of discussions with the entity's key decision maker, documentation of audit committee pre-approval of services wherever required, and audit documentation access letters, etc. It's a very simple thing they are saying that when we document the things, the biggest advantage is it serves as a guide for the future audits. That is the biggest advantage. Second biggest advantage is if I'll document my RAP procedures and if I'll document my FAP procedure. Do you remember yesterday I told you RAP and FAP? RAP stands for risk assessment procedures and FAP stands for further audit procedures. If I will document them and the next year when I'll do the audit, I will automatically come to know, okay, last year I did this because this was a problem. Last year I did this FAP because this was the thing. So whether it will help me in smoothing my audit in the next year or not? Yes, advantage number 1. Advantage number 2, what will be happened is if I document the changes which I have made in my strategy and plan, then I will automatically come to know that why those changes were made. Because whatever the changes I'm making in my plan and strategy, am I only recording the changes or recording the reasons for those changes also?
Reason for the change.
Yes, I'm recording the reasons for those changes also. So that automatically helps me in evaluating am I doing my audit properly or not, or am I responding to these areas properly or not. Did you get the point? This is what the benefit of documentation of audit plan, everyone. Are you getting the point? Now, what is our next topic? Small topics are there, but very important from the examination point of view. What is our next topic? Quality control for the audit work, delegation and supervision of the audit work. Everyone, please tell me, do we expect the quality control in the policies and procedures of every auditing firm or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Do we expect that or not? Okay. Now my question is it necessary that every chartered accountant is expert in every field, or you might
No.
be expert in some fields?
But in some field.
Yes.
Expert in
So
some
say for
fields.
example, one assignment came to me where I am not able to do that assignment. Can I delegate that work to the chartered accountant who is very much good in that particular assignment or not?
Yes.
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 Can I take the expert's help in that case or not?
Yes.
Yes. But let me tell you one thing. Even though I'm taking someone's work or even though I'm taking someone's help, whether they will be responsible for expressing an opinion or I will be
Yes.
still responsible for expressing an opinion.
They
You
are
will
clear.
Yeah, I will be still responsible for expressing an opinion because who chose them to delegate the work? I chose them to delegate the work. Are you getting the point or not? So just
Yes.
because you are delegating the work to someone doesn't mean that ki quality control of your own firm will be less or quality control you can compromise. No, delegating the work is also a part of what? Quality control. To whom you are delegating, why you are delegating, is that person efficient or not? Will you be doing the careful study of that person before giving him some work or not? Yes, because at the end of the day, are you going to sign the audit report or that delegatee is going to sign the audit report? We are going to sign the audit report. So can I escape from my responsibility saying that, no, why are you blaming me? I to gave the work to that person. Please ensure that that person should be punished, not me. Can I say like this?
No.
No. So
No.
SA 220 also says that while doing the quality control of the audit of financial statement, please make the proper delegation of the work. And after delegating the work, don't be under the impression that let him do the work and let him do 100%. No, supervise his work also. Is he doing that work properly or not? So my question is very simple. I'm an auditor of a pharmaceutical company, but I was verifying the manufacturing process of the medicines. Now tell me, am I a chemical engineer or am I a chartered accountant? Chartered accountant. So do I know that which chemical mixes with what and this medicine is made?
No.
No. So I hired the services of a pharmacist. Now when the pharmacist came, he started doing his work. But should I allow him to do the work 100% on the basis of his point of view? Answer is no. Little bit supervision you have to do. Do you as a auditor have a right to question the way of the work the expert is doing? Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a right to question his assumptions? Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a right to question the reasonability of his work? Yes. Because he is not the one who is going to be responsible. Auditor will be the one who is going to be responsible. That is what is written in this paragraph in front of you, everyone. I hope all of you who are listening to me understood what I'm trying to tell in the last paragraph.
Yes.
Yes or no? So what is the last paragraph name, everyone? Quality control for audit work, delegation and supervision of what? Audit work. Are you getting the point? Next
sir.
point. The objective of the auditor is to implement the quality control procedure at the engagement level that provides auditor with the reasonable assurance that the audit complies with the professional standards, regulatory and legal requirements, and auditor report issue is appropriate in this circumstance, right? So with that, we can say that our audit planning and audit strategy, two topics are over. Now the next topic which we are going to start with is known as what?
Audit
Audit
program.
program.
Audit program.
Yes, but before that, let us write what we have done. Let us write it first. What are the things we are going to write? We are going to write this part. What is the part we have done? Point number one, first we have done is documentation. Documentation of audit plan and strategy. So I'm going to ask you a few questions to everyone. Please try to give me the answer. Is it necessary?
Yes.
Yes or no? Should we do the documentation? Yes or no? Yes. Answer is yes. What to be documented, everyone? क्या document करना चाहिए हम लोगों को?
Audit plan.
We should document audit plan.
Strategy.
Yes, audit strategy. We should
Uh,
document the
changes.
changes and we should
Reason for
document
the
the reasons of those changes. Are you getting the point or not? Yes. So why we should document? So Is it necessary? We got the answer. What to be documented? That answer we got. Why to be documented? Are there any benefits of documentation? Yes. It guides or it guides for future audit. Is it correct or not?
Yes.
It guides for your future audit. Remember one thing, conceptual clarity is very much required. Right or not? How you are writing, that is secondary. What you are trying to tell, that you should be in a position to present. Yes, it guides for the future audit. Next point, yes, it helps auditor in understanding how he responded in that situation, in previous years situations. Am I correct or not? Sometimes over a period of time, you forget that how to handle the matter. But when the something is in writing, can you refer that again and again or not? Yes, it helps you in understanding how you responded in that situation. Recording the nature, timing, and extent of RAP and recording. Tell me everyone, nature, timing, and extent of what is the second one? FAP. Recording the nature, timing, and extent of RAP and recording the nature, timing, and extent of FAP helps the auditor in understanding the entity very well in next year audit. Correct everyone? Yes. Now, the next topic, what we understood, everyone, the next topic understood, can we delegate? Delegation and supervision of work. This is the next topic we did.
Sir,
Yes. Yes,
that
yes,
is
yes.
recording.
Sorry?
Recording nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment RAM. That is recorded in the previous topic.
Yeah. Tell me in the previous topic, actually you are not audible properly. Try to tell me.
The previous topic in the notes, the last point, that is recording, no sir?
Yeah. Yeah, recording of NTE and RAP. I'm just telling you the benefit of that. Why we should record the NTE of RAP and NTE of FAP? Because it helps the auditor in understanding the entity very well in the next year audit. This is what you are asking. Any doubt in that?
Yeah, no sir. I just got confused
No.
with the word.
This,
That's all.
yeah. So
It's
this is
recording or
recording. The word used is recording.
okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So delegation and supervision of work, sir. So as per SA 220, everyone, tell me everyone, as per SA 220, whether the SA 220 prohibits us to do the delegation or allows us? Allows to delegate work to audit staff and sometimes to technical experts. To audit staff and sometimes to technical experts. But tell me one thing, point number 2, after delegation, are you still responsible?
Yes.
Yes, auditor is still responsible. Is it looking better, guys? These handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, after delegation, auditor is still responsible because delegation does not allow auditor to escape two things: his responsibility of expression of opinion, and second one is quality control system. Am I correct or not? So when you are delegating also, are you going to hire the worst expert or the best expert of the industry?
Best.
Mistakes.
Yes, best expert of the industry. So you cannot escape from your responsibility and you cannot escape from your quality. Plus, auditor must supervise their work to check reliability and reasonability. To check these two words. Always remember, some technicality also we have to use. Auditor must supervise their work to check what? To check reliability and reasonability of their assumptions, work, and sources of information. As simple as that. I hope I'm making myself very clear to all of you. I hope you all are justified with the explanations. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So let us proceed with the third topic of our essay 300, everyone. What is the third topic of our essay 300? We are going to talk about what? Audit program now. Now my question is very simple, guys. Strategy we understood in an explained manner. The what do you say, planning we understood in a explained manner. What is the meaning of audit program? It is nothing but, you can say that audit program is an extension of audit planning. Audit program is an extension of what? Audit planning. What we are planning it here, when we put our nature, timing and extent of audit procedures which I planned here on a piece of paper, my planning turns into what? Program. As simple as that. Are you getting the point or not? Then in that case, my planning turns into a program. So what is the biggest benefit of the program is that it is in documenting nature. It is in writing nature. Can I refer it again and again or not?
Yes.
Yes. Is it beneficial for the smaller entities or larger entities?
Large.
Larger entities. Where the bulk and variety of transactions are there, bulk and variety of procedures you have to follow, so many techniques you have to follow, so many evidences you have to collect. So better है कि make one. So okay, let me give you a very simple thing. Audit program को simplified way में how we are going to understand. Now suppose your mother and father are going to any supermarket to buy the items. Now at the home, when they discuss what groceries are required to be taken, what not to be taken, do they make a list or not?
Yes.
Yes. So can I say that they made a checklist of all those things? Yes. So these are the items they will write here. And this list they will fold and keep it in their pocket. When they'll go to the supermarket, what you will do? Your father or mother will take out that list, and as and when they are seeing the things on the counter, they will start putting what? Tick mark. Okay, this one is over, this one is over, this one is over. Same concept is known as audit program, my friend. Audit program is also like this only. Audit program means checklist of what? Verification steps. That's it. Audit program means checklist of which steps, everyone?
Verification.
Checklist of verification steps. Checklist of verification steps, which the auditor is going to do at the time of execution of audit. As simple as that. I'm going to do GST. I'm going to do what to say, bank reconciliation statement. I'm going to verify the existence of their plant and machinery. I'm going to verify their loans. All that checklist you will prepare, and that checklist is nothing but known as what? Audit program, everyone. Clear or not, everyone?
Yes.
Yes or no? So this is called the informal introduction of the topic called audit program. Obviously, you are not going to write like that. So how we are going to write what audit program is all about? So let us understand from our material what audit program is telling us. Audit program क्या बोलता है कि it is desirable. It is saying that it is desirable that in respect of each audit, and more particularly for the bigger audits. That's what I asked you. Audit program is more useful in which cases, everyone?
Bigger audit.
Smaller audits or bigger audits?
Bigger.
Bigger audits. So it is useful in case of bigger audits. An audit program should be drawn up. Drawn up means it is in oral or in writing?
Writing.
Writing. A program is a list of examination and verification steps to be applied, clearly shown, designed, keeping in view the assertions. Keeping in view the assertions in the statement of accounts produced for the accounts on the basis of appraisal of accounting records of the client. Sir, this definition is too heavy. We can't remember this definition. Please make it a little bit easier. Simple way में what we'll write. Audit program is an extended arm of what? Filling the blanks.
Plan.
Yes, planning. Audit
Plan.
program is an extended arm of what? Audit planning. Are
Planning.
you getting the point? So can I say that audit program includes the verification steps? Yes. Can I say that audit program includes my audit procedures?
Yes.
Yes. Can I say that audit program includes my audit techniques? Yes. To achieve whose
Yes.
objective? To achieve audit objectives. Now tell me, is this definition which I am telling you now is looking better or not?
Correct.
Yes. Are you getting the point?
Yes,
So
sir.
let us understand the definition. Now, what is the definition? An audit program, the definition is very simple. An audit program consists of series of verification procedures to be applied on which statement, everyone? Financial
And-
statements and accounts of the
Statements.
given company for the purpose of obtaining what? Evidence. So
Sufficient
that,
evidence.
yes, so that we can enable the auditor to express an informed opinion on such statement. And what I told you is already written below. In other words, an audit program is a detailed plan. Now tell me, did I tell you that it is an extension of audit planning or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Consisting of what? Audit procedures. And consisting of what? Audit techniques. To achieve what? Audit
Audit
objectives. These are the some of the few words. If we are able to manage to manipulate in the form of sentence, our purpose is over. That is what you mean by audit program. So everyone, please try to tell me, can I say that audit program is a extension of detailed audit plan? Point number one, yes. It includes audit procedures and audit techniques which are required to achieve the audit objectives. Clear or not? Yes. It includes the various verification steps which we are going to apply on the financial statements to obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence so that auditor can express a informed expression of opinion. Everyone crystal clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is what do you mean by the term called what? Audit program. So everyone try to remember along. Point number one, sir, audit program is a detailed extension of audit plan. Point number two, it includes the various audit procedures and audit techniques which the auditor is going to apply so that he can achieve his audit objectives. Point number three, it includes the various verification steps which the auditor is going to apply on the financial statement so that he can collect the audit evidence on the basis of which he can express an informed opinion. So point number four, it is generally more popular in case of smaller audits or larger audits.
Larger audits.
Larger. So tell me one thing. Did I make it simpler for you, this whole paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Yes, perfectly. Okay. Now, let us proceed with the next thing. Evolving one audit program not practicable for all business. Do you agree with that? Don't read the topic, just tell me. Do you agree
Evolving one audit
evolving
program.
one audit program not
Yes.
practicable for all business? Is it correct to say that if one audit program is enough for every type of business?
No.
No. Suppose if my client is involved in manufacturing activity, everyone, do I verify, should I verify the custom returns or should I verify the GST returns? My client is into the manufacturing. GST, very nice. And if the same client is in import and export activity?
Custom returns
Custom.
plus
So
GST return.
plus custom plus GST. So tell me one thing, whether the single audit program is suitable for every kind of entity or every entity is
No.
having the different kind of environment.
Different environment.
Different environments are there, different internal controls are there, different accounting systems are there, different line of activities there, different type of business operations are there. So due to that variation, is it not possible to have the same audit program for all types of business? So do you agree with the statement number one or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Everyone, please read the statement number two. The assistants engaged be encouraged to keep an open mind. Tell me one thing. assistants engaged means my audit staff or not?
Yes.
Should I tell my audit staff to behave mechanically when they are going to my client's place to do an audit, or should I encourage them to be open-minded?
Encouraged to be open-minded.
Open-minded. Don't you think that they should use their innovation and creativity to handle the situation on their own, because in the future they are the coming chartered accountants?
Yes.
Are you getting the point? My employer never told me that ki Rohit, you should do the audit in this way. He told me that ki Rohit, this is the audit, do it. Now, how to do it, that I am going to decide. So make sure that you should also encourage your assistants. You should also encourage your audit staff never to be a close-minded. Always tell them to be open-minded, everyone. Are you getting the point or not? They should not do the audit in a mechanical way. Minimum to minimum audit program you should give them. Maximum to maximum you should encourage them to be open-minded. Are you getting the point or not?
Yes.
Yes. So point number 1 and point number 2, all of you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, periodic review of the audit program is required. Now tell me one thing. Is one audit program is going to set for all the years?
No.
Yes. Acha, program is the extension of what, everyone?
Audit plan.
Planning. So planning is
Audit plan.
flexible in nature or not?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, audit program also have a scope of improvement.
Yes,
So
sir.
should we keep on reviewing it and changing it at the regular intervals or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So as long as program is not officially changed by the principal, it will always be a outdated program. अगर तुम इसे change करते रहोगे, if you keep on changing it, keep on adding the new things in your way of doing the audit, don't you think that it will be a very fruitful audit then?
Yes, sir.
So what we understood the meaning of audit, and we also understood the 3 definitions or the 3 statements given by the lawmaker. So let us understand it in a deeper way from the inside. Now what the lawmaker is trying to tell you, listen to this very carefully. Businesses vary in the nature and size and composition. Are you getting the point? Work which is suitable to one business may not be suitable to the others. Efficiencies and operations of the internal controls and the exact nature of services to be rendered by the auditor are other factors that vary from assignment to assignment. Do you agree with this statement that the auditor can never be having the same professional judgment in every business? Yes.
Yes,
It
sir.
depends
Yes.
upon assignment to assignment basis, business to business basis. Someone's internal control system is poor, someone's internal control system is good. So having a one audit program is not practically possible for all types of businesses. On account of such variations, evolving one audit program applicable to all businesses under all circumstances is possible or is not practicable?
Not
Is not
practical.
practical. However, it becomes necessity to specify in detail the audit program, the nature of work to be done, so that no time will be wasted on matters not pertinent to the engagement, and any special matter or any special situation can be taken care of. So what we thought is what is written inside it. Let us understand the second one. So should we allow our assistants to be open-minded? Yes. To
Yes.
start with, auditor having regard to the nature, size and composition of the business and dependability of internal control and given scope of work should frame a audit program which should aim at providing for minimum essential work. Did I tell you the same thing? Should we give the maximum audit program to my staff or minimum audit program?
Compact.
Minimum. We should give the minimum audit program to my audit staff, so that maximum they can use their innovation and creativity. If
Yes,
if we'll give them the more audit program, what will happen? They will become mechanical. Okay, sir told this, I will do this. Sir told this, I will do this. Sir told this, I will. So they will become mechanical. An experience is gained by actually carrying out the work. Program may be altered to take care of situations which are left out originally but are found relevant for the particular concern. Similarly, if any work originally provided for proves beyond the doubt to be unnecessary or irrelevant, it may be dropped. Now tell me one thing, should I give a little bit of freedom to my audit staff to drop the irrelevant items and to insert the relevant items?
Yes, sir.
Simple. See, I made a plan before commencement of an audit, but actually my audit staff is doing the audit. If my audit staff thinks that some things are irrelevant, he should drop it out. And if he thinks that some things are not included, but they are relevant, he should insert it. Assistant engaged in the job should be encouraged to keep open-minded beyond the program given to him. He should be instructed to note and report the significant matters coming to his notice, to his seniors and to the partners or to the proprietor engaged for doing the audit. Now tell me one thing, if my assistant will be the open-minded, ultimately I will only get benefited or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I will only get benefited. That is what the major line of thing you have to understand. Right? And last but not the least, what we understood, the audit program once made should be kept like this, or it should keep on being reviewed on a periodical basis. Keep on being reviewed. Yes, there should be a periodic review of the audit program to assess whether the same continues to adequate for the obtaining requisite knowledge and evidence about the transactions or not. Unless this is done, any change in the business policy of the client may not be adequately known, and consequently audit work may be carried out on the basis of obsolete program. Guys, what do you mean by obsolete program? The updated one or outdated one? Outdated one. So long as the program is not officially changed by the principal, assistants deputed on the job should carry out the detailed work according to the instructions governing the work. It is believed that this brings rigidity in the audit program. This is not true provided periodic review is taken up to keep program up to date. So basically, what was the logic behind these 3 points? I hope everyone understood. Point number 1 may be understood that single audit program is not practically possible for every kind of business. Point number 2, we understood we should always keep on encouraging our audit staff to be open-minded so that they can drop the irrelevant things and insert the relevant things, and they should report it to us. And point number 3, we understood that having an obsolete audit program is equivalent to no audit program. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the auditor that he should periodically keep on reviewing his audit program on regular basis. I hope everyone is justified with the explanation. Understood?
Yes.
Very nice. Now the question is, how do we construct an audit program? How do we make an audit program? How do we design an audit program? Now listen to this very carefully. Point number 1. For the purpose of audit program construction, the following points should be kept in mind. Means these are those points which the auditor should keep it in mind when he is constructing the audit program. Point number 1. Stay within your scope and limitation of the assignment. Now tell me, do you remember the Lakshman Rekha I told you? Yes, every auditor and every audit assignment is having its own boundaries or not?
Yes.
Yes, tell me one thing. As an external auditor, as an internal auditor, can you express the opinion on the financial statements of your client?
No.
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 Because you are a which auditor?
Internal auditor.
So that is your boundary, which you should cross or should not cross.
Should not.
Yes. So audit program is nothing but your boundary only, na? Yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
stay within your scope and stay within your limitation of the assignment. That is the first factor you should keep it in mind. Second factor you should keep it in mind, determine the evidence reasonably available and identify the best evidence for deriving the necessary satisfaction. So I will ask you a very simple thing, guys. I was verifying the debtors of my client. There are 2 options. Client is ready to give me the debtors ledgers, and client is also ready to allow me to send the direct confirmation to the debtors parties. Which one is a better evidence?
Debtors confirmation.
Yeah, confirmation letter. Are you getting the point? Now read the point number 2. Determine the evidence reasonably available. Whatever the available options with me, I will determine them. But always identify the best evidence for deriving the necessary satisfaction. So where I'll be more satisfied, everyone? By verifying the ledgers or by verifying the external confirmation letters?
External confirmation.
Yes, very nice. Point number 3. Apply only those steps and procedures which are useful in accomplishing the verification purpose in the specific situation. Tell me one thing. they are telling you in the point number 3 ki be smart, don't waste your time. Apply only those procedures and steps which you think that are useful in accomplishing the verification purpose. If you think that something is useless, you should apply it or should not apply it.
Should not apply.
Should not apply it. So don't waste your time. Invest your time. So tell me one thing. If there are lakhs and lakhs of sales and purchase invoices, should I verify each and everything or I can do the test checking?
Test check.
Test checking. To save your time now. But in case of GST returns, how many GST returns do we file in a year? 12 monthly, 4 quarterly and 1 annually. So total 17 returns are there which you are going to verify. Are they uncountable or countable?
Countable.
So are you going to do test checking in case of GST returns? No, full checking. What the lawmaker is trying to tell that they apply the steps and procedures only in those situations where it is necessary. Don't unnecessarily waste your time. GST is a statutory item. Therefore, I should do the verification of each and every GST return. But sales and purchases are lakhs in number. Therefore, I can only check some sales and purchases. Consider all possibilities of errors. Sir, what do you mean by all possibilities of errors? Make sure that you should not always be optimistic. You should be a little bit pessimistic also. Means what? It is not necessary that just your client is showing you the good picture. It means your client is having every availability of the information. No. See the pros and cons of both the sides. Means what? You should always evaluate the both sides of the coin. Consider all possibilities of the error that may happen while doing the audit and coordinate the procedure to be applied to the related items. What do you mean by coordinate, everyone? I will ask you a very simple question. Try to give me the answer, everyone. This is checklist number 1 and this is checklist number 2. In the checklist number 1, I verify sales, then I will verify purchase, then I will verify, GST returns, then I will verify debtors, then I will verify creditors. Now tell me one thing. This is the one checklist. Second checklist is I will verify sales, I will verify debtors, I will verify cash collected from debtors, then I will verify purchases. After that, I will verify creditors and payments made to the creditors. Now tell me which checklist is looking better, everyone? First one or second one? If you understood the logic, you will be able to give me the answer. Which will be more time consuming? Remember one thing, here I am checking the sales and then I am checking the debtors after 2-3 verification mode. Do I have to come back to the sales again or not?
Yes, sir.
When I am verifying the debtors, do I have to come back again towards the sales or not to verify the debtors?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
don't you think that it's better that I should coordinate my verification steps in such a manner if one particular area should be completed at one point of time so that I can jump to the another area? So
Yes.
which verification list is looking better, everyone? Second one is better as compared to the first one. That is what the last point they are telling you, everyone. Read the last point carefully. Fifth point, everyone. Coordinate the procedures to be applied to the which items? Related. So tell me, debtors and sales are related or not? Yes. So I will
Yes,
tell you.
sir.
So tell me, what are the 5 factors you are going to keep it in mind?
Stay within the scope and limitation of the
I will
assignment.
stay within the scope and limitation of my procedure, limitation of my assignment. Second thing, I will always evaluate my options, but I will always choose the best evidence option where I'll get the best satisfaction. Third way, I will make sure that I will not waste my time. I will apply some steps and procedures only in the needful situations or specific situations. Point number 4, I will try to consider all types of possible errors which will take place and I will coordinate my verification steps to the related items. Right or not? Now it's high time that we should write it, otherwise we will forget it. Am I correct or not, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so let us write it then. So everyone, please tell me what is the topic name we are doing. Now we are starting with a new topic. Name of the topic is Audit Program, everyone. Audit Program. So there are three things we understood in Audit Program, everyone. First one, we are going to understand the meaning, and I think that all of you will be agreeing with me whatever I'm writing and tell me is it written correct or not. Point number one, audit program is a detailed extension of what, everyone?
Audit
Audit
plan.
plan. It is a detailed extension of audit plan. Point number two, it includes what, everyone? It includes audit procedures and it includes audit techniques. It includes audit procedures and audit techniques to achieve what?
Audit
Audit
objectives.
objectives. Very nice. To achieve audit objectives. Point number three. Is it useful for smaller audits or bigger audits?
Bigger audit.
Useful for bigger audits. But I will suggest that either it is a big audit or it is a small audit. You should always carry an audit program with you. So useful for the bigger audits where bulk of transactions and variety of businesses are there, right? And most importantly, now you will be able to tell me what does it includes. It includes various verification steps to be applied. Tell me, everyone, where do we apply them? To be applied on two things. Where do we apply these verification steps? On financial statements and books of accounts. Now tell me, to collect what, everyone?
Evidence.
SAAE, sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to express informed opinion. Clear or not? Is it looking easier in this way? Yes. So tell me, what are the three standards we have understood while doing this audit? What are the three standards we understood? The three things what we understood, that one audit program is impracticable. Tell me, everyone, for
Audit program.
all types of business, for all businesses. Yes or no? And second one, your assistance shall always be what?
Open mind.
Open-minded. Very nice. And most importantly, third one, everyone?
Changes should be
Yes,
considered.
review periodically an audit program. Review periodically an audit program. So tell me, let us write something in between them so that we can retain it for longer period of time. Next, what is the next one? As businesses have different internal control systems, accounting systems, bookkeeping systems, different operations, different accounting policies. Therefore, it is not possible to have same audit program everywhere. Everywhere. I think that much is justified. Your assistant shall always be open-minded. Ensure, okay, tell me one thing, ensure to give more audit program to your audit staff or less audit program? Ensure to provide less audit program or instructions to audit assistants and team members. shall be encouraged to have open mind, innovation, and creativity. Am I correct? Yes. Next one. Shall be given a liberty. Shall be given liberty to do what? To drop irrelevant things and to insert relevant things. Yes. And last but not the least, they shall be reporting useful, suspicious transactions or events to their seniors. Am I correct? Yes. And last, what was that? Review and audit program periodically, because we can write it in our own way. So no need to worry, sir. We have to manage the same wording only, because an outdated audit program equals to what, everyone? No audit program. Even if you have an outdated audit program, it is equivalent to no audit program. Necessary changes must be brought periodically on time to date basis. Correct, everyone? So I hope you all are able to read everything which I am writing, right? Okay, next point. What are the factors to be considered, guys, while making the audit program? Factors to be considered while making audit program? For audit program, there are 5 factors which we have just now done. After that, we'll proceed to our next topic. Please tell me what are the 5 factors, everyone? Stay within your scope and limitations. Point number 2, evaluate your options. Evaluate options of available evidence. But you shall choose the which evidence? Worst one or the best one?
This one.
But choose best evidence to get best satisfaction. Am I correct? For most satisfaction. Third one, everyone. Apply steps and provisions. Apply steps and procedures only on every item or only on specified items? Save your time. Apply your steps and procedures only on specified items. And what is the fourth one, everyone? Consider the possible errors. Consider the possible errors. And last but not the least,
Coordination.
yes, coordinate verification steps to the which items? Related items. Everyone write, tell me CC, crystal clear, everyone? Any doubt so far in the today's discussion what we had so far?
No, sir.
No. Okay. So can we proceed to the next topic? Yes, sir. We can proceed. So let us see what is our next topic. So far what we have done is also noted on the notes. So within one day, this note is going to be ready by tomorrow afternoon. By tomorrow evening, either you will get the PDF file or maybe they will give you the printout. That will be depending upon the management decision. But tomorrow afternoon, I will be forwarding this file of notes to you so that you can also have the printed notes. MCQs I will give you little bit late because MCQs are getting developed and I'm trying to incorporate the ICAI MCQs also with that. So MCQs ka material I'll give you later on. Okay. Now, audit program designed to provide the audit evidence. What do you mean by that? Tell me everyone, what do you understand by evidence first of all? Tell me everyone, what do you understand by the term called evidence? Okay, somebody has.
Document.
Yes. What do you mean by evidence? Evidence means a proof which helps the auditor in reaching the conclusion. Am I correct or not? Yes.
Yes,
It is a
sir.
proof which helps the auditor in reaching the conclusion. It is that information, that proof which the auditor should collect so that he can reach to the conclusion. तो ऑडिट प्रोग्राम डिजाइन टू प्रोवाइड ऑडिट एविडेंस मींस व्हाट? तो हम लोग ऑडिट एविडेंस क्यों बनाते हैं? Just to collect the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Just now we have done one of the meaning of audit evidence audit program also. Did I write that audit evidence is nothing but including the various verification steps which we apply on which statement? Financial statement, to collect the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to have an informed expression of opinion. The definition of audit evidence has been given everyone in front of you. Same definition we are going to do when we will do SA 500 also. But let us do the definition here, and I will break this definition into different parts so that you can understand it. Audit evidence may be defined as the information used by the auditor in arriving at a conclusion on which the auditor's opinion is based. Audit evidence includes both information contained in the accounting records underlying the financial statement and other information. Now, what they are saying that audit evidence means that information which is used by the auditor in arriving his conclusions while expressing an opinion. Everyone, please tell me what are the 4 types of opinion you can express? 4 types of opinion. I'm not asking to clean opinion, qualified opinion, adverse opinion, and what? Disclaimer opinion. Yes. So everyone, please tell me what do you mean by adverse opinion? Is it a positive opinion or negative opinion? Negative opinion. So tell me one thing. When you are expressing a negative opinion, are you directly go to the client's place and say him that your company is bad, your company's goodwill is bad, your company's reputation is very poor, your employees are very dirty, they are not efficient, they are unqualified, without proof or with proofs?
With proof.
With proofs. So remember one thing, audit evidence is the backbone of our auditing profession. And remember one thing, audit evidence is not always the financial information you get. Sometimes the non-financial information also helps you in getting the audit evidence in the best manner. Did you get the point or not? So that is what the last line, second line, please read everyone. Audit evidence includes both information which is contained in the accounting records underlining the financial statement, and which information everyone? What is written this point? And other information. So remember one thing, sometimes the surroundings gives you the better evidence than what you are getting from the financial statements, right? Evidence is the very basis for the formulation of opinion that we know. An audit program is designed to provide for that by prescribing procedures and techniques that we already know. It includes procedures and techniques so that we can collect the audit evidence. What is best evidence for testing the accuracy of assertion is the matter of expert knowledge and experience. Transactions are varied in the nature, impact, procedures to be prescribed depend upon the prior knowledge of what evidence is reasonable in respect of each transaction. So I'm going to ask you a very simple question, guys. Give me the answer for these 2 situations so that I can understand whether you are listening to me properly or not. Question number 1. I'm going to my client's place and my client godown. In my client's godown, there are 6,000 bags of rice of 1,000 kg each. Can you tell me what is the total stock of my client? 60 lakhs. 60 lakhs of what? 60 lakhs kgs of rice. Are you getting the point or not? Now, there are only 6,000 bags. Is it still countable or not? Is it a one-day process or not? Yes. You can go to that godown and you can do the physical inspection of this. Tell me everyone, is it possible to do physical inspection?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
it is
sir.
possible. Now, situation number 2. My another client having another godown, he is into steel business and iron business. He is having 80,000 metric tons of steel. Now tell me, can you wait?
No.
Now tell me, in this case, physical inspection is possible or observation is the best technique?
Observation.
Observation is the best technique. What do you mean by observation? You will go to their godown and you will watch them doing the physical counting of their steel and iron. You are not doing the physical counting because it is not possible for you. Do you have the big cranes with you? No, you can't do it. Do they have the cranes to do the weight of the iron and steel? Yes, it is 80,000 metric ton or not? Yes. So you will observe their method of internal control system, that is called observation technique. So tell me one thing, guys. What made you do this physical inspection here? What made you do the observation here is your professional judgment. Tell me one thing. Can you apply the physical inspection in both the areas?
No.
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 In one area, physical inspection is possible. In another area, observation is possible. So which evidence to be collected at which point of time is a matter of your which judgment, everyone? Professional judgment. Everyone understood the point or not? Yes, that is what is written in this paragraph, my friend. Clear, everyone? Now, what is the next point written? Auditor picks up the evidence from the variety of the fields. It is generally of the following broad types. What type of audit evidences we generally collect? Audit evidence can be documentary in nature. Everyone, please tell me, what do you mean by documentary? Oral audit evidence or written?
Written.
Now, suppose if I'm verifying some of the major contracts which are entered by my client, so should I verify their contract papers or not?
Yes.
So contract papers are in oral form or are in written form?
Written form.
Yes. Sometimes you can collect the audit evidence by doing the examination. So can I call it as a physical inspection? Yes. Sometimes you can collect the audit evidence, that is nothing but written below here only. Sometimes you collect the audit evidence by checking the arithmetical calculations by the auditor. Okay, everyone, please tell me very carefully. I want to know about the profitability of my client. What should I do? If I want to know about the profitability of my client, 2021, I will calculate his GP ratio and I will compare it with the last 5 years GP ratio. Tell me one thing, guys. In the ratio analysis chapter, do you have the formula of GP ratio or not?
Yes, sir.
What is the formula? Gross profits divided by sales into 100. Are you getting the point? So this is the formula. So 2021 mein suppose the GP ratio is 18%. But the last 5 years mein average was 28%. Now tell me, looking at the last 5 years, this year your GP ratio has fallen down or gone up?
Down.
So it means what is, now tell me everyone, what is the profitability of my client, increasing or decreasing?
Decreasing.
So that is called arithmetical calculation by the auditor. So that is also one of the evidence relating to profitability of my client or not? It means a slowly going concern assumption is coming in danger. Correct or not? Yes. And state of internal controls and internal checks. Acha, my question is very simple, everyone. There is one client who is having one employee. That employee is taking care of cash department, sales department, purchase department, creditors department, debtors department. And there is one another client who is having 5 different employees for these 5 departments. Whose internal control system is better?
Second one.
Second one. Why, Amma? Why second one? Chances of frauds are higher in which case? The case 1 or case 2?
Case 1.
Case 1 mein. Because single person is handling multiple jobs or not?
Yes.
Yes. But in the case 2, multiple people are handling the multiple jobs. So chances of frauds are never get reduced because one person is watching the another person automatically and independently. So these are the various methods. These are the various types of evidences which can broadly collect. There are few more on the next page. First of all, tell me what are the 4 types of evidences. It can be documentary, it can be physical inspection, it can be calculation of arithmetical calculations, it can be state of internal controls and internal check. Yes, it can be statements and explanations given by the management officials and employees. I simply went to the management. Do you have GST registration? Your management is telling me, what is GST? Tell me one thing. Looking at this answer of the management, what do you understand about the management? Competent or incompetent management?
Incompetent.
Yes. So did I get my evidence that yes, I got my evidence? It means my workload is going to be higher or lower?
Lower.
Right?
Higher.
Yes, because management is incompetent, so obviously it means my workload is going to be higher. I can't trust this incompetent management.
Yes.
Statement and explanations of the third party. Acha, say for example, everyone, do you believe that sometimes it may happen that your client's stock or inventory is lying in the third party godown?
Yes.
Yes, which he has taken on rent and which is not accessible to you. In such case, what you will do, which is the best evidence? The information given by your client that this much of stock is there in the third party godown, or directly you can take the third party confirmation letter.
Direct confirmation.
So that is known as evidence number D in front of you, everyone. Clear? What is E evidence? Subsequent action by the client and by the others. Subsequent action by the client and by the others. Tell me, everyone, what do you mean by subsequent events? I hope you all know AS4.
Yes,
What
sir.
is AS4? Events occurring after which date?
After the balance sheet date.
Balance sheet
but
date. Now
before-
tell me, some are adjusting and some are non-adjusting.
Yes, sir.
Now, they take place before the balance sheet or after the balance sheet?
After the balance sheet.
But if they are adjusting in nature, do we have to adjust them in the financial statements immediately or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so those are also one of the types of audit evidence. Interrelationship of various accounting data. Now tell me one thing, is GST connected with the sales as well as the debtors as well as the purchases as well as the creditors or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can we get all this information from the one document called GST?
Yes.
Yes. Next, summary and subsidiary and memorandum records. Sir, what do you mean by subsidiary and memorandum records? Sales register, purchase register, cash register. Now tell me one thing. Can I come to know about the cash payments for more than 10,000 rupees from their cash register or not? And
No.
how many of you know the PGBP chapter of taxation where the section number 40 subsection A subclause 2 says that any cash payment made more than 20,000 is 10,000 is allowed or disallowed?
Disallowed.
Disallowed. So I can come to know from those kind of evidences from the subsidiaries and memorandum records. And very important evidence is called minutes. Can anybody tell me what do you mean by minutes?
Minutes of the meeting is a summary of meeting that
Very
is
nice,
that
very
has
nice.
taken
So
place.
if I want to know that what has happened in that meeting, should I verify the minutes to understand what has happened or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
So everyone, please tell me what are the types of evidences we have understood here. Try to give me the list. I'm not expecting everything. Just try to give me 5 to 6.
Content.
Whether evidence can be documentary,
Physical.
it can be minutes, it
Physical.
can be physical inspection. Yes. Next one, everyone.
Frequent
It can be,
action. Subsequent actions.
yes, it can be subsequent actions. It can be explanation by the management. It can be third party confirmation letter. It can be subsidiary and memorandum records. Yes or no?
Yes.
So it can be what? It can be arithmetical calculations. So evidence may come in any shape and in any form. What matters the most? That is relevant for expression of opinion or not. Whether it will work as a proof to me or not, that is relevant. Clear, everyone? So I hope there is no doubt in understanding this topic also. Constructing an audit program, so we already did. And audit program designed to provide evidence, that also we already did. Now, next thing. For cash in hand, the best evidence is count. Acha, these are some of the examples they are telling you. If you want to verify the cash in hand, so what you will do? Would you like to observe or you would like to count it? Count it. So
Count it.
if you want to verify the cash in hand, better that you will count it. Okay, investment pledged with the bank. Suppose there are some securities you are given to the bank. Tell me one thing, which is the better evidence? Management is telling you that these many securities we are given to bank, or it's better to take that directly one certificate from the bank, how many securities are pledged with them.
30 from the
Certificate, because if the management is telling me, that is internal evidence or external evidence, everyone?
Intern.
Internal. But if the banker certificate is coming
external.
external, so it means there is a less possibility that this evidence can be manipulated. Do you all agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. For verifying the assertions, don't be under the impression that what is assertion. Don't worry. In the chapter number 3, sooner or later, we are going to learn it very quickly. So I'm leaving this word assertion wala point because we are going to have anyway a big discussion on the word called assertion. What is this paragraph is saying? Auditor, however, has to place appropriate weight on each piece of evidence accordingly, should prescribe the priority verification. It is true that in all the cases, one procedure may not bring the highest satisfaction. It may be dangerous for the auditor to ignore any evidence that is available. By the word available, we do not mean that evidence available with the client is the only available evidence. The auditor should know what normally would be available in the context of the transaction, having regard to the circumstance and usage. So can anybody tell me what is the conclusion of this whole paragraph? If you are able to read this paragraph, can anybody tell me evidence is important or not important?
Evidence is important.
Very important. Should we give the priority to the evidences or not?
Yes.
Yes. So should we collect the second best evidence or always try to collect the best evidence?
Second or third, both is
Yes. But sometimes, say for example, if the best evidence is not available, it means you will not collect it or you will go for your option number 2.
2.
Yes, you will go for your option number 2. Remember one thing, it will be very dangerous for our profession if we will ignore any kind of evidence. And which evidence is good in which case, that is again dependent upon whose professional judgment, everyone? Auditor's professional judgment. तो जैसे मैंने तुम्हें यहाँ पे बताया था, it's a very simple thing. If the 6,000 bags of 1,000 kg each of rice are there I can do the physical inspection. But if the godown is there of iron and steel, where the 80,000 metric tons of iron and steel is being kept, will it be possible for the physical inspection? No. At that point of time, observation is the best method, everyone. I hope everyone understood the concept which we are doing right now so far. Yes, everyone? Yes. So we are only left with the small portion of this chapter. Maybe another class it will take and we will be in a position to complete our chapter number 2 also. But remember, when we'll start with this chapter, what is the name of the chapter? Audit, Documentation and Evidence. It is going to be a very huge chapter. And why not? Because in this chapter, we are going to understand 9 standards on auditing. So remember everyone, I said 200, 210 and 220 already over in the chapter number 1. 300 we are doing right now. And 320 maybe in the next class it will be over. So maybe if possible on Sunday, if the Raja sir will give me, I will try to take your 3 to 4 hours of session, obviously by giving you the necessary break in between. So try to ask Raja sir if he can allot me 3 to 4 hours on Sunday. Okay. So I will also try my level best to ask Raja sir so that on Sunday at least 3 to 4 standards of chapter number 3 also I should be in a position to complete. Clear everyone? So make sure that you, do you have any classes on Sunday, anyone? Please.
Yes, sir. FM classes.
Yes,
From
sir.
what, when to when?
3 to 8.
3 to 8.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And morning part?
Morning freezer.
Morning completely free. Okay. Should I keep from morning 8 to 12?
Yes, sir.
8 to
Sir,
12? You will get
6 to
enough 6 to
Sir,
नहीं
6
sir.
to 12.
अरे नहीं सर 6 to not possible sir. 6 to 12 अरे संडे है थोड़ा सा तो तुम भी आराम करो मैं भी आराम करता हूँ. You should also take a rest and I will do the same. 8 to 12 would be fine. 8 to 11:30, 12 would be fine. No issues at all. तो अपने को कोई टेंशन नहीं है. Anyways, by God's grace, we got 20 days extra, but we will try our level best to make sure that every day on daily basis now classes will be conducted, and I hope we are not that much lagging also. No worries. These are the few chapters which are very large in size, and they do deserve a lot of attention also. The reason being, these are your base chapters, company audit and all. They are the very good chapters and very important also, but they will not take that much of time to make you understand. But now we are creating a base which will definitely help us in the CA final examination. Are you getting the point? So CA final ke time pe it will help us a lot. So we'll do one thing, guys. Okay, we are left with developing the audit program and audit. Okay, our standard is going to get over from, because here SA 320 will start. That is called materiality. So materiality, I don't think so that it will take more than one class. So I think in the next class we will be in a position to start our audit documentation and audit evidence, everyone. So everyone, thank you so much for lending your patient ears for today. So I hope I justified your expectations of today's lecture also. So I'll see you guys in the next lecture on Saturday, everyone. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And please ask Raja sir to fix my 3 to 4 hours before 12. So either 9 to 12 or 8 to 12, whatever the case may be, he wants to give me. Tell Raja sir that I am informed that I will also talk to him and make sure that we will take 3 to 4 hours class on your Sunday as well. So that will compromise our at least 2 days of the week. Am I correct or not? It will take 4-hour session. It will compromise our 2 classes of the week. So please convey my like issue to Raja sir also, and I will also talk to him from my side. So thank you so much, everyone. I hope you are liking the lecture, and thank you so much for supporting my. I think some of you have already subscribed my channel on that day, right? So thank you so much. Do subscribe my YouTube channel if you
Yes,
don't
sir.
do anything. Yes. So during the examination, actually, I come up with the 1-day marathons. During your examination also, I'll be there with you, because I'm going to be with you the moment you will come from the advanced accounts paper. That night also I'll be there with you till 4 hours. Next day, your auditing preparation day also I'll be along with you, and on your day of examination of auditing also I'll be there with you. So I conduct these free sessions on my YouTube channel, and I also keep on updating the students for the amendments and things which are being running from the ICAI point of view. So make sure that you are subscribing that channel to get the latest updates. So thank you so much, everyone. See you guys on Saturday in our next class with a new topic. Bye bye, everyone. Take care. Good night to all of you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Thank you.
you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you so much. Please let me know. Is my screen is also visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Right. So good morning to all of you. I hope you all are doing well.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. So sorry for you troubling you on Sunday, because yesterday I couldn't take the class, so I was in traveling. So that's why I requested Raja sir to at least give me some 2-3 hours on Sunday. So we'll be having a class up to 10. So I think we have already started with our chapter number 2 and we are on the process of winding up also. And what are the topics we are already done with, everyone? We are done with the meaning of audit planning, advantages of audit planning, features of the audit planning. We are done with the overall audit strategy. What are the things to be done in the audit strategy? What are the factors to be considered while making the audit strategy? And along with that, I think we have started with the audit program also, if I'm not wrong. Right, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So let us have a brief discussion on that so that we can continue our next like today's class. So everyone, please tell me, audit planning is all about what? Audit planning is all about what? It is all about acquiring the knowledge of client's business. Am I correct or not? It is all about acquiring the knowledge of client's business so that auditor can do his audit properly. Are you getting the point? Efficiently, effectively, and timely basis. So that auditor can do his audit efficiently, effectively, and timely basis. Now, what do you mean by acquiring the knowledge of client's basis, everyone? Tell me, please. Acquiring the knowledge of client's business is all about acquiring the internals of the client or inside, outside, both information?
Both information.
Both information. So do we acquire the knowledge of its environment also? Yes.
Yes.
We acquire the knowledge of his entity also? Yes. We acquire the knowledge of accounting policies, his operations, his industry, products of creditors and customers, each and every inside, outside, each and every inch of knowledge one should have. That is what do you mean by knowledge of client's business. After that, we started with the overall audit strategy. What do you mean by overall audit strategy? Strategy is all about acquiring the knowledge of client's business or managing your resources.
Managing
Your resources.
Managing.
Yes. Making a good team of experts and professionals, allocating the work to them, and deciding the timing of doing that work, and most importantly, having the briefing and debriefing meetings, right or not? And then we talked about what are the factors to be kept in mind when we are making the overall strategy. Now tell me one thing, when we are making the overall audit strategy, do you have to take care of characteristics of the engagement? Yes, we have to understand the characteristics of engagement, how many branches you are auditing, how many whatever locations you are going to do, what is the area of expertise required, what is your audit coverage, what is your professional judgment saying, what was your past experience with the client. All that helps the auditor in making a overall audit strategy. So my question is very simple, everyone. Try to give me the answer. When we are giving the work, do we need to make discussions with our audit teamwork? Do we need to discuss our things with our client? Tell me, everyone. Do we need to discuss our strategy and planning with our client wholly or
Not
partially?
every time.
Yes. It should not be wholly, it should be partially. What to discuss, what not to discuss, that depends upon the situation. Now, can I discuss the timing of doing the audit with my client?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but can I discuss what I'm going to do in that timing?
No.
No. Otherwise, the client will become more attentive, more alert, and my whole audit procedures and techniques will become predictable, and the whole audit which should be fruitful will turn out to be a fruitless audit, right? That point also we discussed. Next point. Should we always keep on directing and supervising our team and engagement team or not? Yes, it is very much necessary, right or not? But what are the factors which will help you in deciding whether the direction of and supervision of the team should be more or higher? Tell me one thing. The factor number one, risk of material misstatements. Yes. Area of audit where my team is engaged. Yes. Expertise of the team. Yes, all these factors, matters or not, these are the four factors I'm talking about, everyone. Tell me one thing, if I'm engaging my team to the larger organization and whose business is very complex, do I need to direct and supervise their work?
Yes.
Yes. And if they are doing the audit in a very risky area, supervision and direction will be higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher. And tell me one thing, if my engagement team is less competent, less qualified, and then again, Direction and supervision will be higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher, right? Then documentation of audit plan and strategy. Should we always keep on writing our plan and strategy?
Yes.
Yes. What are the four things to be written, everyone? We should write our plan, we should write our strategy, we should write our changes in the plan and strategy, and we should also make a note of what are the reasons for those changes. Am I correct or not? Yes. And why do we need it? Because if you will make a note of current year plan, next year when you will start doing the client's audit, don't you think that it will serve as a guide for the future audit? Yes, it will serve as a guide for the future audit. And it will also help the auditor in understanding कि last year when the risks came in front of me, how I responded to those risks. Are you getting the point? Then delegation and supervision of work. So my simple question to everyone, whether SA 220 prohibits you to delegate the work to an expert or audit staff, or it allows you? It allows us. But when the standard is allowing us, does it make a meaning that we are not going to be responsible for their work, or we should keep on directing and supervising the work of the person to whom we have delegated the work? Should we supervise and direct their work?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we have to supervise. Now tell me, just because we have delegated some work to someone, can I say that that work is that person's responsibility? So that person should be hanged. I should not be responsible. Can I escape from my responsibility of expressing an opinion?
No.
No, I cannot escape from my responsibility of expressing an opinion. And at the same point of time, SA 220 says that either you are delegating the work or you are not delegating the work. Quality control system shall always be maintained in your firm. That is what we have understood. Now, I think that was a topic. And then everyone, please tell me, what do you mean by audit program? Is it a thing which comes before planning and strategy, or it is a last step of audit planning and strategy? Last step. So can I say that audit program is a detailed extension of audit plan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is all about documenting what? Your audit procedures and audit techniques so that you can achieve what? Audit objectives, right? Now, it is useful for smaller entities or larger entities? Larger entities. And it includes the various verification steps. It includes the various verification steps which we are going to apply on the financial statements and books of accounts so that we can collect the audit evidence so that I can make the informed opinion. And very important 3 points we understood on that day, whether one audit program is suitable for all types of businesses or different audit program for the different businesses.
Different audit.
Yes, because every business is different in its accounting system, is different in its internal control system, is different in its manpower, is different in its efficiency and effectiveness. Therefore, one audit program is impracticable to be used in every client's business. Am I correct or not? Second thing, should we keep our article assistants close-minded people or open-minded people?
Open-minded.
Open-minded people. Should we give them more audit program and more instructions, or less audit program and less instructions?
Less auditing.
Yes, less audit program and less instruction. Why we are not giving them more audit program and more instruction? So that we can motivate them, so that we can push them to be more innovative, more creative, and we should give a little bit of freedom to them so that they can drop the irrelevant things and can insert the relevant things. Everyone, I hope all of you understood. We had a huge discussion on this point also, कि whenever you are hiring an article assistant and whenever you are taking their help in doing the audit, make sure that you are telling them to do the audit as per their open-mindedness, not mechanical in nature. And one more point, everyone, should we keep the audit program same as it is every year, or we should keep on reviewing and bringing the changes every year? Yes, we should keep on reviewing it, and we should keep on bringing the changes in that. I hope till now everyone is having the complete topic inside your head. Yes, everyone. Chalo, let us proceed with the today's topic, everyone. So in the okay, yeah. So today's topic, everyone. What is the today's topic? How to develop the audit program. How do we make the audit program? Point number one. I hope all of you are able to see the material in front of you. So everyone, please tell me what is the point number one the lawmaker is trying to tell you. Point number one says that audit program is oral in nature or written in nature. Written in nature. So remember one thing, audit program is nothing but not a different thing. What we have thought in our mind, when we put our mind on a piece of paper, it becomes what? Audit program, right? Now, what are the things to be written in the audit program? Audit program should write my audit objectives and instructions to my assistants. Are you getting the point or not? I will give you a very simple question, everyone. Please try to give me the answer. Suppose there is my article assistants, and to those article assistants, I said something orally. Do you remember the same example I asked you in the previous session also to the Komal and Manav, I think. So
Yes.
if I am giving the instructions orally, and next day when you're coming to me after following those instructions, now is it possible for me to fix your responsibility? No, because orally there is no evidence for that. But if I'll give you the audit program, like various verification steps, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do. I generated the two copies of that. One I give it to you, and another one is there with me. Next day, if you are coming to my office without doing those things, can I fix your responsibility then? Yes. So that is what the point number two, everyone. Audit objective and instructions to the assistants, right or not? Now, tell me one thing, guys, whether the internal control system plays a very important role in doing an audit. Yes, highly important role. If my client's internal control system, accounting system is highly very much efficient, then tell me what should be my workload?
It will
It will
reduce.
be reducing. And if it is completely unethical, inefficient, and incompetent, then what will be my
Workload will
workload? It will
increase.
be increasing. That is what reliance on the internal controls, everyone. What is the next point? Timings of performance of audit procedure. Remember one thing, whenever we are planning our audit, whenever we are strategizing, and whenever we are programming our audit, keep one thing very important in your head. Adding what procedures and what not, that is not important. But what is the timing when you're going to apply those procedures? That is very important. So let me give you one simple example. I hope all of you remember I told you one concept of interim audit. Can anybody tell me what do you mean by interim audit?
Audit between two final
Two
audits.
financial audits. Now tell me, is it carried out quarterly or not? Yes, it is carried out quarterly, quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four, right or not? Now listen to this question carefully and give me the answer. When the quarter end will end, everyone? Quarter end will end from April to June. So this is July to September. This is October to December, and this is January to March. Am I correct, everyone? Yes. So when the quarter one is ending, as an interim auditor, are you going between the quarter, or are you going in the quarter, or are you going after the quarter is over?
After the quarter is
Yes,
over.
after the quarter is over. So, can I say that, say for example, ABC Limited is a listed company. ABC Limited is having 7 crores of idle cash. Now, ABC Limited already knows that this interim auditor is going to come at the end of the quarter. So, my question is, can the ABC Limited during April month, May month, and June month utilize this idle cash rupees in a misutilized manner or not? Let me give you an example. Suppose the MD of the ABC Limited, what he did, he knows that कि रोहित सर as an internal auditor is going to come in the first week of July. So on the first week of April only what he did, he withdrew the 7 crore rupees of cash from the company and put it in his personal bank account. So when he is putting the 7 crore rupees in his personal bank account, what is happening everyone? Is it the company's money or MD's personal money?
Company's money.
Company's money. Now for the next 3 months, he continued to keep that money in his bank account. In the last week of June, what he did, he withdrew the money 7 crores from his bank account and put it in the bank account of the company. Now, after 1 week, the auditor is coming as an interim auditor. Now, tell me one thing. When the auditor is checking the balance sheet, cash is being shown in the balance sheet or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. But was it being utilized by the company or utilized by the MD for personal purpose?
MD for
Auditor will never come to know what is happening to that cash. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
So tell me, what is the best way to identify these kind of frauds and errors? Going always doing your audit in the same pattern what you are doing, or you should keep on changing your audit planning?
Keep on
Keep
changing.
on changing. Now tell me, if I want to catch this fraud of 7 crore rupees, should I pay one surprise check visit between the April and June month or not?
Yes.
Yes. So then I will come to know whether cash is actually being kept in company or kept in the MD's office. So tell me one thing. Surprise check. When I did the surprise check, did I come to know about the fraud or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So my question is very simple. What was more important? Surprise check or timing of doing the surprise check?
Timing of
Yes, timing of doing the surprise check. If the same surprise check, I will do it on the 4th, 5th, or 7th July. Is it of any use or no use?
No use.
No use. But if I'm doing it, in the either in the month of April, June, or May, then it is of use or not?
yes.
Yes. So everyone, that is what the lawmaker is trying to tell you here in the point number 4. Read the point number 4 heading. Timing of performance of audit procedures. It doesn't matter what procedures you are applying or not. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It matters what procedures and techniques you are applying. But what matters the most is when you are applying, that matters the most. So it's not what we apply. It's about when we apply. Am I correct, everyone? Yes, it's not what we apply. It's about when we apply, everyone. I hope all of you are understanding whatever I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, tell me one thing. Is audit planning a continuous process or it's a, what do you say, discontinued process?
Continuous process.
Yes, it's a continuous process. When the one audit ends, the another audit automatically starts or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's what is being written over here. So the audit planning ideally commenced at the conclusion of the previous year audit and along with the related program. It should be considered for modification as audit progresses. It is based on auditor's review of internal controls and result of his compliance and procedure. Now, next thing what we have to understand, everyone, please tell me, what are the advantages of the audit program? Can I say that advantages of the audit program are the same as the advantages of the audit planning?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because program is
yeah,
after planning.
very nice. Program is nothing but the extension of what?
Planning.
Planning only. Are you getting the point or not? Chalo, still we will be in a position to read it out. Point number 1. It provides the assistant total and clear set of instructions of work to be done. Tell me one thing. When I'm telling them orally some instructions and when I'm giving them audit program of instructions, which one is better, everyone?
Second one.
Second one, audit program. Does it give them a complete clarity of the instructions or not?
Yes.
Yes. Next one. It is essential to provide total perspective of the work to be done. Now, sometimes क्या होता है, orally you may remember the things, you may not remember the things. But when you have something in writing, when the instructions are there in front of you in writing, will you be able to do each and everything properly or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next one. Selection of assistants on the basis of capability becomes easier when the work is rationally planned, defined, and segregated. Now, say for example, when I gave you the detailed instructions and you came to me, with that work. Now, some 10 articles are there in front of me. So this article has done his work, this has done, all the 10 have done their work. But some articles have done the work very properly. Some articles have done the work not that properly, inefficiently. So can I make a segregation of capable assistants and incapable assistants with the help of audit program? Yes. So point number one, what did it say? Point number one says that you can easily clear the set of instruction. Point number two says that your total perspective of the work to be done is easily. And point number three says that you can select the assistants on the basis of capability. Point number four, under a properly framed program, the danger of ignoring or overlooking certain books and records is significantly less and the audit can proceed systematically. Now, when I gave you the 20 instructions, and in that 20 instructions, one of the instruction is please verify GST returns monthly. Now tell me, next day when you come to my office, can I ask you, did you verify the GST returns monthly or not?
Yes.
So
Yes,
GST
sir.
is an important item or a non-important item?
Important.
Can you ignore that when it was in writing?
No.
No, you can't ignore that. Next one. The assistants, by putting up their signature on the program, accept the responsibility of the work carried out by them. So my question is, this is a major difference between the planning and the audit program, where you can fix your staff responsibility. Audit program, whereas you cannot put the staff responsibility fixed in case of what? Audit planning. Because in the audit program, when you are returning me the checklist of program after doing it, you have to sign on that. And your sign represents that you have verified all the steps. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. So in the future, if I'll come to know that some of the things you have ignored, can I ask you to come to me and can I yell at you or can I fix your responsibility in that case or not? Yes, very much possible. So this is what the advantages of what? Audit program. What is the next advantages of audit program? The principal can control the progress of the various audits in hand by examining of audit programs. Say for example, I gave you the 1 week audit program. Now in the 1 week, how much you would have done the audit as an article assistant? Can I ask you on the third day to come to a office and report me?
Yes.
Yes, you came to my office on the third day and I asked you, okay, I gave you 20 items. How many items you have done? You said that, sir, almost 11 items are over. So can I say that according to the time, your audit program is going smoothly or not? Yes, so
Yes.
I can have a control over the progress of the audit while doing the audit program. Serves as a guide for the audits to be carried out in the succeeding year. That we already know. Does it serve as a guide for the future audits?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it serves as a guide because it is in writing. A properly drawn up audit program serves as an evidence in the event of any charge of negligence being brought. So I can write it as self-defensing tool. Now, very simple question, everyone. In 2018-19, I did the audit of one client. Now today, that is 7th March 2021, that client comes to me and says that, Rohit, do you know what has happened in my office? Income tax raid has happened. I said, okay, sir, that is a very bad news. That income tax raid has happened because of your poor audit skills. Then I got shocked. Why he is putting the charges on me? In the year 18-19, you have not done my audit properly. That's the reason income tax department is asking me to verify their 18-19 financially. Now tell me one thing. Will I go to my cupboard, open the cupboard of 18-19 of that client and take out that file, and after that taking out that file, my audit program is in writing fixed in that file or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can I take out that copy and show it to my client? This is what all the things I have done. don't dare to tell me that I was gross negligent. Tell me, am I able to defend myself in front of my client or not? Yes. So it also acts as a which tool, everyone? It acts as a self-defensing tool. Clear, everyone? So try to remember all the advantages and try to tell me whether it helps you in setting out the clear instructions. Yes. Whether it helps you in doing the prospective work to be done or not. Yes.
Yes.
Whether it helps you in selecting the assistants on the basis of their capabilities. Yes.
Yes.
Whether it helps you in not ignoring the important areas. Yes. Yes. Whether it helps you in fixing the responsibility of your audit staff by putting their signatures on the audit program. Yes.
Yes.
It also helps me in tracking or tracing the progress of an audit. Yes. It serves as a guide for the which audit, future audit, and most importantly, it acts as a which tool, everyone? Self-defensing tool.
Yes.
But at the same point of time, there are some disadvantages. What is the first and the biggest disadvantage of audit program? Try to tell me, everyone. Does it make your audit
Mechanical.
creative or mechanical?
Mechanically.
Yes, very nice. Now read the point number 1, everyone, carefully. The work may become mechanical and particular parts of the program may be carried out without any understanding of the object of such parts in the whole audit scheme. You are doing the audit as an audit assistant, but you don't know why you are doing the audit because you became a machine. Your employer has given you some instructions. You are following that instructions because your employer wants to see whether the work done is proper or not. So you are working like a machine, but you don't know why you are working. So that is a disadvantage number 1. It makes your whole audit mechanical, and sometimes the audit staff will not be having an understanding the object of doing that audit. Point number 2. Audit program often tends to be what? Rigid and what is the word written? Inflexible. Because when you write something, see, when you have something in your mind, you can easily change your mind. But when you have your mind process or mind planning on a piece of paper, whether it is easy to change what is written in writing or difficult to change?
Difficult to change.
Difficult to change. So that makes audit program little bit more rigid and little bit more inflexible. Are you getting the point? The business may change in its operation of the conduct, but the old program may still be carried on. Changes in the staff or internal control may render the precaution necessary at the points different from those originally decided upon. So do you remember that's the reason we told that key reviewing of audit program is required at regular intervals or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is what the point number 1 we already told about that. Now, what is the disadvantage number 3, everyone? Inefficient assistants may take shelter behind the program, defend deficiencies in their work on the ground that no instruction in the matter is contained therein. Now, tell me one thing. It's a very simple question. I told you in one audit program, verify GST returns. Are you getting the point? Now, listen to this example, very funny example. One of the article assistant went to the client's place and he started verifying the GST return. 2-3 months GST returns he verified and came back next day in my office. So I asked my article assistant, did you verify the GST returns or not? Yes, sir, I verified the GST returns. Show me the proof. You have verified. 2-3 GST returns copy he brought and he said that, sir, this is what I verified. Now I'm very furious. I'm very angry. I told him to verify the GST returns. When I'm telling you to verify the GST returns, is it the 2-3 GST returns you should have been verified or all the GST returns?
All the years.
Now tell me, I told him, where are the remaining 8 months GST returns? You are only showing me 4 months GST returns. Sir, you told us only to verify the GST returns. Nowhere in the audit program it was written that you verify all months GST returns. Now tell me what that article assistant is trying to do, everyone. Is he trying to take shelter behind the program and trying to hide his inefficiencies or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. He is simply saying that, sir, where it is written that all GST returns. Now tell me one thing. It means he does not have a good knowledge about the GST returns. If whenever we go for the examination of GST returns, we should examine all monthly returns, not some returns. Did you get the point or not? So read the point number C, everyone. Inefficient assistants may take the shelter behind the program, that is, defend their deficiencies in their work on the ground that no instruction in the matter is so contained. So what are the three bigger disadvantages of the audit program? We understood, everyone. First one, it makes your audit very what in nature? Mechanical in nature. Point number two, it is very much rigid and inflexible, and if you are using the old audit program, there will be so many changes in the business, and that will make our audit fruitless. And point number three, article assistants will try to take the shelter in the name of audit program to hide their inefficiencies and deficiencies. And what is the biggest disadvantage? A hard and a fast audit program may kill the initiative of efficient and enterprising assistants. Now, what do you mean by hard and fast audit program? Now, when I will give you an instruction that don't dare to apply your own mind. Whatever is written in the paper, follow that only. Now tell me, did I kill your initiatives or not?
Yes, sir.
Now, even though while sitting at the client's place, you want to do something differently, but can you do now or you can't do it?
Can't do
Can't
it.
do it because I give you the hard instructions and fast instructions that follow the audit program which I am giving to you. As simple as that. So these are the advantages and these are the disadvantages of the audit program, everyone. I hope all of you understood clearly, everyone.
Yes.
Yes, so that brings an end to our audit program also, and today we'll be starting with a very important standard, another standard called SA 320, audit materiality. But before that, let us write that, and you all are going to help me in that. Tell me, everyone, what are the advantages of the audit program and what are the disadvantages of the audit program? First, tell me the advantages, and along with that, tell me the disadvantages. Tell me, everyone, what are the advantages of the audit program? Point number one. Tell me, try to remember what are the advantages. It helps in setting out clear instructions of the audit. Am I correct, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Instructions of audit. It helps in setting out clear instructions of audit. Point number two, it helps in fixing the responsibility of audit staff.
Yes, sir.
Yes, responsibility of audit staff. Point number three, it helps in checking progress of an audit.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I am writing in a very simplified language so that you can retain it. Because sometimes people, they get very, what do you say, feared of reading the language of the material. So my responsibility is to make you understand the language of the material, and after that trying to write that in our own simplified language so that you all can understand and retain it easily. Point number four, does it helps as a self-defensing tool?
Yes, sir.
Acts as a
Yes.
self-defensing tool. So can I protect myself against the charges of gross negligence put up by the client? Yes.
Yes.
So serves as a guide for which audit, everyone?
Future audit.
Yes, very nice. I hope now these are looking easier to you.
Yes, sir.
Serves as a guide for future audit. Point number six, everyone. Less ignorance of important sections of audit. Am I correct or not? Important areas of audit. So these many are the advantages of the audit program, everyone. Tell me first disadvantage of the audit program. Makes audit what in nature? Mechanical in nature. Mechanical in nature. Makes audit mechanical in nature. Point number 2.
It do not help to
Hard and fast audit. Hard and fast audit kills what?
initiative mind.
Yes, initiative minds, and
Create.
what do you say? Initiative minds and creativity
Creativity.
of audit assistants. Next point. Point number 3, everyone. It becomes rigid and what? Inflexible sometimes. Correct, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And what is the 4th disadvantage? Tell me, what is the 4th disadvantage, everyone? The 4th
Taking the shelter.
Very nice, very nice. The inefficient employees, or assistants will try to take shelter behind audit program. To hide their deficiencies. So I hope up to this point there is no doubt at all in this whole chapter. Yes or no? So over 80% of the chapter is over, everyone. So we understood in detail everything about the audit planning, audit strategy, and now we have wound up our topic called what? Audit program. Now we are going to learn what do you mean by SA 320. What is 320, everyone? Audit materiality. Audit materiality. Everyone, please understand one thing. What do you understand by the term called materiality? First of all, try to learn this concept. There is one word called materiality in your portion, and in the 700 series, when we'll start the audit report chapter, there you will find one word called pervasive. These two words, if you can understand today, then in that case, let me tell you one thing, journey of your auditing concepts will become very easy. Remember, everyone, what do you mean by the term called materiality, and what do you mean by the term called pervasiveness? Materiality means any item or transaction in financial statement, any item or transaction in the financial statement which in auditor's judgment, which in whose judgment? Auditor's judgment is highly significant, highly significant, highly significant and important for decision making of users of financial statement. Everyone, try to concentrate on this part which I am trying to tell you. Everyone, please tell me what is the word I have used. Each and every word we have to understand here. Point number 1. What is the point number 1? Any item or transaction in financial statement, everyone. Any item or transaction in the financial statement. It means materiality concept is also connected with what? Financial statements, not books of accounts. Are you getting the point? Any item which the auditor saw in the financial statement, and after that his judgment tells to him that it is highly significant and highly what? Important, but not for him. From whose point of view? User's point of view. So remember one thing, everyone, materiality is something which is very important and very significant item in the financial statement, but it is not that much important or that much significant from auditor's point of view. But yes, auditor thinks that yes, my users deserves to know that. It is very much important and very much significant from the user's point of view. I will ask you a very simple thing, everyone, to make you understand this concept practically. Say, for example, you went to one client's place. Now, when you went to one client's place, you saw that there is a 10,000 rupees of cash fraud. Are you getting the point? How much is the fraud amount, everyone? 10,000. Clients books of accounts are showing 80 crores of turnover. What is the turnover of the client? 80 crores. So I can say that the client is very huge client. 80 crores of client, but there is a small fraud of 10,000 rupees. Now tell me one thing, everyone. This fraud is ignorable from the auditor's point of view or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So
No, sir.
no. It is ignorable from the auditor's point of view because fraud is not that big. But can the auditor ignore it from the user's point of view? No. See, from the auditor's point of view, fraud amount is very less. It will not affect his decision making. He will still say that the company's affairs are true and fair. Are you getting the point? Because that fraud is completely ignorable. But tell me one thing, fraud is fraud. Therefore, auditor has to ensure that at least the information about this fraud shall be given to my users of financial statement. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Because if he will completely ignore this fraud today of 10,000 rupees, is there any guarantee that tomorrow it will not be 1 crore?
No.
Yes or no? No guarantee. So it's good that what the auditor does that, okay, from my point of view, it is fine. I will still give you the true and fair opinion, but don't expect me to hide it from my users. I will definitely tell it to the shareholders. I will definitely bring it to the notice of the management. I'll definitely bring it to the notice of lenders. If this fraud has happened, irrespective of the fact what is the amount involved in that. That is, what do you mean by materiality, everyone? So tell me one thing. Here we checked the materiality from auditor's point of view or user's point of view? User's point of view. Now read the whole sentence, everyone. Read it out loudly. The whole concept.
Any item or transaction in financial statement which in auditor's judgment is highly significant and important for decision making of users of financial statements.
Yes, so auditor's judgment says that it is highly significant and highly important for the decision making of the users of financial statement, not auditor of financial statement. Now, some items which are highly important from users financial statement as well as auditor's judgment is also getting changed. That is known as pervasiveness, everyone. So remember one thing, what is pervasiveness? That item of financial statement which is not only going to affect users but also affecting whom? Auditor point of view. Also affecting auditor's point of view, everyone. Tell me, everyone, now same example I will take. 80 crores of turnover of the client. Now 10 crores of fraud has happened. Now tell me, is it an ignorable amount?
No.
No. Or it is non-ignorable amount now?
Non-ignorable.
So definitely to my users deserves to know that fraud has happened. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
But at the same point of time, is the auditor going to give a true and fair opinion or he is going to give an adverse opinion?
True and fair.
But
What are you saying? Is the auditor going to give true and fair opinion? 10 crores of fraud, madam. 10 crores of fraud.
No, adverse opinion.
Yes, you are going to give an adverse opinion. Negative opinion you are going to give now. So, matlab, it affected the users as well as whose judgment? Auditor. So, remember one thing, materiality and pervasiveness, both are very similar concepts. But materiality affects only the users of financial statement. Pervasiveness affects the users as well as whom?
Auditor.
So which one is a heavier word? Pervasive is the more
Pervasive.
heavier word as compared to what? Materiality. So everyone please tell me, I'm writing this sentence and tell me, do you agree or not? I'm writing this sentence, you let me know, do you agree or not? Everything which is pervasive must be material, but everything which is material may or may not be pervasive. How many of you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? This is
Yes.
called the conclusion of our whole discussion of the last 5-10 minutes right now. Remember one thing,
Both is
everything, yes, everything which is pervasive, definitely has to be a material, because something which is affecting the auditor's judgment definitely going to affect the user's judgment or not?
yes.
Yes. But something which is affecting the user's judgment may or may not affect whom? Auditor's judgment. Right or not? Everything which is pervasive must be material, but everything which is material may or may not be what? Pervasive in nature. Clear everyone? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that brings an end to your discussion of the background of this standard. So this is what we are going to learn in this standard. How auditor understands that something is material and something is not material. So that is what the major meaning of this standard. So let us understand everyone. What do you mean by materiality concept? Now see, remember one thing everyone. Planning and materiality are husband and wife to each other. Planning and materiality are husband wife to each other. They are inseparable. Wherever the word planning will come, materiality will come. Rather though I will say that materiality comes before planning only. Materiality comes before planning only. It means, sir, do we have something before the planning? Yes, that is called materiality. Tell me one thing, are you going to plan immaterial things or material things?
Material things.
Material things. So tell me what you are deciding first. You are deciding materiality first. On the basis of that, you are planning it. Are you getting the point or not?
Yes, sir.
So planning comes first or materiality comes first?
Materiality.
Materiality comes first. So that is the reason these two standards, SA 300 and 320, has to be done together. Crystal clear, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So everyone start reading the point number 1 along with me so that you all can have the understanding. Materiality is an important consideration of an auditor to evaluate whether the financial statement reflect a true and fair view or not. Again repeating, materiality is an important consideration of auditor to evaluate whether financial statement reflect true and fair view or not. Do you all agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Point number 2. SA 320. What is the name of the standard, everyone? Materiality in planning and performing the audit. So yes. So what is SA 320? Materiality in planning and performing the audit requires that auditor should consider materiality and its relationship with the audit risk while conducting an audit. When planning the audit, the auditor considers what would make the financial statement information more materially misstated. The auditor preliminary assessment of materiality related to specific account balances and classes of transactions helps the auditor decide such question as whether the items to examine and whether to use sampling and analytical procedure. It's a very long point, but I will cut down to it short. They are saying that materiality and audit risk are also correlated. When you're planning an audit, auditor should consider how much financial information of the client is materially misstated. On the basis of that preliminary misstatement only, auditor will decide whether he has to go for a full checking or whether he has to go for a sampling checking. Very simple question to everyone. Suppose I went to the client's place on the very first day. When I went to the client's place on the very first day, I checked out that there are so many cameras installed in the building so that they can prevent the frauds and error. But when I went to their control room of cameras, out of 30 cameras, only 2 were working. 28 are completely not working cameras. Tell me one thing, is it a sign of good internal control system or poor?
Poor.
Now tell me, is it an important aspect to be ignored or important aspect to be considered by the auditor?
Important or
Shall we ignore this aspect or shall we consider it?
Consider.
Okay, now on the basis of that, everyone please tell me the judgment as an auditor. Are you going to do sampling checking now or are you going to do full checking now?
Full checking.
Full checking now. Now read this whole paragraph till the time I'm coming. Just give me 2 minutes break. I have to do something. I'll be coming back in 2 minutes, okay? Am I audible and visible, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what the meaning of materiality. I hope now you all got the background of the word called materiality, right? So materiality, first one, what we have understood, is it after the planning or before the planning?
Before the plan.
Before the planning. Second thing, does the materiality is dependent upon the auditor's point of view or user's point of view?
User's point of view.
User's point of view. But who decides that whether users will get affected or not?
Auditor.
Auditor.
Auditor will decide. Now, if the risk in the financial statement is very high, if you think that the risk in the financial statement is very high, then in that case, what the auditor shall do? Auditor shall, with the help of materiality, the auditor is going to decide whether he has to do the sampling or analytical procedure. Remember, this is not the definition. This is just a simple paragraph given in front of you to make you understand the relationship between planning and materiality. Now, determine materiality and performance materiality when planning an audit. Now, see, what do you mean by performance materiality and what do you mean by that? Now, it's a very simple thing. There are so many items in the financial statement that affects the auditor's judgment or that may not affect the auditor's judgment. First of all, though, you have to decide, okay, I'm going to tell you in different manner. Suppose this is financial statement. Suppose this is financial statement. First of all, so you have to decide if financial statement में which items are material and which items are immaterial. That is what the first thing you have to decide in the financial statements. Are you getting the point? So you have to divide that financial statement into two parts: financial statement with material items and financial statements with which items? Immaterial items. After that, the auditor has to apply one performance materiality. Sir, what do you mean by performance materiality? Now listen to this very carefully. Now suppose I'm verifying sales. Everyone, please understand. Suppose I'm verifying sales. I told my client to bring the sales to me. When he brought the sales, I came to know that there are total 1 lakh invoices of sales. Now tell me, is it a small number of invoices to be checked, or large number of invoices?
Large number.
Large number. Now question is, I have a doubt now, how should I decide which invoice is important and which invoice is not important? मैं कैसे decide करूं? In that case, what I did, I applied one concept called performance materiality. Sir, what do you mean by performance materiality? Performance materiality is all about setting up a limit of transaction. Setting up a limit of transaction. Sir, what do you mean by that? I saw some of the invoices. Some invoices were of 1,000 rupees also, and some invoices were of 10 crores also. So some invoices were ranging in the crores and crores, and some invoices were ranging in thousands rupees also. So there is a huge variation in the invoices. So what I did, I made one limit. That limit was 1 lakh rupees. So I set up one limit, 1 lakh rupees. So any invoice which is less than 1 lakh rupee is immaterial invoice for me. And any invoice which is 1 lakh or more is material for me. Now tell me, basically, can I say that I did nothing but the filtration of my invoices? Yes or no? So less than 1 lakh rupees wale invoices, I'm going to check or I'm going to ignore?
Ignore.
Ignore. And more than equals to 1 lakh rupees of invoices, I'm going to what? Check. So tell me, did I increase my workload or reduce my workload?
Reduce.
Will I be able to do my audit efficiently and effectively and timely basis?
Yes.
Yes. So this is what do you mean by performance materiality, everyone, which enhances the performance of an auditor. This is the technique we generally use when the number of items in the financial statement are so many, and you use this performance materiality so that you can segregate the immaterial items from the material items. Clear, everyone? This is what they mean by concept of performance materiality. Now see.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, what if it is what if it is such a case where the number of invoices which are that 1 lakh or
You are saying that frauds
there are
and errors
very
might
less
be there.
number and
They are less number, and then in that case again auditor will revise his limit.
okay.
Yeah, auditor will see, planning is something and materiality is something which are not absolute concepts. Remember, they are relative concepts. Keeps on changing. Yes, very nice. Now see,
Okay.
when establishing the overall audit strategy, read the whole sentence very carefully. When establishing the overall audit strategy, auditor shall determine the materiality for the financial statement as a whole. In the specific circumstances of the entity, there is one or more particular class of transactions, account balances, and disclosures for which the MAS statements for lesser amount than the materiality for the financial statement as a whole could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of whom? Users, taken on the basis of financial statement. In the whole sentence, they are saying nothing but, as I told you, I copied my material from the ICAI material. It is my responsibility to tell you that some places where ICAI material is little bit vague. Vague means what? Unnecessary, prolonging of the sentence. The whole sentence which I have underlined in front of you, The meaning of this sentence is very carefully. They are saying that if whenever the auditor is making the overall audit strategy, it is the responsibility of the auditor to check out the financial statement in such a manner so that he will come to know if which items are material from the user's point of view and which items are immaterial from the user's point of view. The auditor shall also determine the materiality level or levels to be applied to those particular class of transaction, account balances and disclosures. So remember one thing, this last sentence which is written, are you able to see this word? What are the words written, everyone?
Classes of transactions, account balance, disclosure.
Classes of transactions, account balances and disclosure. We call it as ABCD. We call it as ABCD. Account balances, class of transactions and disclosure. So remember one thing, this will now come so many times in your material. Class of transaction means what? Which class of transactions are there? Either they are incomes or expenditures, assets or liabilities. Account balances means what? Whether they are being shown properly with the account balance or not. Disclosures means what? How the disclosure is being made. Tell me one thing, everyone. Installation expenditure shall be disclosed in P&L or in the balance sheet? Installation balance sheet. Because it's a revenue item or capital item? Capital item. It has to be added to the cost of an asset. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. So that is called disclosure, where we are disclosing it. What is the account balance and what is the class of transaction? It's a capital item. Its balance is 50 lakh rupees. Where it is to be disclosed? In the
Balance sheet.
So ABCD, we call it as ABCD. Account balances, class of transactions and disclosures, right? So what they are saying that the auditor shall determine the materiality level of ABCD. Which ABCD is material and which ABCD is immaterial. Everyone clear? Now, what is the performance materiality meaning? I told you, everyone. Please try to tell me the meaning. What do you mean by performance materiality? I told you.
Setting limit.
Setting up a limit by which we can differentiate between the which items and which items. Immaterial items and material
items.
Yes or no? Yes. So everyone just give a look to this sentence and tell me, did you understand or not? Just give me 1 second. If problems are there.
Sir, what is that less than materiality?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't listen to you properly. Tell me, please, what you were asking.
What is that less than materiality?
Less than materiality means what? The topic which is the item which is less than your limit. Did you set up a limit or not?
Yes.
Yes. So something which is less than your limit is called less material item. Are you getting the point?
Okay.
Yeah. So see, performance materiality means what, everyone? What do you mean by performance materiality? Performance materiality means the amount or amounts set up by the auditor at less than materiality for the financial statement as a whole to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected or undetected misstatements exceeds the materiality of the financial statement. It's a very simple thing. Like just now I told you, suppose there are 1 lakh invoices. Some invoices are of ₹1,000 also, and some invoices are of ₹10 crores also. So I set up one limit, say for example 1 lakh. So I will make sure that even if there are some frauds and errors in the invoices which are less than 1 lakhs, their aggregate effect should not materially affect the financial statement. But any fraud and error in the invoices which are more than what?
1
lakh rupees are ignorable or non-ignorable?
Non-ignorable.
So that I'm not going to ignore. So basically what I did in the simplified language, if I have to tell you, Performance materiality is nothing but helping you in separating the material items from what?
Non-material items.
Non-material items. It saves your time, it saves your energy, it saves your effort, it saves your efficiency, and it helps you in doing the effectively. And most importantly, timely manner. Are you getting the point? That is what the concept of what? Performance materiality, everyone. So everyone,
So,
please, Anji, boliye. Yes.
then is sampling different from performance materiality?
Sampling is selecting the samples randomly. There you do not decide what to be selected, what not to be selected. Like say for example, right now 24 participants are there in my class. Now I don't know who is watching, who is not watching. I'm just asking somebody, please reply me. Now tell me, am I saying someone's name or I'm randomly asking someone to reply?
Randomly.
So sampling is all about random selection, where every item in the population is having an equivalent chance of being selected. So if you are doing the sampling, it means 1,000 rupees invoice may also come in your hand, or there's a possibility that 10 crore rupees of invoice also may come in your hand when you're picking up. That is called sampling. Random selection. But here though we are doing some mathematical formula. What we are doing, basically here we are separating the material items from what? Immaterial. I'm setting up one limit. Over and above that is material and less than that is immaterial. So you can't call it as sampling, right or not? It is completely different concept. Right, everyone?
Yes.
Yes. So read everyone. Performance materiality means amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than materiality level for the financial statement as a whole to reduce appropriately low level the probability that aggregate of uncorrected and undetected misstatement exceeds. So I am putting up a limit in such a way that even though there are frauds and errors in this area, what is this area, everyone? Less material area, it should not be more than the material area. Are you getting the point? If applicable, performance materiality also refers to amount or amounts set up by the auditor at less than materiality level or levels of the particular class of transactions and balances. This is what do you mean by the concept of materiality and performance materiality, everyone. Clear, everyone? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So everyone, what is the next topic we have? Use of benchmarks in determining materiality for the financial statement as a whole. What do you mean by benchmarks? Benchmarks, they are saying that what do you mean by benchmark? Benchmark means something which you set and what you want to achieve. That is what do you mean by benchmark. Determining materiality involves exercise of professional judgment. Now tell me one thing, is there any scale or is there any measurement with you by which you decide this item is material or this item is immaterial, or it is all about the professional judgment of an auditor? Professional judgment of the auditor. Nothing is more bigger than your professional judgment, everyone. Try to understand that. Are you getting the point? And professional judgment is something which gives you the better results rather than being mechanical. It's a very simple thing. Suppose there is one company where internal control system is more important to you rather than its financial statements. There are some companies where financial statements are more important to you rather than its internal control system. So remember one thing, how to decide if something is important or something is not important, that purely depends upon the professional judgment. Now let me give you one example. Suppose I went with my senior. So there are some 1,000 items in front of us. I told my senior that, sir, obviously we can't verify 1,000 items because we have only half an hour. So let's decide one sample size. My sample size was 2% and my senior's sample size was 5%. Tell me one thing, both are correct or both are incorrect?
Both are correct.
Both are correct. Both are correct. That is my professional judgment and that is his professional judgment. He thinks that if he will verify 50 items out of 1,000, he will get a clarity whether the things are true and fair or not. But I think that why to waste the time in 5%? Because 5% is also sampling, 2% is also sampling. So it's better to verify only 2% and satisfy yourself. That is my professional judgment. At any point of time, I'm not saying that my senior is wrong, but I'm saying that I am not wrong. Are you getting the point? So it's a professional judgment which helps you in deciding which is material item and which is what? Immaterial item. Percentage is oftenly applied to chosen benchmark starting point in determining the materiality of the financial statement as a whole. Factors that may affect the identification of appropriate benchmark includes the following. What do you mean by percentage? Just now I told you. What is my percentage of sample?
2%.
2%. What is my senior's percentage?
5%.
5%. So percentage is always decided by the use of which one? Professional judgment. So can I say that I made my benchmark? The moment I will reach to 2% of the population, I will stop doing the auditing. Am I correct or not? Yes. This is what do you mean by benchmarks? One is trying something. So there is a lot of mismatch between your video and audio. Is it everyone?
Yes, sir.
Now it is going fine or not going fine?
Fine, sir.
Sometimes I think some glitches might be there. That might be internet problem, some glitches in Zoom or something like that. Because I'm displaying you a very heavy file because my whole video is also coming, the mirroring is also coming, and the things are coming. That might be the reason. Sometimes glitch might be there, but I think approximately 80-90% of the time the video is going smoothly.
Yes, sir.
And the voice is also coming. There's no problem in the voice, right?
Yes, sir. No problem in voice.
Okay. Chalo, everyone, now try to understand this thing. What I'm trying to tell ki yes, materiality involves a professional judgment, and the percentage which we decide to choose a benchmark, that is also nothing but is use of the professional judgment only. Now, elements, how do we select the benchmarks now? Elements of financial statement like assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, expenditures, whether there are items on which the attention of users particular financial statement is focused, nature of the entity, industry, and the economic inventory in which the entity operates, entity's ownership structure and the way it is financed, relative volatility of benchmark. Now, these are the various factors which will help you in deciding the percentage of benchmark. Point number one. Tell me one thing, everyone. There are 600 crores of assets with my client, out of which 500 crore is inventory only. Tell me, which assets will be more focused in your checklist?
Inventory.
Inventory, as simple as that. Why? Because it is making the major part of your what? Assets. Right? Next one. What is more important from the user's point of view? Are the users interested in how many loans the client has, how many loans the company has taken, or how the company is operating? That is one side. Or are the users interested in what is the profit of the company, how much dividend we'll get? Tell me, as a user of financial statement, what you are interested in?
Deepness of the company.
Obviously, profits and dividend expectations only. Am I correct or not? So auditor while determining the materiality has to think from his point of view or has to think from user's point of view? User's point of view. Clear, everyone? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. Now, the next thing what we have to understand, what is the nature of the entity? What is the economic environment of the... Acha, tell me everyone, please. Bank is a which kind of entity? Bank is fully involved with own money or public money?
Public money.
Public money. So there your materiality level will be very high or not?
High.
Yes, very high. And if we'll talk about the gold industry, let's talk about the gold industry. What about the gold industry? Whether the price remains same every year, every day, or it keeps on changing?
No.
Keeps on changing.
It's a very volatile market. Am I correct or not? It's a very volatile market. Now, tell me, which company is more better? Having more equity or having more debt, or balanced equity and balanced debt?
Balanced.
Balanced.
Can anybody give me the answer? Why having a debt is also good for the company?
No.
See, it's a very simple thing. When you have your total equity, equity means no loans. That is your own capital only. What happens on the equity? You pay dividend to your shareholders. But my question is, can you debit the dividend to the P&L account?
No.
No, you cannot debit the dividend to the which account? P&L
P&L
account.
account.
But can you debit the interest to the loan to the P&L account?
Yes.
Yes. So which one is your business expenditure, everyone? Interest.
Interest.
And when you debit the interest to your P&L account, are you getting the tax saving at the rate of 30% or not?
Yes.
Yes. So having a debt is also important for the company, and having a equity is also important for the company. Therefore, what kind of ownership structure my client is having, that also matters a lot while deciding the materiality factor. Remember one thing, when we decide the materiality, what is important, what is not important, these are the 5 factors you have to understand. Factor number 1, everyone, elements of financial statement. Factor number 2, which items are going to draw the attention of whom?
Users.
Factor number 3, what is the nature of my entity, what is the industry, and what is the environment of my client. Factor number 4, what is my entity's which structure?
Ownership structure.
And factor number 5, the relative volatility of the benchmark. Whether that benchmark will remain constant or it will keep on changing. So this is how, yes.
When we say high level of materiality, what does it exactly mean?
High level of materiality means this item is completely unignorable, and users are 120% interested in checking what this item results into. That is what you mean by high level of materiality. Means highly important, highly significant.
No, I mean setting high materiality level. What does that?
High materiality, setting high materiality level means what? Ki you are setting an item to a higher level. Means say for example,
bringing maximum population into consideration.
Bringing maximum things into your coverage.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what you mean by high level of materiality.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone is having any kind of doubt, please ask us. No issues. In the class, if you'll ask us, we also find it better that yes, some doubts are coming, so that we'll be having a discussion. Or kya ho jata sir, when the doubts comes na, so there will be a more discussion of something which you do not discuss over a regular period of teaching you. You know, because I have to think of more examples to tell you in that case. That's the reason I always in favor of raising the doubts in the class. So I hope everyone is clear with this topic so far.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now examples of appropriate benchmarks dependent upon the entity's circumstances. Examples of benchmark. What are the examples of the benchmark they're giving you? Let me just see. Some points are. Determination, a percentage to be applied to. Okay, materiality level or level of particular tasks, revision in materiality, documenting material. I think we'll be in a position to complete this chapter by today. So, examples of appropriate benchmarks dependent upon entity's performance. What kind of benchmarks? Profit before tax is one benchmark, total revenue is one benchmark, gross profit is one benchmark, and total assets, total equity or net asset value. Say for example, you know one chapter is there called ratio analysis in your portion, in your financial management.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What do we do generally in the ratio analysis chapter? Tell me everyone. Do we calculate the various accounting ratios?
Yes.
Okay, if I am calculating the debtor turnover ratio, what do you mean by that, everyone? If I'm calculating debtors turnover ratio, what do you mean about that?
The number of, the amount of data with respect to the cost of goods sold or the sales and credit sales.
Okay. Now, what is the answer of that? The answer comes in number of days, am I correct? What is the
Yes,
answer?
sir.
Yes. So that means ki if I'm making a sale to my debtor, within that many days I'm able to recover the money from him. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. So creditor turnover में कि within that many days I generally make the payment to my creditor. Yes or no? Yes. So GP ratio means what? Ki this is the gross profit. So remember one thing, these are known as benchmarks. Tell me one thing, you might have heard about ki current assets by current liability of any company should not be less than 1.33:1. Somewhere in the ratio analysis chapter written that okay, what is the standard current ratio of every company? 1.33:1. Am I correct
Yes,
or
sir.
not? Yes.
Yes,
And
sir.
what is the standard debt by equity ratio of a company? 2:1.
2:1.
Yes. So these are nothing but called benchmarks only. Now, if there is one company which is having 6:1 debt by equity ratio, what do you understand by that? If it is 6/1.
6 times of
6
Yes.
times
So can I
debt
say that? Can I say that their debts are 6 times their equity,
yes.
and that is good for the company or bad for the
No.
company?
Bad.
bad for the
Because
company.
it means company's complete operations are dependent upon outside funds. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
And the moment the outsiders will take away their funds, company will be into the loss making position. That's why. So these are known as benchmarks, everyone. तो benchmarks का मतलब क्या होता है? Setting one standard. Like performance materiality में हमने एक benchmark बनाया था कि any invoice less than 1 lakh I'm not going to verify, more than 1 lakh I'm going to verify. So benchmarks can be made in equity, it can be made in assets, gross profit, expenditures, total revenue, profit. So these are the some of the examples of what? Benchmark. Clearly, everyone? Yes. Now, in relation to chosen benchmarks, relevant financial data ordinarily includes what? Prior period financial results and financial position. Now, tell me one thing. Say, for example, there is my client and it's been 5 years. He's having a current ratio of 3:1 average. What is the current ratio? Current assets by current liabilities. So current assets by current liabilities of my client of last 5 years is 3:1. Can anybody tell me what do you mean by that? Ki my client in the last 5 years had 3 rupees in his pocket as an asset to pay the 1 rupee of liability. Now that shows a good liquidity or poor liquidity?
Good liquidity.
Strong liquidity. Am I correct or not? Now, in the 2021 financial year, everyone, in the 2021 financial year, his current ratio is 2:1. Now tell me, the last 5 years benchmark is how much?
3:1.
3:1. What is the current year current ratio?
2:1.
So tell me one thing, is he going up or down?
Down.
Down. This is how you come to know where the liquidity side of your client is going down. So remember one thing, benchmarks are dependent upon your, read the point number 1, prior periods financial results and financial position. So I saw the last 5 years financial position and did one average of that, set up one benchmark to so that I can understand कि current year में whether my client is doing well or not. Am I correct or not? Yes. So this is what do you mean by how do you set up the benchmark? Forecast budgets for the current period adjusted for the significant changes in circumstance. Everyone, please tell me, have you heard of project reports? What do you mean by project report? If someone is an article student, he can easily tell me what do you mean by project report? Project report is something which we make for a client and we offer this to banks when the client is looking for the loans from the banks. Am I correct or not? So basically, what do you mean by project report? Project report includes the past performance of the client, present performance of the client, and future performance of the client. Am I correct or not? Now tell me one thing, the future performance of the client can be called it as a forecast or not? Yes. What do you mean by forecast? It means in the project report, I'm telling to the bank that if you will give this loan to my client, in the future he is going to have that much of turnover, that much of profits, and that much business operations. But future is certain or uncertain?
Uncertain.
Uncertain. But are we still setting up the benchmarks or not?
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, this is what you have to understand. That benchmarks can be set on various different matters. Or there are so many ideas by which you can make a benchmark, everyone. Now, materiality level or levels for particular class of transactions, account balances, and disclosures. Remember one thing, how do you decide what should be the materiality level of ABCD? Everyone, please tell me what is ABCD?
Account balances,
Account balances,
Class of transactions and disclosures.
disclosure.
Yes. How do you decide what is the materiality level for ABCD? That we are going to understand. We are going to understand some laws and we are going to understand some factors for that. Factors, now read this point, everyone. Factors that may indicate the existence of one or more particular class of transaction, account balances, disclosures, which misstatement of lesser amount than the materiality for the financial statement as a whole could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decision of user taken on the basis of financial statement includes the following. Now, what are those factors which will help us in deciding what is material in the ABCD and what is not material in the ABCD? Point number one, whether the law, regulation, or applicable FRF affect users' expectations regarding the measurement or disclosure of certain items like related party transactions. Now, everyone, please tell me, anybody is having an idea about section number 188? I'll tell you. What is section number 188? Section number 188 talks about related party transactions. Are you getting the point? Now, you know what the law is saying? Law says that the auditor does not have any problem with the related party transaction. First of all, to tell me, guys, what do you mean by related party transaction? A transaction between the holding and subsidiary. Are they related parties or not?
yes.
Yes, that is called related party transaction. Now listen to this very point carefully. Laws under section 188 says that auditor does not have any problem if the related party transaction is going on. No problem. If it is done at ALP. What is ALP? Arm's length price, everyone. Now, what do you mean by arm's length price? Say, for example, when the holding company is selling the goods to the outsiders, it is charging 600 rupees per kg. Same goods, when it is selling to its subsidiary, it is charging 600 rupees per kg. Now tell me whether the holding is making any difference between outsider and subsidiary now?
No.
No. So that is called arm's length price. But when the holding is selling to its subsidiary at 400 rupees per kg, now tell me whether the holding is making any favor? How much is the favor? 200 rupees per kg. Now in that case, is it a transaction or related party transaction? Yes. But at arm's length price or non-arm's length price?
Not an arm's length price.
In that case, section number 188 says that the auditor should have seen whether the board resolution is passed or not and audit committee permission has been taken or not. Now, this is the benchmark which is set up by the law. Now, tell me, here auditor set up one benchmark or law has set up the benchmark?
Law has set
Yes,
up.
the law is saying that do the transactions at arm's length price, take the board resolution, take the audit committee resolution, no problem at all. That is what the law is saying. Am I correct or not? Yes, that is what the law is saying. So this is what we have to understand here. Sometimes materiality levels are not always correct to say that it is decided by the auditor. Sometimes the law and sometimes the regulations will decide the materiality level. Crystal clear, everyone? Yes, everyone? Okay. Now, second thing. Key disclosures in relation to the industry in which the entity operates. Example, R&D cost for the pharmaceutical industry. Very simple question I'm going to ask you. You might have seen that due to the pandemic situation of COVID-19, tell me everyone, every pharmaceutical company is making the which medicine? COVID-19 medicine. Now say for example, Serum India Limited, one of the biggest pharmaceutical company, they made up the COVID-19 medicine by doing the R&D. What is R&D? Research and development. They spent 1600 crore rupees on developing this medicine of COVID-19. This was the first company which developed this particular medicine of COVID-19. Now listen to this whole example. Now Ranbaxy Laboratories is also developing the COVID-19 medicine. They spent 2800 crores on R&D. My question is 2800 crores more than 1600 crores?
Yes.
Yes. So what is the benchmark? Tell me, 1600 crores. Now tell me, the first company which made the COVID-19 medicine with the 1600 crores, it has already set up a benchmark for the expenditures of R&D. Means if you will do the R&D of 1600 crores in a correct way, in a correct direction, you can definitely make a COVID-19 medicine successfully. But Ranbaxy, how much they spent? Okay, now there is another company called Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. They spent 1200 crores and made a medicine successfully. Now tell me, what is our new benchmark? 1200 crores. Means 1200 crores is our new benchmark. It means now the COVID-19 medicine can be made with the 1200 crore rupees also. Are you understanding what I'm trying to tell?
Yes.
I'm trying to tell that setting up a benchmark is very important. Sorry? It's not about the ideas, it's about the industry now. When the industry called pharmaceutical industry is saying sorry, your voice is not clear.
Why we are comparing company?
We are not comparing company to company, my friend. I'm talking about the industry now.
What is
The use is now this company might have spent more than what is required, because R&D expenditure directly goes to the debit side of your P&L account. And when it goes to the debit side of your P&L account, do you have to pay the tax on that or no tax on that? Tell me. No tax on that. So in that case, it means you are doing the tax saving of 30%. Tell me, what is a 30% tax saving in case of 1600? It is 480 crores. What is the 30% tax saving in case of 2800? It is approximately 840 crores. And what is the tax saving in case of 1200? 30%. It is 360 crores. Now tell me, where the loss of the revenue to the government is more?
2800.
Where the loss, yes, 2800. So government is losing its tax revenue or not? So government will give the preference to which company? Tell me.
Yes.
Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. It will give the preference to the Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. Why? Because Dr. Reddy's Laboratory is able to make the same medicine at 1200 cost of R&D only. So government pura contract usko degi. First of all, the revenue also coming. At the same point of time, cheaper cost means cheaper price of the medicine in the market or not?
Yes, sir.
So these are so many factors. These are so many factors which you have to consider while doing the benchmarking, everyone. So what is the factor number 2, everyone? Read the factor number 2. The key disclosures in relation to the industry in which the entity operates. I never said about company. I'm saying that I'm standing the benchmark for the industry. So when the industry is able to make the medicine at 1200 crores, then why can't you make it? It means all the future companies have to make sure that their R&D cost should not be more than what? How much? 1200 crores. Otherwise, you will not get any kind of benefit from the government. That is what I'm trying to tell. Clear, everyone? So how do we determine the materiality level? We determine the materiality level on the basis of law and on the basis of key disclosures in relation to the industry. What is the next one? Third one. When attention is focused on a particular aspect of entity's business that is separately disclosed in the financial statement, a newly acquired business. Now, say for example, um, suppose Airtel has acquired Vodafone. Let's say, for example, just an imaginary example, Airtel has acquired Vodafone at 500 crore rupees. Now, Jio wants to acquire at Idea company. Now, Vodafone and Idea are approximately same companies when it comes to network coverage, when it comes to customer base, and when it comes to the financials. But Jio paid 600 crore rupees while acquiring the Idea. Now tell me, Jio paid more than market price or less than market price?
More than.
More than market price. When the same company acquired by the Airtel, it paid only 500 crore rupees. So what was the setting up of benchmark in this case? Tell me.
500 crores.
500 crores. So that is what the point number 3 is saying. Whether the attention is focused on a particular aspect of entity's business that is separately disclosed in the financial statement, a newly acquired business. So materiality levels or the levels for a particular transactions depend upon the 3 factors, everyone. What are the 3 factors? Laws and regulations, the industry in which you operate, and the special focus on the particular aspects of the entity's business, everyone. And one very important everything, guys, please tell me, planning remains constant or it keeps on changing? Same, acha. And materiality and planning are separable or inseparable?
Inseparable.
Inseparable. So when the planning keeps on changing, whether your materiality also will keep on changing or not?
Yes.
Tell me, when the Serum India Limited made the COVID-19 medicine at 1600 crore rupees, what was our benchmark? 1600 crores. But when the Dr. Reddy's laboratory made the same medicine at 1200 crores, now what is our benchmark?
1200.
So tell me whether materiality also keeps on changing or not?
Yes.
Yes, so that is what is written in front of you, revision in materiality level as the audit progresses. So because materiality is also decided with the planning, planning and materiality are both after the commencement of the audit or before commencement of an audit.
Before commencement of audit.
So it may keep on changing when we actually do the audit. Am I correct or not?
Yes,
Or
sir.
no? Yes. So materiality for the financial statement, materiality for the financial statement as a whole for the ABCD may need to be revised as a result of change in what circumstances occurred during the year. For example, a decision to dispose a major part of entity's business, new information, change in the auditor's understanding of the entity and its operation as a result of performing further procedure. Now, I thought that before starting off an audit, I thought that the 500 crores of fixed assets are there out of total 700 crores of what? Assets. So 500 crore is a major item or not?
Major.
Yes, major item. I thought that this is definitely a material item which I'm going to verify. But when I actually entered the client's place, they are saying that out of those 500 crores of assets, 480 crores of assets are taken on lease. So when you have taken the assets on lease, is it your assets or somebody's assets?
Somebody assets.
Somebody's asset. It means you are paying the lease rent. So tell me one thing, whether my importance changed now or not?
Yes.
Yes. So it all depends upon what kind of unexpected situations which are going to come to you, and accordingly your materiality also will change as and when your planning will change, because materiality and planning are connected with each other. Clear, everyone? If the auditor concludes that lower materiality for the financial statement as a whole then that initially determined is appropriate, the auditor shall determine whether it is necessary to revise the performance materiality and whether the nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures remain appropriate or not. So it is simply they are saying in this paragraph that if the materiality is changing either upwards or either downwards, whether our nature, timing and extent of our audit procedures also will remain same or it will change.
It will change.
Yes, first I thought that I will go to the factory and I will verify all the fixed assets by doing the physical inspection. But now when I came to know that 90% of their assets are not their own, they are taken on lease. Now do I need to go to the factory or verify the lease agreement papers?
Lease agreement.
So tell me, my audit procedure and techniques remain same or it changed?
Changing.
Changed, right or not? And last but not the least, documenting the materiality. What do you mean by documenting, everyone? What do you mean by documenting? Documenting means writing. Yeah, put it in writing. Now, because this year's materiality not necessarily to be same next year, but very near to next year or not?
Yes.
Yes. So, what are the things we should document? Materiality for the financial statement as a whole, you have to document. Materiality for the ABCD, you have to document. Means what? There are two types of materiality, everyone. One is materiality for the whole financial statements, and one is a materiality for the ABCD. What is ABCD? Account balances, class of transactions,
class of transactions,
disclosures. What is the second point? Second point is performance materiality. What is the third point? Sorry, you also should document your performance materiality and any revision of A to C as progress. Now, what do you mean by revision? Changes may come or not?
Yeah, come.
Yes. So you can write changes, any changes in that. And point number E, can I write one extra point? Reasons for changes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So all these things you need to do what? We need to document, everyone. With that, our another small standard called essay 320 also got over. So tell me, everyone, how many standards we are done with? We're done with 200, 210, 220. We're done with 300, 320. So 5 standards plus 2 chapters are already over. Clear, everyone? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, everyone. So I'll do one thing. Actually, sir told me that you have a class in the evening also today.
Yes, sir.
At what time to what time?
3 to 8.
So I'll make sure that I will not spoil your Sunday to that extent. So I will leave the class now only, and tomorrow we are going to start with a fresh chapter. Okay, tomorrow onwards the timings are going to be different, and sir is going to intimate you regarding that. Okay, guys.
Okay.
Chalo. Thank you so much, everyone, for lending your patient ears in the early morning batch, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye bye, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All the very best for your FM class. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now read it out, please. Thank you. Start.
Yes. Obtaining an understanding of the entity and its environment, including the entity's internal control, referred to hereafter as its understanding of the entity, is a continuous dynamic process of gathering, updating, and analyzing information throughout the audit. The understanding establishes a frame of reference within which the auditor plans the audit and exercises professional judgment throughout the audit. For example,
Okay, now everyone try to understand this point. What they are trying saying that we all know that what is the standard we are actually doing right now? The standard number what we are actually doing right now is SA 315. What is SA 315? Identifying an assessment of risk of material misstatement in what? Financial statements by understanding what? Entity, by understanding what? Environment, and by understanding its what? Internal control system. So now we are trying to understand what? Entity. Do you remember that in the chapter number 2, while doing the planning, program and execution chapter, mein, planning strategy and program chapter में we understood how to acquire the knowledge of the client's business. Do you all remember knowledge of client's business?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? There was one topic called how to acquire the knowledge of client's business. That the same point, copy paste, we have to learn over here. Same 100% point, we have to copy paste, learn over here. Now tell me one thing. When we are talking about acquiring the knowledge of client's business, what do you actually understand by that? What do you mean by acquiring the knowledge of client's business? What do you mean by entity knowledge? Do you have to understand the internal factors and external factors of the entity? Yes. Sir, what do you mean by external factors? Should you know the industry in which the entity operates? Yes. Should you know the price competitions of the entity? Yes. Should you know the competitors of the entity? Yes. Should you know the industry profits? Yes. Should you know the industry liquidity? Yes, because if you know or if you have the knowledge of industry profits and industry liquidity, industry competition, and what is the nature of the industry, who are the producers in the industry, to whom you sell and to whom from whom you buy, then only you can have the knowledge of your client's business. Are you getting the point or not? That is what the major thing you have to understand first. Second thing which we understood in the what do you say acquiring the knowledge of client's business is internal factors also. You should know the accounting policies of your client. You should know the what do you say objectives of your client. You should know the financial performance of your client. You should know the that accounting policies are consistently followed. If it has been changed, what is the reason it has been changed? You should know the suppliers of your client. You should know the investment portfolio of your client. So you should know the strategies and objectives of your client. Each and everything, if you remember, we have done a very big definition in our chapter called acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. So that is what is going to be talked about here, essay 315. That is known as what? First, we are understanding of the entity. And understanding of an entity is not a one-time process. It is not that 1 year you did the audit and you understood the entity, so next year you don't have to understand it, because every year the entity changes, its environment changes, and internal control system also changes. So what they're saying that obtaining an understanding of the entity and its environment, including the entity's internal control, is a continuous dynamic process of gathering. What do we get to know? We gather, we update, and we analyze the information throughout the audit. The understanding establishes the frame of reference within which the auditor plans the audit and exercises his with judgment, professional judgment. Now, please continue. How do we understand and what are the advantages of understanding the entity?
For example, assessing risk of material misstatement of the financial statement.
So by understanding the entity, we can understand or we can assess their risk of what? We can easily assess their risk of material misstatement at which level? Financial statement level. Xavier, you are getting out and coming in again and again. I mean, is there any problem in your internet? Please let me know. Is it from your side or from my end? Xavier? Okay, read it. Next one.
Determining materiality in accordance with SA 320.
So while understanding the entity, we have to ensure that we should determine the materiality also. What do you mean by materiality, everyone? Something which is non-important and non-significant, or something which is important and significant?
Important and significant.
Important and significant, because we need to segregate the immaterial items from what? Material items, so that we can invest our time and should not material items and should not waste our time on immaterial items. Yes. Then next one.
Considering the appropriateness of selection and application of accounting policies.
Like we also have to understand what kind of selection and what kind of application policies are being used by my client. Are you getting the point or not? Because you all know that once you select the application policies and once you apply it on your client's business, it has to be applied differently every year or consistently every year. consistently every year. Next point.
Identifying areas where special audit considerations may be necessary. For
Okay.
example,
Yeah. Yeah.
related party transactions, the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern assumption, or considering the business purpose of transaction.
Yes. So remember one thing, these are the special areas where you need to focus to identify the risk, because I already told you, is it difficult to do the fraud with the related parties or very easy to do the fraud?
Very easy.
It's very, very easy to do the frauds in the case of related parties. And you always, and in the 570 also we have understood कि even though the management may overlook its going concern assumption in 570, if you remember, even if the management may overlook its going concern assumption, whether the auditor should overlook or auditor has to consider. Auditor has to consider. And do you remember three types of indicators I told you? Financial indicators, operational indicators, and what? Other indicators. Like say for example, if your banks are not renewing your loans and it's been 3 months you are running behind the banks, why the banks are not interested in renewing your loan? Is your going concern is good in the market or bad in the market?
Bad in the market.
Bad in the market. There might be a case that you have defaulted one of the loan, and once you get blacklisted in the banking industry, remember one thing, no one will be ready to give you the loans. Do you all agree with that? Yes, so that is again a risky factor for you. So appropriateness of the management's use of which concern? Going concern, and considering the business purpose of the transaction. You have to understand in depth ki why this entity has done this business transaction, why the entity has done this transaction. So you have to understand the business purpose of the transaction as well. That is how, what do you mean by understanding the entity? So understanding the entity means what? Assess its, point number one, what we have done. Understanding the entity means what? Assess its ROMUM. Understanding the entity means what? Assess its ROMUM. Understanding the entity means what? Apply materiality. Understanding the entity means what? Having the knowledge of accounting policies. Understanding the entity means what? What do you say? Checking out their, what do you say, related party transactions. We have to check out their going concern assumption. We have to check out their business purpose. And what is the next one? Understanding the entity means what?
Developing expectations for use when performing analytical procedures.
Developing expectations for use when performing the analytical procedures. And last but not the least,
Evaluating the sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence obtained, such as the appropriateness of assumptions and of management's oral and written presentation.
okay, you all know that there are so many areas in the financial statements where the management assumptions are involved. So it is the auditor's responsibility to check the appropriateness of those assumptions. What do you mean by appropriateness of assumptions? Appropriateness of assumption means whether the assumptions made by the management are reliable, relevant, or not. Relevant, or reasonable. Correct or not? You can call it as triple R. You have to check whether it is reasonable assumptions, reliable assumptions, and relevant assumptions or not. I hope all of you understood the examples. Now, this thing though we already knew. Each word to word, it is already being given in your planning stage. You can see that auditor shall obtain the understanding of the following. Now, what is the first word written?
Relevant
Industry, regulatory, other external. Do you remember each and every word? Copy paste. We have done it from where? We have done it from our business policies chapter. So let me just show you so that you can have an idea. And let me write the page number also here. We have done the chapter number 2, right? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business.
Page number 24.
Page number 24. Yeah.
24.
Yeah. Yeah. On the page number 24, you might be seeing that knowledge of client's business or not. Yes, or same thing. Now, what is our now page number? What we are doing right now?
78.
78. Yes. So I will write it here. Why to waste the time? We know that refer page 24, which we have already understood, which we have already referred. So that is nothing but called, what is another name of this topic? The another name of this topic is known as acquiring the knowledge of client's business. Okay. Continue, please. Internal control. Now, acquiring the knowledge of, guys, is there any problem coming that you are getting out of the meeting automatically?
No, sir.
Okay. So we acquired the knowledge of entity, but now we have to acquire the knowledge of their which system?
Internal control.
Internal control systems. Right or not? Read it.
As per SA 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment, internal control may be defined as the process designed, implemented, and maintained by those charged with governance, management, and other personnel to provide reasonable assurance about the achievement of an entity's objective with regard to reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, compliance with applicable laws and regulations.
Now, if I have to tell you what is the definition of internal control system, I have to tell you one simple thing. Internal control system, first of all, is whose responsibility? Management and TCWG responsibility. Like, internal control system is having a very deep connection with the audit also. Let's talk about the auditor on one side and let's talk about the management on one side. Now, whether the auditor makes a planning or not? Yes. Whether the auditor makes a program or not? Yes. Whether the auditor decides his procedures? Yes. Whether the auditor collects the evidences? Yes. Whether the auditor applies the techniques? Yes. All these things, who does? It is being done by the auditor. And what is the reason the auditor does that? What is his main reason? To achieve his what? Audit objectives. To achieve his audit objectives. And you all know that what is the audit objective of an auditor? Expression of opinion. That is called conclusion and reporting. Do you all agree with that? Yes. Same thing management also does. Management also plans. Management also programs its internal control system. Management also decide its procedures. Management also decides its evidences. Sorry, not evidences. Management also decides its techniques. And what is the reason management is doing all that? To achieve whose objective? Management objectives. Now, auditor's objective, so auditor's objective you very well know. Okay, what is the auditor's objective? To have an expression of opinion. What are the management objectives? Now try to understand. Tell me, safeguarding of assets is whose objective? Management objective. Efficient and effective control of internal control system is whose objective? Management objectives. Efficient and effectiveness of operations of the entity is whose objective? Management's objective. Timely preparation of financial statements is whose objective? Management's objective. Next point, appropriate going concern assumption is whose objective? Management objectives again. And next point, what are the other management objectives? Compliance of what? Laws and regulations is also the management objective. Then what is the next thing? You can say that yes, compliance of AFRF is also the management objectives. Then you have to understand that code of ethics should be followed by the entity is also the management objective. So can you see that in management and auditor, there's not that much difference. Auditor plans, auditor programs, auditor decides the pet to achieve his audit objectives. And management also does that same thing to achieve its what? Management objectives. When the auditor does that, उसे हम auditing बोलते हैं. When the management does that, we call it as what? Which system? Internal control system. Did you all understand the comparison or not? Did you all understand what I'm trying to tell? Now, auditor also gives the which assurance? Absolute or reasonable assurance?
Reasonable
Yes,
assurance.
auditor also gives the reasonable assurance. I'm not saying that management also will give the absolute assurance. Management also expects what? Reasonable assurance. Management also expects that the internal control system which they have installed in the organization should give the management reasonable assurance that its various objectives are getting what? Achieved. I'm not saying that internal control system will always be best, will always be perfect. There's no perfect internal control system in this world. But yes, internal control system can be better on daily basis. Are you getting the point? By updating your technology, by keeping your employees happy, frauds and errors will be reduced. All that is possible or not? So we plan, program and decide our pet to give the reasonable assurance that is in the form of expression of opinion on client's financial statement as an auditor, and management installs its internal control system so that it can get the reasonable assurance whether its management objectives will be achieved or not. Did you all understand 100% what I'm trying to tell? Yes or no? Now, read the point again. This is what the definition of internal control system is. Read the definition of internal
control may be defined as the process designed, implemented, and maintained by those charged with governance management.
So tell me one thing. Internal control system means what? The process designed. Who designed it? Management. Who implemented it? Management. Who maintained it? Management and TCWG and other personals of the organization. What is the reason management is doing it? To provide which assurance? Reasonable assurance. To provide a reasonable assurance about audit objectives or management objectives? Entities objective. And what are the entities objective? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, and compliance of what? Applicable laws and regulation. Did you all understand what I was trying to tell? So never ever, try to take the burden what is internal control system and how we learn the definition of internal control system. It is quite difficult. Just try to compare the internal control definition with whose definition? Auditor's definition. Automatically you'll come. Like auditor plans, programs and decide its pet to give the reasonable assurance. Management also design, implements and maintains its internal control system to provide the reasonable assurance. Auditor tries to achieve his objective and management tries to achieve their objective. I hope all of you will agree with me, whatever we have done so far. Yes? Okay. So that is what brings an end to the definition of internal control system. Now, read the next point. That we already know. What are the objectives of what?
Internal control.
So management objectives are nothing but the objectives of internal control system only. Yes or no? Okay. Why the management has installed the internal control system? You can also say that why internal control system gets installed. Why a company needs a good internal control system? Now this is what the answer. Read it one by one. Very simple questions.
Transactions are executed in accordance with management's general and specific authorization.
So that transactions can be done with the accordance with the management's general and specific authorizations. That is the reason internal control system is required to be installed. Point number 2, reason number 2.
All transactions are promptly recorded in the correct amount in the appropriate account and in the accounting period in which executed.
Okay, stop. Can I say that they are talking about posting? Can I say that they are talking about posting, casting? They are talking about posting, casting and validity. All three words. They are saying that all the transactions should be promptly recorded in a correct amount. Correct amount means what? Correct totals. Am I correct? In the appropriate account means what? Correct posting. And in the accounting period means what? Correct validity. Did you all understand the meaning? So see, correct amount means what? Casting. Appropriate accounts means what? Posting. And in the accounting period in which executed is known as what? Validity. Did you all understand the meaning? Yes or no? So it is whose responsibility to check that? Is it auditor's responsibility or internal control system's responsibility? And internal control system is whose responsibility? Management. So indirectly, management is having some objectives. Management wants its internal control system to achieve the objectives on the behalf of whom? Management. That's why they are paying you. Am I correct or not? Now, do you think that the CEO will run the factory? Or the employees and laborers will run the factory?
Employees and
So TCWG, that is called CEO, has hired the employees to run the factory or not?
yes.
Now, what is employees? Employees are the internal control system. So it is the employee's responsibility to ensure that factory is run properly. So remember one thing, objectives of the management becomes the objectives of whom? Internal control system. So management is, accomplishing its objectives via internal control system. So what is the point number one may be understood? Internal control system has to ensure that transactions are being done in accordance with whose order? Management's order. Second thing, internal control system has to ensure that transactions are properly posted, properly casted, and have a correct validity. Did you all understand the point or not?
Yes.
Yes. Now read the second point again.
All transactions are promptly recorded in the correct amount in the appropriate account and in the accounting period in which executed, so as to permit preparation of financial information within a framework of recognized accounting policies and practices and relevant statutory requirements, if any, and to maintain accountability for assets.
So can I say that they are nothing but talking about relevant statutory requirement means what? Laws and regulations. Yes. Next point.
Assets are safeguarded for unauthorized access, use, or disposition.
Now tell me one thing. Safeguarding of asset is management responsibility or not?
Yes, sir.
But management will install internal control system to achieve that responsibility. As simple as that. The objectives of the management are 100% the objectives of whom? Internal control system. Next one.
The recorded assets are compared with the existing assets at reasonable intervals and appropriate actions taken with regard to the difference.
Now say for example, it's a very simple thing. It's nothing but they are talking about physical verification. They're not nothing but talking about physical verification. Now tell me, should we conduct the physical verification of inventory and fixed assets at the regular intervals? If you remember, we all have understood that in Caro.
Yes.
In the Caro clause number 1 and clause number 2, what is the area of reporting by the auditor in the Caro clause number 1 and clause number 2? Fixed assets and inventory. And in both the cases, there was one common point, if you all remember, that the auditor has to ensure that the company is doing the physical verification of its fixed assets and inventories at which intervals? Regular intervals. So that they can find the differences between what they have recorded and what actually is what? Existing. So that is what they are saying. Recorded assets. What do you mean by recorded assets? Those which they have recorded in the books of accounts must match with those which are in what? Existence. Right or not? So physically what is present and what is recorded in the books of accounts should match or not?
Yes.
Yes. If there is any differences, what they would like to take?
Action.
Appropriate action. Everyone crystal clear with each and every word?
Yes.
So tell me everyone, what are the 4 objectives? Now it is written in front of you. What are the 4 objectives? Transactions are occurring with what? Authorization. Transactions are promptly what? Recorded. Assets are what? Safeguarded. And recorded assets should be compared with what? Existing assets. Why? To find out what? Differences and take what?
Appropriate
Action. Is it correctly written here? Yes or no? Any doubt or no doubt? No doubt. Okay. Now, next point, please. The entity's internal control system. Next.
The auditor shall obtain an understanding of internal controls relevant to the audit. Although most controls relevant to the audit are likely to relate to financial reporting, not all controls that relate to financial reporting are relevant to the audit. It is a matter of auditor's professional judgment whether a control individually or in combination with others is relevant to the audit.
Acha, tell me everyone, is it always mandatory that auditor will always get the results by using the financial information? Or sometimes the non-financial information is also important?
Non-financial information is
Yes,
also
non-financial information is also important. Did I tell you the same thing in analytical procedure SA 520? What is
Yes.
analytical procedure? It's nothing but evaluation of audit evidence by creating a plausible relationship between the financial and non-financial data. Dekho, how much salaries and wages they have debited, that is a financial matter. But according to the number of employees, how many number of employees are there in the organization, that is a financial matter or non-financial?
Non-financial.
But if the number of employees and the payment made to the employees will be calculated, it automatically will help me in calculating the total salaries and wages or not?
Yes.
Yes. So having the understanding of not only the financial thing is mattering, sometimes the auditor has to focus upon non-financial reporting also. So it's all the professional judgment of an auditor which kind of information is relevant for him, whether individually financial, individually non-financial, or combination of both. Clear everyone?
Yes.
Yes. Now read the next point.
Benefits of understanding of internal control.
Now tell me, these are benefits to whom? These are the benefits to auditor. If he will understand the internal control system, benefits to auditor. If he will understand the internal control system, what will the benefits he is going to get? What is the benefit number one?
Identifying types of potential misstatements.
It's a very simple thing. Do we do TOC? What is TOC, everyone? Testing of controls. So it's nothing but we are now learning testing of controls in detailed manner. Testing of controls means internal control system only, na? Yes. But before testing of controls, do we have to understand the controls first? Yes. So by understanding the controls, we'll come to know about what? Which misstatements?
Potential.
Potential means what? Which are already done or which may occur?
Which may occur.
In future. Yes or no? Yes. Say for example, they have the older version of Tally. Are you getting the point or not? So in the newer version of Tally, new rates will be updated. So there might be a chance that their accounting is recorded as per the old rates only. Or say for example, we checked out that they don't have the staff who does the physical verification of inventory. So there are chances that physical verification of inventory at the regular intervals may or may not happen. So we are identifying the types of which misstatements, everyone? Potential misstatements. And how we can identify it? If we learn or if we understand their which system? Internal control system. Next point.
Identifying factors that affect the risk of material misstatements.
We can also identify the factors that may have the risk of material misstatements. Next point.
And designing the nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures.
That we already know. Internal control systems will help us in deciding should I restrict my examination to internal control system testing of controls only, or should I go for substantive procedure? And when I'm using the word called substantive procedure, what does come to your mind? TOC or TOD?
TOD and
TOD. In the TOD, again, two things. TOT, TOB. Are you getting the point? TOT and TOB. So what are the three benefits? Tell me, what are the three benefits of understanding the internal control system? Point number one, we'll come to know about the which misstatements? Potential misstatements. Point number two, we'll come to know about the factors of Romum. Is it correctly written or not? And point number three, we'll come to know about NTE of our FAP. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes. Next one.
General
General nature, characteristic of internal control system. Under that first topic is what?
Purpose of internal.
Purpose of internal control system. So tell me one thing. What are the management objectives just now in the definition of internal control system we did? 4 objectives. Safeguarding of asset, effectiveness and efficiency of what? Operations, compliance of laws and what? Regulations, and most importantly, it was reporting as per AFRF. Am I correct or not? So these are the objectives of management. Tell me, objectives of the management are the objectives of whom?
Auditor.
Objectives of the management are the objectives of not auditor. Objectives of the management are the objectives of internal control system. So are you able to see the same 4 points here? The reliability of entities financial reporting, that is called AFRF. Effectiveness and efficiency of which operations, compliance with applicable laws and what? Regulations, and safeguarding of what? Asset. That is the reason internal control system is designed, implemented and what? Maintained. Are you getting the point? So, but at the same point of time, internal control system is having some advantages. Yes, it gives us the potential threats. It gives us the information about the factors of ROMM, and it also makes us understand the NTE of our audit procedure. Just now we have done. So can I say that these are the benefits of understanding internal control system? Yes, but in the internal control system, there are so many limitations also. And remember one thing, these are those limitations which are inherent in nature. What in nature?
Inherent.
Inherent. What do you mean by inherent, everyone? Something which can be eliminated or cannot be separated.
Cannot be separated.
Cannot be separated. It means these limitations are those disadvantages which were there, which are there, and which will be there. It's like a shadow. Means these disadvantages are like the shadow of internal control system. Can you escape from your shadow? No. Likewise, you can't escape from these limitations also. These are always attached with the internal control system. Limitation number 1.
Internal control can provide only reasonable assurance.
Only reasonable assurance. What do you mean by that? Now see, internal control, no matter how effective, can provide an entity with only the reasonable assurance about achieving the entity's financial reporting objectives. The likelihood of their achievement is affected by the inherent limitations of its system, internal control system. Like, tell me one thing, is auditor is also going to give a reasonable assurance or absolute assurance? Reasonable assurance. Like that, internal control system can also give you the reasonable assurance only. Even though you will hire the MBA who has done the MBA from Indian Institute of Management, IIM, the best MBA institute in India. But is there a possibility that that human can also do the error? Yes or no? So yes. So remember one thing, you can never expect the absolute assurance. Just because you installed the cameras in the bank, does that mean that frauds will not happen in the bank?
No.
Tell me one thing, the Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya did the frauds in the bank only, na?
Yes.
Yes, but when the cameras were installed in those banks also?
Yes.
But still frauds have happened. So internal control system can never give you the which assurance?
Absolute.
Can never give you the absolute assurance. It can only give you the reasonable assurance. How effective, how best the internal control system you have, you shall never expect the best result out of it. Better can be there, good can be there, but best results you can never say. It always gives you the reasonable assurance. Everyone crystal clear? Yes. Okay. Internal control system is full of which resource? Automated resources or human resource? Both. Okay. Automation is there, but that automation is operated by whom? Human. And human is a statue of what?
Error.
Errors. So can there be any Judgmental mistake made by the human or not?
Yes.
Yes. So what is the next limitation?
Human judgment in
Human
decision
judgment in which making? Decision making. It's a very simple thing. Now tell me, Komal, what is important in my judgment? Is it necessary that it should be important in your judgment?
No.
No. So tell me, human judgment differs from person to person?
Yes.
Yes, it differs. So that is the biggest drawback of involving the human resource in internal control system. Did you all understand? Now
Yes.
read it. Reality is that human judgment is decision making can be faulty and that breakdowns in the internal control system can occur because of which error? Human error, right? What is the next disadvantage, everyone?
Lack of understanding the purpose.
Lack of understanding the purpose. Now tell me, giving the good training to your staff, making them aware about the code of ethics of the company, like drilling them, make them sure that yes, this is good and this is wrong. All these things are whose responsibility? Management responsibility. If they will not understand the purpose, that why they have been hired, what is the reason of doing that job, will they be able to do it properly? No, they will not be able to do the properly. Now see, the operation of internal control system may not be effective, such as where the information produced for the purpose of internal control, for example, an exception report is not effectively used because the individuals responsible for reviewing the information does not understand the purpose or fails to take what? Appropriate action. So all these are nothing but the three disadvantages. Tell me, what are the three disadvantages? It only gives you the which assurance? Reasonable assurance. Always which error is involved? Human error is involved. And if there is a lack of understanding the purpose, then also it is limitation for the internal control system. What is the next one?
Confusion among people.
Tell me one thing. Is the human character easily bought and sold in the market?
Yes.
Yes. Suppose there is one CEO of Pepsi company and he knows so many secrets of the Pepsi company. Now Coca-Cola company offered the triple the amount of package which he is getting in the Pepsi company. Now tell me what the CEO will do. Will remain in Pepsi or he will jump to Coca-Cola company? He will definitely jump to which company? Coca-Cola company. Now tell me whether he will reveal all the secrets of the Pepsi to Coca-Cola? Yes. So human collusion is always present or not?
Yes.
Yes. Remember one thing, collusion also means like हम लोग हिंदी में एक word use करते हैं मिली भगत. Milli Bhagat means what? Joining the hands with each other. And I think day before yesterday, I asked the same meaning in Telugu, Tamil also. What do you mean by that in Tamil? When the people join the hands together to do the fraud?
Puducherry.
Sorry, Puducherry.
Puducherry.
What is same copy paste? Correct or not? So this is what do you mean by the fourth disadvantage? What is the fourth disadvantage? Read it, everyone. Read it, Komal, please. Controls can be
Circumvented by collusion of two or more people or inappropriate management override of internal control. For example, management can enter into side agreements with customers that alter the terms and conditions of the entity's standard sale contract, which may result in improper revenue recognition.
now, say for example, to some customers you are giving unnecessary discount, and to the remaining customers you are not giving the discount. So that in that case, are you unnecessarily decreasing the revenue of the entity or not?
Yes.
Why? Why you are giving that discount to your customers? Because that customer is your what? Relative. Just because he or she is your relative, you are doing the injustice with the company's revenue model. Am I correct? Yes. So collusion among the people might always be there. Next one.
Judgment by management.
Okay, judgment by the management. What do you mean by judgment? Absolute or estimated? Estimated. Clear? Now read it. You will understand.
Further, in designing and implementing controls, management may make judgments on the nature and extent of the controls it chooses to implement and the nature and extent of the risk it becomes it chooses to execute.
So management judgment is always correct or may go wrong?
May go wrong.
May go wrong. So tell me, what are the 5 disadvantages of internal control system?
Reasonable
First of all,
assurance.
it gives only reasonable assurance. Point number 2, human judgment is involved in decision making, therefore potential human error is always there. Point number 3, if you do lack to know or understand your purpose, you may not be doing your work properly. Then collusion among the people is there, and lot of management judgment is involved. Next one, limitation in case of which entities?
Small entity.
Acha, tell me one thing. Can I say that Reliance India Limited might be having the India's best internal control system?
Yes.
Yes, but whether the same internal control system the small entity can afford?
No.
Why? Is the internal control system very easy to afford, or it's very expensive to be afforded?
Expensive.
It's a very simple thing, sir. Reliance can afford 2,000 chartered accountants to work under him. Whether the same thing a single small normal company can afford 2,000 chartered accountants?
No.
Because affording the good qualified people obviously sheds a lot of money on their survival. Am I correct? You have to pay 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees salaries per month to a chartered accountant that Reliance can afford, but you can't get it afforded in the which entities? Larger or smaller entities? Smaller entities. That is also one of the limitation. Now, there are some extra limitations which I would like to write, and please make a note along with me. Limitation number 7, right everyone? There itself only. If not updated, comma, it's outdated. If not updated, not right outdated, it's obsolete. Tell me one thing, guys. Can I say that internal control system is purely based on information technology?
Yes.
And information technology is a constant process or dynamic process? It keeps on changing. And can I say that 1 year internal control system may or may not be effective next year?
Yes.
But can every company afford to update its internal control system on yearly basis?
No.
No. So if it is not updated, can I call it as obsolete then?
Yes.
Yes, that is a disadvantage number 7 of the internal control system. Disadvantage number 8, management manipulation. What do you understand by management manipulation? Tell me one thing. Internal control system means your employee, staff, and everyone. Am I correct? Yes. Even though these employees, staff want to do the work ethically, independently, in a good manner, in the best manner, in a professional manner, but are they always under the control of management?
Yes.
Management can mold them in any manner for its own personal purpose. Yes or no? Let's say, for example, there is one internal auditor. Now, you all know that internal auditor is also a chartered accountant, but does he get the salary on monthly basis?
Yes.
Yes. So, internal auditor, let the internal auditor be highly independent, very nice person, very ethical person. He was very happy that I did the work and management will appreciate me. He identified some 20 to 30 frauds and errors which are happening throughout the year in the company. He was very happy that when I'll go to the CEO and CFO's cabin, they will, tap on my shoulder and they will say that they're very proud of me. But when he showed his report to the CEO and CFO, they torn his report and thrown it in the dustbin and told him to turn around and go. Now tell me one thing, whether his whole dreams are thrashed or not. Yes, it's a very simple thing. Imagine that that is the thing happening with you. What is the reason management manipulated it? Because management can do in that case. Because internal auditor is a puppet of whom? Management. Who remunerates him?
Management.
To whom he reports?
Management.
And management knows that if these 30 frauds and errors which the internal auditor has detected will go in the hands of external auditor will give an unmodified report or modified report?
Audit time.
That's what management does not want. So management told that, ki, hey, internal auditor, your report is negative. Do one thing, convert it into what? Positive. So he gave a which report, everyone? Did you understand what I wrote?
Yes,
He gave a which report? Negative report. He's very happy because he has done the independently work. But can the management manipulate him to change it into what? Positive report. Did you all understand? That is called management manipulation. That is again the biggest disadvantage of what? Internal control system. Ninth disadvantage, everyone. May work well in normal situations, but it's a complete failure. It's a complete failure in abnormal situations. You know, your internal control system might be very much best in the normal situations, but when any abnormal situation comes, it's a complete failure. Sir, how you can say that? Now listen to this very carefully. See, if you have the cameras in the ICICI bank or any kind of bank and all, they can little bit prevent the frauds and errors or not. You can catch the person who is trying to do the theft, or you can catch the person who is trying to steal the money. Yes or no?
Yes.
But can they prevent earthquake?
No.
Can they prevent natural disasters?
No.
Can they prevent the damage which you will get in the natural calamities? No. So in the normal situation, your internal control system works very well. But in the abnormal situations, are they successful or complete failure?
Failure.
Failure. That is what the ninth disadvantage of internal control system. And the biggest disadvantage, it's a very costly affair. Not every entity can afford. Correct or not? Do you all agree with that?
Yes,
so I think you can all correlate the point number 10 with the limitation number 6 written over here. Correct or not? Yes. So with that, what is over, everyone? We are done with what? Limitations of internal control system. I hope everyone is crystal clear. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Now, controls relevant to the audit. Read this point.
There is a direct relationship between an entity's objective and the controls it implements to provide reasonable assurance about their achievement. The entity's objectives and their controls relate to the financial reporting, operations, and compliance. However, not all these objectives and controls are relevant to the auditor's risk assessment. Factors relevant to the auditor's judgment about whether a control individually or in combination with others is relevant to the audit may include such matters as the following.
Now, what are the things which matters to the auditor? That is what we are talking about now. What are the things which matters to the auditor?
Materiality, significance of related risk, size of the entity, nature of the entity's business, including its organization and leadership characteristics, the diversity and complexity of entities' operations, applicable legal and regulatory requirements, circumstances, and the applicable component of internal control, nature and complexity of the systems that are part of the entity's internal control, including the use of service organizations, whether and how a specific control individually or in combination with others prevent or detect and correct material mistakes.
So these are all the things which matters to whom?
Auditors risk assessment.
Yes. It matters to whom? Auditor's judgment. So auditor is only concerned with these things. Auditor is never concerned with other irrelevant things of internal control system. Other irrelevant things of internal control system is the prime responsibility of whom? Management. Not whom? Auditor. Clear, everyone? Yes. Next point.
Controls over the completeness and accuracy of information. Controls over the completeness and accuracy of information produced by the entity may be relevant to the auditor. May be relevant to the audit if the auditor intends to make use of the information in designing and performing further procedures. For example, in auditing revenue by applying standard prices to record of sale volume, the auditor considers the accuracy of the price information and the completeness and accuracy of the sales volume data. Controls relating to operations and compliance objectives may also be relevant to an audit if they relate to the data the auditor evaluates or uses in applying audit procedures.
Tell me one thing. Suppose I'm checking revenue. Revenue means sales. Yes or no? Yes. If I'm checking the revenue or sales, whether the price and the volume matters to me. Tell me whether the price of product and the volume, quantity of the product sold matters to me.
Yes.
Yes. Now tell me, both should be accurately and completely recorded.
Yes.
Yes, that is what is being given in this paragraph. Even the accuracy and completeness of information matters when it helps you in designing. Remember, when the accuracy and completeness of information matters, it matters when auditor uses it. When auditor uses it in his NTE of AP. In his NTE of what? Audit procedures. Clear, everyone? Any doubt in this page, everyone? I hope the things are going very smoothly inside your head because we already have an idea about all these things. So far, we have done almost 80 to 90% of the audit. So we already have an idea what internal control systems and everything all about, right? Next one.
Internal control over safeguarding of internal control over assets against unauthorized acquisition or disposition.
There's a disturbance coming. One second. Manokaran, please mute yourself.
No, sir, not.
Not from your side.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, it's clear now. You can unmute Manokaran. Sorry. By mistake I muted you. Please unmute yourself.
Internal control over safeguarding of assets against unauthorized acquisition, use, or disposition may include controls relating to both financial reporting and operations objectives. The auditor's consideration of such controls is generally limited to those relevant to the reliability of financial reporting. For example, use of access controls such as passwords that limit access to the data and performs and programs that process cash disbursements may be relevant to the financial statement.
It's a very simple thing, guys. Whether the computers are the assets of the company.
Yes.
Whether the data in the computers are also the assets of the company.
Yes.
Whether the information in the computers are also the assets of the company. So they should be completely protected or not. Yes. By using the, okay, I will give you the option by using the login credentials or by using the biometric credentials. Which one is better login method? Biometric credential. Is it very difficult to copy the biometric credentials? Yes or no?
Yes.
But it's very easy to, hack the normal login credentials. That's what they're talking about here in there. So these are nothing but called examples only, right? Next one.
Controls relating to objectives that are not relevant to an audit. An entity generally has controls relating to objectives that are not relevant to an audit and therefore need not be considered. For example, an entity may rely on a sophisticated system of automated controls to provide efficient and effective operations, such as an airline's system of automated controls to maintain flight schedules. But these controls ordinarily would not be relevant to the audit. Further, although internal control applies to the entire entity or to any of its operating units or business processes, an understanding of internal control relating to each of the entity's operating units and business processes may not be relevant to the audit.
So it's all about making the difference between what is relevant and what is irrelevant to the auditor. Because do we use the word concept of SA 320 or not?
Materiality.
Yes. What is SA 320? It is known as materiality. Are you getting the point? So materiality is nothing but called what? Making the differentiation between the immaterial items and what? Material items. That is what they're trying to tell here. Next point.
The statute may require the auditor to report on compliance with certain internal controls.
And that we know that section number 143 subsection 3 clause I. Do we report on internal financial control systems, especially in our auditor's report?
Yes.
Now tell me, is it required by me or is it required by statute?
Statute. Compulsory reporting.
Yeah, compulsory reporting. Very nice. Right? Read it, please.
In certain circumstances, the statute or the regulation governing the entity may require the auditor to report on compliance with certain specific aspects of internal control. As a result, the auditor's review of internal control may be broader and more detailed. Nature and extent of the understanding of relevant controls.
Yes.
Evaluating the design of a control involves considering whether the control individually or in combination with other controls is capable of effectively preventing, detecting, and correcting material mistakes.
Yes. So tell me one thing, is it the responsibility of the single person? Let's say, for example, there are computers and they are the high-end computers. Are you getting the point? It means, and there are biometric credentials also you have given to each and every one of your employee. Is it a poor internal control system or good internal control system? You are having the best computers, best workstations, best antiviruses, and you have done the biometric credentials to all your clients' all your employees' computers. Is it a sign of good ICS or poor ICS?
Poor ICS.
Eh? Poor ICS.
Good ICS.
Good ICS, Komal. You have the best computers, you have the best biometric credentials, and you have the qualified and competent staff. Is it a good ICS or poor ICS?
Okay, I thought access is given to.
No. I'm just talking about the assets only. Is it a good ICS or poor ICS?
Good ICS.
Good ICS. But suppose your IT department, which is taking care of, development of these computers and which is taking care of viruses and all, that IT department people are not efficient. Now tell me one thing, whether without your IT department being efficient, whether your staff's competence matters or doesn't matter. It's a very simple. It doesn't matter. Now remember one thing, computers and computers, competent staff and biometric attendance, it's a sign of good internal control system, no doubt. But what if your information technology department, which handles the complete centralized system of your computers, is not qualified, not competent, or are corrupted in nature? Then in that case, whether does it matter how competent staff you have in your computers, or it doesn't matter in that case? It's a very simple thing. I think you didn't understand. Suppose this is one department, this is one department. In this department, computers are there, right or not? Competent staff is also there. Everyone is super biometric, but this is your IT department, which controls this department. This department is inefficient. Now tell me, is there any use that this department is efficient?
No.
No. Even if this department is super efficient, any use or no use? No use. So remember one thing, sometimes the combination of controls also the auditor has to assess. In the combination, there's no doubt that this department is efficient, but if this department is inefficient, this department also becomes what? Inefficient. That's what the point number 1 is talking about. Read the point number 1 again.
Evaluating the design of a control involves considering whether the control individually or in combination with other controls.
Individually or in combination with other controls. Yes.
Is capable of effectively preventing, detecting, and correcting mistakes.
Correct or not? So if your IT department is weak, but your normal like implementing department is right, then it doesn't make any difference, because if your IT department is wrong, poor, then there's no point of having the high-end computers. Do you all agree?
Yeah.
Yes. Next point.
Implementation of the control means that the control exists and that the entity is using it. There is little point in assessing the implementation of a control that is not effective, and so the design of a control is considered first. An improperly designed control may represent a significant deficiency in internal control.
Okay, next point.
Risk assessment procedures to obtain audit evidence about design and implementation of relevant controls.
Tell me the five risk assessment procedures: inquiry, inspection, observation, analytical procedure, and recomputation. Yes, I think these are the things in front of you. Read the point number 1. What is the first one? Inquiry from?
Inquiry of entity personnel.
Next one.
Observing the application of specific controls. Inspecting documents and reports. Tracing transactions through the information system relevant to financial reporting inquiry alone, however, is not sufficient for such purpose. Obtaining an understanding of an entity's controls is not sufficient to test their operating effectiveness unless there is some automation that provides for the consistent operation of the controls.
Yes. Okay. So now we are going to understand these 5 things. What are the 5 things we are going to understand? Components of internal control. In that, what are the 5 things we'll understand? Control environment, entities, risk assessment process, information system, control activities, and what? Monitoring of controls. Now this is called control environment. This is called entities risk assessment process. Third one is information system. And fourth one is control activities.
So all this is there in all syllabus also.
Sorry?
These last two topics are there in all syllabus also?
No, this is a part of essay 315.
Okay.
Yeah, essay 315 is so huge. Are you getting the point? This is all the part of essay 315 only. Yes, and after that internal audit will start. And that internal control by evaluation will start, and then testing. Evaluation, then testing, I think in the previous part you have done, narrative records, checklist, internal control questionnaire. I think Komal, you have done that already, right? Yes, and testing of internal control system, a procedural test, and examination in depth, that also we have done. And finally, materiality and audit risk. Internal audit, section number 138, and this chapter also will be over. So after this, we'll be left with only 2 chapters, that is called audit of different entities. And one is known, and the audit of different entities also audit of cooperative societies we are done with, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So remaining audits may some 7-8 audits are there, 4 or 5 will practice in that chapter. And in the audit of different entities may different items may, I have to tell you everything about vouching and verification. How do we use the assertions in the vouching and verification? So I don't think so that after this chapter, I think maximum we need 4 lectures of 2 hours each, not more than that. So maybe tomorrow though we don't have class. Tomorrow we don't have class, okay. So tomorrow is Monday, and Tuesday would be 13th. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Tuesday is 13th. So 13, 14, 15, 16. So another 4 days. Maybe. Yeah. Maximum 17. Or is it the morning class from tomorrow onwards is going to be taken by Raja sir? I think morning session. Yes, yes. Correct. FM. Okay. What are the subjects you are done with in group 2?
Yeah, yes, some.
IT EASSM. Okay, that's it.
And the FM and economics is over too.
FM and economics is also over.
Yes, sir. Only auditing and accounts is pending.
Okay, so auditing, so I think we started also quite late, na? These subjects were started already, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. And in the very first 1 month, we have taken alternate day classes. That might be the reason. Otherwise, we could have completed it. But anyways, no issues. So maximum by 17th, everyone, your portion should be over. Clear? So because I need one more lecture on this chapter, and after that, one more lecture in this chapter, and after that, what? After that, we need 4 more lectures. That means 14, 15, 16, 17. Yes. So those 2 chapters will take 2 lectures each, and yes, finally our audit will be over. So this is how it works. Okay. Done. It's fine. Okay, nice. Okay, please continue with the components of control environment. Yes, components of internal control. Read it, please.
The deviation of internal control.
The division.
Division, sorry. The division of internal control into the following 5 components provides a useful framework for auditor to consider how different aspects of an entity's internal control may affect the audit. The control environment.
Now
The
see,
entity.
what do you understand by control environment, everyone? Control environment means, tell me one thing, whether it is the management's responsibility to create a ethical culture in the organization or not.
Yes.
Yes, ethical culture means what? Everyone should be sincere, everyone should be honest, they should perform their duties without any fail. Are you getting the point or not? So this is all nothing but called control environment. What kind of environment is there in your entity that definitely helps the auditor in understanding whether he can rely upon these controls or not? Do you all agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? Now read it. The first point, control environment, component of internal control.
The auditor shall obtain an understanding of the control environment. As part of obtaining this understanding, the auditor shall evaluate whether management has created and maintained a culture of honesty and ethical behavior, and the strength in control environment collectively provide an appropriate foundation for the other components of internal control.
Okay. What is included in the control environment?
The control environment includes the governance and management functions and
Yes.
the attitude, awareness, and actions of those charged with governance and management. The control environment sets the tone of an organization, influencing the control consciousness of its people.
It's a very simple thing. Now, tell me one thing. It's a very simple logic. I will tell you. Suppose there is one small employee and there is one managerial person. Now, tell me whether the small employees always look at their top employees or not.
Yes, sir.
Now, tell me, do they always want to become like them or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So can I say that this is management or TCWG? And this is called your employee or staff. Now, if this management in TCWG is unethical or, fraud fellows or dishonest people, now tell me, are you setting up a good example or a poor example?
Poor example.
Poor example. Poor example on whom? You are setting up a poor example on staff. Are you getting the point? So how dishonest or how honest you are, what is your attitude, what are your actions? So can I say that, acha, what does the organization represent? Is the organization represented by employee and staff or management or TCWG? Now people, when the people do the contract, when the one company does the contract with another company, do they meet the employee and staff or management or TCWG?
Management and
So
TCWG.
tell me, can I say that management or TCWG decides the tone of organization?
Yes,
Yes,
Yes
sir.
or no? So that is called control environment. how ethical you are, how good you are, how honest you are, or how unethical you are, how bad you are, and how dishonest you are. That auditor has to understand their attitudes, auditor has to understand their governance policies, auditor has to understand the tone of organization. On the basis of that, can the auditor decide whether I can rely on their internal controls or not?
Yes.
Yes. Point number one. Point number two, please.
The entity's risk assessment process. The auditor shall obtain an understanding of whether the entity has a process for identifying business risk relevant to the financial reporting objectives, estimating the significance of the risk, assessing the likelihood of their occurrence, and deciding whether about actions to address those risks.
It's a very simple thing. It's a four process. What do you mean by four process? Four processes. First of all, identify what kind of risks the internal control system is having. Then estimate, are they significant or insignificant? Then assess their magnitude. What do you mean by magnitude? How big they can affect the organization. And finally, take your what? Actions. Are you getting the point? Are you getting the point or not? So you can simply call it as IAS. So IAAS, sorry. ISAA. Right or not? तो identify करो. Sorry. IEAA. IEAA. So identify the risks in the organization relating to the internal control systems. Estimate whether they are significant or insignificant. Assess their magnitude and take what? Actions according to that. I hope the whole concept is clear inside your head now.
Yes.
Now read it. Identify the business risks relevant to the financial reporting objectives. Second point.
Estimating the significance of the risk, assessing the likelihood of their occurrence, and deciding about actions to address this.
That is called entities risk assessment, right or not?
Yes.
Next point.
Entity risk assessment process forms the basis for the risk to be managed. If that process is appropriate, it assists the auditor in identifying risk of negligence statements. Whether the entity's risk assessment process is appropriate in circumstance to the matter of judgment. The information system, including the related business process relevant to financial reporting and communication, component of control norms.
Okay.
The auditor shall obtain an understanding of the information system, including the related business process relevant to the financial reporting, including the following. The classes of transactions in the entity's operations that are significant to the financial statement, the procedures by which those transactions are initiated, recorded, processed, corrected, as necessary, transferred to the general ledger and reported in the financial statements. The related accounting reports supporting information and specific accounts in the financial statements that are used to initiate, record, process, and report transactions. How the information system captures events and conditions that are significant to the financial statement. The financial reporting process used to prepare the entity's financial statement. Controls surrounding journal entry.
Acha, everyone, the whole answer to this topic is, do you all remember I gave you one example of P2P operations? How many of you remember this example of P2P operations? Yes, procurement to purchase. Did we examine each and every department involved in that P2P operations or not?
Yes.
Yes. So what was our starting point, if you remember? Stock department. And what was our ending point? The payment procedure. Now tell me one thing. Can I say that I understood their information system? How one department informs the information to another department.
Yes.
Now stock department informed to account purchase department कि we want a stock. Purchase department informed to whom? Accounts department कि invite the tenders. Accounts department told the tender department कि भैया go for the tenders. After the tenders, the stock came to the stock department. Stock department sent it to production department. Production department sent it to quality inspection. After quality inspection, they gave the information to accounts department. Accounts department told it to finance department. Finance department gave what? check. So all these, this is nothing but the answer of which system? Information system only. How the transactions are getting recorded, processed, how they are transferring the information from one department to what? Another department, how the transaction initiates, who reports to whom, how do they capture the events, how the financial reporting process takes place, and how the journal entries are going to be taking place. So all this A, B, C, D, E, F points are nothing but the parts of which system? Information system. So how the information passes, how gradually it is passes, how fast it is passes from one department to another department, that will help in doing the less processing. Now tell me one thing, guys. Today's customer is patient or impatient?
Impatient.
Suppose you are going to the SBI bank. You want a DD, demand draft. And SBI bank is taking 1 hour 30 minutes, means 1.5 hours to process your DD. But you know that if you have an ICICI bank account, you just have to press a button in your iMobile app. The amount will be deducted from your account, and one person within half an hour will come to your house from the bank branch and he will deliver you the DD. Now tell me which services you would like to take. Going to the SBI where the long process of making the DD is there, or the easy process of ICICI bank iMobile app?
iMobile.
It's a very simple thing. Are you getting the point? So how fast you do the processing, how slow you do the processing, how fast you change or transfer the information from one department to another department, that shows the effectiveness of your internal control system.
Yes.
Am I correct? Now, whether the stock department immediately informed to the purchase department and purchase department immediately raised MRN or not, and you imagine that this might be happening on daily basis. So how fast their internal control system should be, so that everything will be coordinated in a proper manner. That is what do you mean by their which system? Information system. So what are the three components we understood of internal control system? What are the three components of control environment we understood? First one, control environment we understood. Second thing we understood, entities risk assessment procedure. And third we understood what? Information system. So this one is over. This one is over. This one is over. What is the next one?
Control activities.
Control activities. Yes, read it.
Segregation of duties, authorization, performance review, information processing, physical control. The auditor should obtain an understanding of control activities relevant to the audit, which the auditor considers necessary to assess the risk of material misstatement. An audit requires an understanding of only those control activities related to significant account balance and disclosure in the financial statement, and the assertion which auditor finds relevant in his risk assessment.
Now tell me, there are two types of control activities which are relevant to my RAP, which are irrelevant to my RAP. Tell me which one I am interested in. Which are relevant to my RAP. So those control activities which are relevant to my RAP and which helps me in assessing the risk of material misstatement in the ABCD, that only I am going to take care of that. Right or not? Next point.
Control activities are the policies and procedures that help ensure that management directives are carried out. Control activities where within IT or manual systems, whether within IT or manual systems, have various objectives and are applied at various organizational functional levels. Examples of specific control activities include those relating to the following. Control activities that are relevant to the audit are activities that relate to significant risk and those that relate to risk for which substantive procedures alone do not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence.
Tell me one thing, guys. Is it mandatory to say that TOD is enough or analytical procedure is enough? Or do we have to make the good combination of both?
Good combination.
Yes, good combination of the both. So remember one thing, only TOC is not going to give you the result. Only substantive procedure is not going to give you the result. It's the good combination of the both we have to understand. And if you remember that we have already understood in SA 500 there, right or not? Yes. Next one.
Those that are considered to be relevant in the judgment of the auditor. As part of risk assessment, the auditor shall determine whether any of the risks identified are in the auditor's judgment are significant.
Yes. Next point. In exercising judgment as to which risks are significant risks, auditor shall consider at least the following. Means what? Whether the auditor's judgment is saying whether this particular control activity is required to be seen or not required to be seen is dependent upon these factors. What are the factors?
Whether the risk is a risk of fraud, whether the risk is related to recent significant economic accounting or other developments like changes in regulatory environment, etc., and therefore requires specific attention.
Obviously, if there is a risk which is relating to the fraud, is it relevant or irrelevant? Relevant, because you have the responsibility under the statutes also to report the fraud. How many of you remember section number 143 subsection 12? Do you have a duty to report the fraud, everyone?
Yes.
Yes or no? If the fraud amount is less than 1 crore, you have to report it to audit committee or board of directors within how many days? 2 days. And if the fraud amount is greater than equals to 1 crore, then you have to report it to secretary MCA within how many days?
2 days.
Within how many days? Within 60 days. If it is greater than equals to 1 crore, to the secretary MCA, do you have to report it within 60 days? If it is less than 1 crore,
Within 2 days.
within 2 days, you have to report it to audit committee or board of directors. I hope fraud, risk relating to risk of fraud is important or non-important? Important. What is the second type of risk which is important?
Is related to recent significant economic accounting or other developments like changes in regulatory environment.
Yes. So let me ask you one thing. Say for example, accounting standard changed. Or say for example, government policy changed. Now tell me, lockdown happened. Now lockdown happened means what? Is it something which is controllable or uncontrollable?
Uncontrollable.
Now, but due to that, are your operations going to shut down completely?
Yes.
Whether that kind of risk matters to you or doesn't matter to you? Matters to us, right or not? Next one, C point.
The complexity of transactions.
Now, if it's a simple transaction, it's okay. But if there is a complexity means what? Easy to understand or difficult?
Difficult.
So that also becomes important to you. What are the 3 type of risks which you think that and your judgment says that these are significant risks? Risk relating to what? Fraud.
Fraud.
Risk relating to regulatory requirements. Risk relating to complexity of what? Transactions. Next one, 4th one.
Whether the risk involves significant transactions with related parties.
That with the closed eyes also you can do. RPT, related party transaction. They are highly risky. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. Next one.
The degree of subjectivity in the measurement of financial information related to the risk, especially those measurements involving a wide range of measurements.
Tell me one thing, guys. Contingent liabilities are certain or uncertain?
Uncertain.
Now tell me, management will always say whether they are going to lose the case or win the cases. If you will ask the management, are you going to win the case or lose the cases, those which are appearing in your contingent liability, what is the expected answer you will get from the management?
Win.
So tell me, are you going to believe that or you are going to verify that? And we know that how to verify that as per SA 501 litigation and claims, correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. So that are also the significant areas which might be risky. Next one.
Whether the risk involves significant transactions that are outside the normal course of business for the entity or that otherwise appear to be unusual.
So unusual, abnormal, extraordinary, exceptional transactions you should never ignore, because they are what in nature? Unusual in nature, abnormal in nature, extraordinary and exceptional. Like if I have to ask you the example, loss caused to the stock worth rupees 100 crores due to fire. Now, does the fire takes place daily basis?
Yeah.
Or is it an exceptional item?
Exceptional.
Exceptional item. So, would you like to ignore in that case? No. So, what are the 6 areas which in the auditor's judgment are significant areas? Areas relating to fraud, areas where complexity is involved, areas where the government regulatory requirements are involved, areas which are unusual, abnormal, non-recurring, and what? Extraordinary in nature. Then related party transactions, and then what? Contingent in nature, or where high uncertainty is there. So remember these 6 keywords. These are those 6 significant areas which the auditor at least should take care into consideration. Clear or not?
Yes.
Yes. Next one.
Identifying significant risks. Significant risks often relate to significant non-routine transactions or judgmental matters. Non-routine transactions are transactions that are unusual due to either size or nature, and that therefore occur infrequently. Judgmental matters may include the development of accounting estimates for which there is significant measurement uncertainty. Significant risks are inherent risks with both a higher likelihood of occurrence and a higher magnitude of potential.
Tell me everyone, yesterday we understood what do you mean by inherent risk? Inherent risk is that risk the error may occur or error will definitely occur. Definitely. So significant risk are which risk? Inherent risk, which both have high likelihood of occurrence and higher magnitude of what? Potential misstatement, right?
The auditor assesses assertions affected by a significant risk as higher inherent risk. The following are always significant risks. Risk of material misstatement due to fraud, significant transactions with related parties that are outside the normal course of business for the entity.
So these now out of the first 6 one, so can I say that the first one and fourth one, they're highly inherent risk in nature. That is what they're trying to tell. Risk of material misstatement due to fraud and risk of transaction with related parties that are outside the, related parties, not this one. First and fifth one. Right or not? They are the highly prone risk, and these definitely occur, everyone. Tell me one thing, can you resist when you have a related party with whom you can do the fraud? Most of the companies will definitely do it. And that is the major area where the auditor always should have a focus upon. Clear or not?
Yes.
Yes. Next point.
Risk of material misstatement greater for significant non-routine transactions.
What do you mean by non-routine? Which are normal or abnormal? Abnormal things. Are you getting the point or not? Non-routine also means which are not carried out on daily basis. Right? Now read it.
Roman may be greater for significant non-routine transactions arising from matters such as greater management intervention to specify the accounting system.
It's a very simple thing. Management always, just now we have done one of the limitation of internal control system also, which I made you write. Management manipulation, did I make you write or not? Did I make you write one of the limitation, management manipulation? What do you mean by management manipulation? If whenever the management wants, can they change their accounting entries according to their thing?
Yes.
Yes, that is what greater management intervention to specify the accounting treatment. Next one.
Greater manual intervention for data collection and processing.
So tell me one thing, where the chances of less miscalculations and less errors are there? Automated or manual?
Automated.
So if you are doing the greater manual intervention for data collection and processing, which should be done by the automated environment, then risky area or less risky area? Means there is a data collection and processing which should be done by automated environment, but you are indirectly or you are intentionally pushing the manual intervention in that. So is it a risky or non-risky area?
Risky.
Yes. Next one.
Complex calculation or accounting
principles. Next one.
Nature of non-routine transactions. which may make it difficult for the entity to implement effective controls over the risk.
Now, did I tell you the same, another one of the like inherent limitation of internal control system? Okay, in the normal situation, internal control systems are success, but in the abnormal situation, are they the complete failure?
Yes,
sir.
Yes or no? So that is what they are talking. Can they prevent the natural disasters?
No.
No. So that is what. But can they prevent the hacking if you have the good antivirus? Can they prevent the
Yes.
hacking if you have the good IT system? Yes. So this is what risk of material misstatement relating to non-routine transactions. Next one.
Romance greater for significant judgmental matters.
That though you already know. Romum is always there where the judgmental matters are involved. What do you mean by that? Judgmental matters are involved? Tell me one thing. There are so many areas where the management estimations are involved or not?
Yes.
Where the management assumptions are involved? Yes. So that may be correct or may not be correct. So that is why we have to check the Romum in the judgmental areas also. Read it.
Romance will be greater for significant judgmental matters that require the development of accounting estimates arising from matters such as accounting principles for accounting estimates or revenue recognition may be subject to differing interpretation. Required judgment may be substantive or complex, or required assumptions about the effects of future events. For example, judgment about fair value.
Acha, everyone please tell me, 8 p.m. is the closing time of my office, say for example, and 7:45, and it is the 31st March 2021. One order comes for sales. I immediately created the invoice and sent to him, and he made the payment to me. But the delivery will take place on 4th April. Tell me, it is a revenue of which year?
2021.
2021 or 21-22?
2021.
So you are saying 2021 because we have the knowledge of AS9. Am I correct or not? What is AS9? Revenue recognition. But whether the management may consider it intentionally as a sales of next year or not?
Yes.
Yes. Why the management is considering it for the next year? They want to increase the GP or decrease the GP? Decrease the GP. So are they trying to avoid the taxes?
Yes.
This is called window dressing. So this is a risky area where the management estimates and judgments are involved.
Yes.
Yes, everyone. Okay. So risk of material misstatement greater for significant judgmental matters. Over. Next one. What is the fifth things we have to check, everyone?
Sir,
yes.
That example also comes under cut-off procedures of auditor.
Yeah. Cut-off procedures. Yes, you have that in vouching and verification. Yes. Read the last topic. So what are the 5 components of internal control system out of 4 we have done? What is the first one we have done?
Control environment.
Environment, control environment we are done with. Yes or no? Second one, wrap we are done with. Third one, information system we are done with. Fourth one, control activities we are done with. Now we are going to understand.
Monitoring.
Acha, tell me everyone, what do you understand by monitoring? Should you install the controls and keep it as it is, or you should review and monitor it and control it at regular intervals?
Even monitoring at regular intervals.
Yes, because internal control system always keeps on what? Constant or changing? Changing. So you have to keep on having a constant eye over your internal control system so that you can understand whether these internal control systems are updated or not. Like say for example, we all use our mobile phones, iPads and computers. Whenever any update in our software comes, do we allow that update to install or not?
Yes.
Yes. And why do you allow? Because when you read that, it is written that it has improved the efficiency of camera or removes the bugs and all. So that is what the same thing. Company's internal control system is also dynamic in nature. It keeps on changing. It keeps on required to be updated. Therefore, it is the company's responsibility to ensure that they should monitor and keep on controlling their internal control system. Next one.
Auditor shall obtain understanding of major activities that the entity uses to auditor internal controls over financial reporting.
Hmm.
Monitoring of controls defined. Monitoring of controls is a process to assess the effectiveness of internal control performance over time.
Now tell me, the day when you will come to know that your internal control systems are not performing well, is it the time to continue or is it the time to update?
Update.
Update. That is what they are saying. Monitoring of the control is a process to assess what? Effectiveness of the internal control performance over a time. Right or not? You have to keep on performing or you have to keep on assessing its performance over the time so that you will come to know that when it is required to be changed. Next one.
Helps in assessing the effectiveness of controls on a timely basis. It involves assessing the effectiveness of controls on a timely basis and taking necessary remedial action.
So if you think that that particular control is completely useless, are you going to continue or you're going to replace it? Replace it. Next one.
Management accomplishes through ongoing activities separate evaluation. Management accomplishes monitoring of control through ongoing activities separate evaluation or a combination of the two. Ongoing monitoring activities are often built into the normal recurring activities of an entity and include regular monitoring and supervisory activities. Management's monitoring activities include using information from communication from external parties such as customer complaints.
Achha, tell me one thing. Say for example, I'm asking you a very simple question genuinely. Say for example, there is one coaching institute and which is providing you the best coaching over a period of time, right or not? But sometimes you know that success is not very easy to be digested. Now that coaching institute thought that yes, I am the best, my internal controls are best, my teachers are best, no complaints and all. But over a period of time, if you'll start getting the complaints from the parents, or if you start getting the complaints from the students, ki sir, this faculty is not teaching properly or that is not teaching properly. What is the need of that management to do now? What management should do at that point of time? Is it time to continue with the same or is it time to update the same?
Update.
So tell me one thing, whether the same thing happens with the company also or not. See, there is one time when you will provide the quality product and every customer is satisfied. But remember one thing, customer taste changes over the period of time. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes or no? Customer taste changes over a period of time. It's not that you can make the customer always happy with the same product only. Now customer needs something updated. Now then in that case what will happen? Customers regular complaints and regular comments will start coming. So if the complaints and comments are coming, is there any need of requirement of improvement in that case? Tell me. If the customer complaints are coming, is there any requirement of need of improvement or not?
Yes.
Yes. Say for example, you are not liking my material. So I cannot have the same material to be distributed for the next 10 years. Do I have to keep on updating my material according to the requirements of the student? Now I think Komal, you might be having my older material also.
I took the SM classes.
Yeah, you took the SM classes and you are from the old syllabus, na?
Yes.
Yes. So if you'll ask your friends and all, if they have taken my material, that material and this material which I'm giving you is completely different. The reason? Because in that material, it was all up to November 19, how the ICAI used to ask the questions. But now from November 19 and then November 20 and then Jan 21 examinations, there's a huge difference I found. Now ICAI is doing what? ICAI is completely asking you everything as it is from its study material. So tell me, is it high time that we should recreate the language of our material from a normal language to the ICAI material language or not?
Yes.
Yes, and that's the reason I am making you read each and every line in the material, even though it is taking a lot of time to accomplish the 436 pages of material. But at the end of the day, will you all be having a satisfaction that yes, This ICAI material, we have read it thoroughly. Now let them ask, even though any kind of question will come in the form of MCQ and all, at least you will be having an idea ki, okay, I have read this. You will have a courage to think about it. Are you getting the point? That's the reason I completely revamped my material, completely refurbished, completely changed. So there is always a need of improvement. If you are not improving in your, field, then in that case, there's no point of doing that work. I hope all of you understood what I'm trying to tell.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So remember everyone, change is the only thing which is never constant. It keeps on changing. So you always have to be updated with the changing environment. Last point.
In case of small entities, management's monitoring of control is often accomplished by management's or the owner manager's close involvement in operation. This involvement often will identify significant variances from expectations and inaccuracies.
So what they're trying to tell you in this paragraph is, in the smaller organization, monitoring and controlling is easy. The reason, number of people are more or number of people are less? Less. So management directly can involve in the monitoring and controlling. Whereas now, do you think that in the Reliance India Limited, Mukesh Ambani will be sitting with each and every employee and he'll be taking care of each and every complaints? No. He does not have that much of time, because that is what the biggest issue with what? Bigger organizations. So at that point of time, in the bigger organizations, how do they solve this kind of problem? They'll be having the separate departments called monitoring and controlling departments. So we have to check that one also. I hope all of you understood what we have done so far.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? Now please continue with the last topic.
Monitoring of controls if the entity has an internal audit function.
Hmm.
If the entity has an internal audit function, the auditor should obtain an understanding of the following: the internal audit function's responsibilities and how the internal audit function fits in the entity's organizational structure. The activities performed or to be performed by the internal audit function.
Now tell me one thing, internal auditor, even though we sometimes have a, now I think every one of you might be having one image of internal auditor in your mind. What is the image of internal auditor in your mind, everyone? Internal auditor is a person who is remunerated by the management, reportable to the management, appointed by the management, and a puppet of management. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
But that internal auditor is non-independent or less independent? Less independent as compared to, obviously, if you will also be the internal auditor of one company, even though you have a practicing firm, but suppose you have been appointed as internal auditor of one company, then your role changes actually. It is not a negative character. It's just your role which changes, because what role you play as an external auditor and what role you play as an internal auditor, both matches are differently. Different. As an external auditor in one company, you will behave like a very independent person. IOI, integrity, objectivity, independence will be there inside you. But if as a same person, if you are the internal auditor of another company, will you behave like external or internal now? If you are the internal auditor in any company, will you behave like external or internal now?
Internal.
But are you the same person who is behaving external in another company?
Yes.
So it just what changes? Your role changes, your responsibility changes, your objectivity changes, your planning changes, your execution changes. That is not a bad character. It is just that his role is such like that कि from the external auditor point of view, when we think that कि internal auditor is good or bad, always we assume that internal auditor is what? Bad. Whether internal auditor is useful or useless, useless. Why? Because he's a puppet of management. But think logically, one day when you will become the internal auditor of one company, whether the external auditor of that company will think the same way on you or not? Yes. So remember one thing, internal audit is also a very big profession in itself. And nowadays, so it is becoming very popular line of audit. And because there is a huge opportunities because companies are growing bigger and bigger, and companies are increasing in their sizes bigger and bigger daily basis. So when you cross section number 138 requirements, definitely you have to hire a which auditor? Internal auditor. But how, what kind of activities the internal auditor is performing, how he's performing, what are his responsibilities, what are his objectives, whether that internal auditor is fitting to the internal control system of the company or not, all that matters to whom? External auditor. Because at the end of the day, you cannot deny the fact that the internal auditor stays with the company throughout the year. Is it correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. And who knows the each and every single inch of information about the company? External or internal? Internal auditor. So can I say that if internal auditor is pretty competent person and qualified person, he can proven to be an asset to the external auditor?
Yes.
Yes, there comes the need of SA 610, which we are going to understand in the next class, right or not? Now read it.
The following points merit consideration in this regard. Internal audit function relevant to the audit. Entity's internal audit function is likely to be relevant to the audit if its activities are related to the entity's financial reporting. Also, if the auditor expects to use the work of internal auditor to modify the audit procedures to be performed, when the auditor determines that the internal audit function is likely to be relevant to the audit, SA 2610 applies. Size and structure of the entity. The objectives of an internal audit functions vary widely depending on the size and structure of the entity and the requirements of management. Internal audit functions may include the responsibilities of the internal audit function may include, for example, monitoring of internal control, risk management, and review of compliance with laws and regulations. On the other hand, the responsibilities of internal audit functions may be limited to the review of the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of operations.
So they are just simply trying to tell that how the internal audit function is relevant to your audit. The reason is very simple. In the very first line only it is written, entity's internal audit function is likely to be relevant to the audit if its activities are related to the entity's financial reporting. Now tell me one thing, whether the company gives the responsibility to the internal auditor to check the AFRF or not?
Yes.
Yes or no? And when the external auditor will come and he will check the AFRF whether complied or not, who is the first person to whom he will approach? Is it the management or internal auditor? Whether the AFRF works or properly or not. Is he going to approach the management first or not? Yes. But management has given this responsibility to whom?
Internal.
So then in that case, he will approach the internal auditor. And when he is going to approach the internal auditor, will there be any requirement of following the SA 610? Yes, because what is 610 says? Using the work of which auditor? Internal auditor. That is what the point number one. Point number two says that size and structure of the entity. Now tell me one thing, whether the internal auditor functions will remain same in every entity or it depends upon the nature and size of the entity. Nature and size of the entity. In some entities, internal auditor are just being hired for doing the simple internal audit. In some entities, the internal auditor are being given the more responsibilities like checking the internal control system also, doing some investigations also, or checking the accounting system also. So it all depends upon the size and structure of the entity, what kind of functions and what kind of objectives the internal auditor is going to have. That is what the point number two, everyone. Point number three में what they are saying, internal audit का function basically होता क्या है? What are the major functions of internal auditor? The major function is monitoring which control? Internal control systems. Remember one thing. Acha, I will tell you one chain now. Try to understand one chain. Now tell me, do we know all the four objectives of management? Yes. Whether management achieves the objectives by itself or by installing internal control system.
By installing internal control system.
So four objectives of management becomes the four objectives of whom? Internal control system. But whether the internal control system is achieving those objectives or not, who is going to verify that? Internal auditor. And whether internal auditor has done that monitoring or not, who is going to check that? External auditor. Are you understanding the chain? So management has given its responsibilities to the internal control system. Whether internal control system is achieving its responsibilities or not, who is monitoring that? Internal auditor. Whether internal auditor is properly giving his function of monitoring or not, who is going to check that? External auditor. This is how the chain works in the organization. So his major functions are what? Monitoring of internal control, risk management, and review of compliances. So he's not going to do that. Who is going to do that?
Management.
Management. And management is getting it done by whom? Internal control system. So internal auditor is not doing that. Internal auditor is checking that whether the management is doing that or not. Are you getting the point or not? That's why it is written monitoring of internal control. You can see here it is written monitoring of internal control, risk management, and review of what? Compliances. Is it written doing that or monitoring that? Monitoring that, right or not? And sometimes the internal auditor is not allowed to get involved in that. He is only allowed to check what? Economy, efficiency, and what? Effectiveness of operations, right or not? Next point.
External auditor's activities. On the basis of internal activities,
You are a little bit slow. Just raise your volume. Yeah.
on the basis of internal audit activities, if the internal audit functions responsibilities are related to the entity's financial reporting, the external auditor's consideration of the activities performed may include review of internal audit functions audit plan for the period.
See, it's a very simple thing they are saying that if the internal auditor activities or if the internal auditor is relating to the AFRF of the company. Now tell me whether checking the AFRF is the major objective also of the external auditor or not.
Yes.
And when the internal auditor is also attached with the AFRF in the organization, whether using the work of internal auditor becomes mandatory?
Yes.
Yes or no? Because he checked the AFRF only at the end of the year or throughout the year. So tell me whether internal auditor's report will prove as an asset to the external auditor in that case?
Yes.
Yes, that is what they're trying to tell you here. Next point.
Satisfactory control environment, not an absolute deterrent to fraud. The existence of a satisfactory control environment can be a positive factor when the auditor assesses the risk of material misstatement. However, although it may help reduce the risk of fraud, a satisfactory control environment is not an absolute deterrent to fraud.
That too we already do, na? Risks can be eliminated or risk can only be reduced.
Reduced.
Even though you have the satisfactory control environment, even if your internal controls are highly satisfactory, but does it mean that there is no fraud and error in your organization?
No.
But can I say that there are less frauds and errors in your organization?
Yes.
Yes, that is what they're trying to tell.
Conversely, deficiencies in the control environment may undermine the effectiveness of controls, in particular in relation to fraud. For example, management's failure to commit sufficient resources to address IT security risks may adversely affect internal control by allowing improper changes to be made to computer programs or to data or unauthorized transactions to be processed.
Tell me everyone, if there is a company and their information technology department is going through the bad times, means what? They are not at all updated, and management is also not looking after it. Now tell me whether the chances of frauds and errors will increase or decrease.
Increase.
Because anyone can do any changes in the program, anyone can access anyone's computer unauthorizedly. So in that case, chances of frauds will definitely what? Rise. So that is what they're trying to tell. Read the last para.
The control environment in itself does not prevent or detect and correct a material misstatement. It may, however, influence the auditor's evaluation of the effectiveness of other controls. For example, the monitoring of controls and the operation of specific control activities, and thereby the auditor's assessment of risk of material mistakes.
So simply, what is the conclusion of this whole paragraph? Satisfactory control environment doesn't mean that company is free from what? Frauds and errors. Yes or no? Yes. So what is the next topic? The next topic is evaluation of internal control system. After that, we have testing of internal control system. After that, we have internal audit system and internal check system. So I think, and SC16 in the tomorrow's class, this chapter should be over. क्योंकि ये बहुत ही easy chapter है, internal controls and IT environment, all these topics. So I'll be making you write this. I think I have already written this also. So no issues. Even if I have written this, I'll make you write this again. And after that, section number 138 we have to do. After doing section number 138, we have to do, I think 138 in the company audit, I didn't tell you because that was relating to internal audit, right? Section from in the company audit chapter, we have started from 139 section, right?
Yes.
Yes. So 138 will do here, along with that 610 will do here. So with that, our this thing will be over. So let me just check whether evening we can take the class or not. Let me just check it. Because in the evening my other commitments have cancelled. In the evening, if I can take the class, then we'll wind up this chapter today itself only. Let me just check. Guys, today you are whole day free, or what are your like schedule? Guys, what is your schedule today?
3 to 7 advanced accounting.
3 to 7 advanced accounting. Okay. 3 to 7. So 7 to 9 possible for you people or not possible? I think you will be completely exhausted. So there's no point. Okay. So let me check whether morning I can take. Just give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second. Please let me know whether the screen is available to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So everyone, yesterday we have completed up to internal control system, and today we have to do internal control systems method and remaining points relating to internal audit, right? Let's wind up and we'll try to do 610 also. Now see, I think this was the last topic we have done. Satisfactory control environment, evaluation of internal control system we have to do. Okay, everyone, let us start with the topic called evaluation of internal control system. Now let us see, let us write. So internal control system, yesterday we have already started the meaning of internal control system. So now we are going to do the features of internal control system. We'll do the, what do you say, limitations also we have done yesterday. Limitations of internal control system, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So we have to do evaluation, we have to do testing, and we will do one small standard called SA610, and then internal audit ka section number 138. Okay. So everyone, please try to understand what do you mean by evaluation. Now, Komal, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, please continue. Read the topic. What do you mean by evaluation? See, first of all, before reading, let me tell you what is the basic idea behind this topic. Now, see, evaluation and testing, most of the time, students fail to understand What is the difference between the term called evaluation and testing of internal control system? Now see, evaluation means when the auditor goes to the client's place and asks them some few set of questions, then whatever the answers the client's staff or the management is going to give him, he is going to evaluate them. Are you getting the point? On the basis of his evaluation, whatever the areas he thinks that ki proper justification is required or proper testing is required, on the basis of the evaluation he will do what? Testing. Are you getting the point? Let's say for example, I went to the sales department, and when I went to the sales department, I asked them some few set of questions. Suppose these are the set of questions why I asked. Now all these set of questions are answered by whom? Tell me, who answered it? Management or staff answered it. Now, out of all these questions, all are fine, but there are some this area and this area which I want to test, where I think that their answers are not genuine or their internal controls in relation to this particular two questions are what? Completely ineffective. So then in that case, what should I do? In that case, what I will do? In that case, I will do the testing on these two areas. I will do the testing on these areas. This is what do you mean by? This is what do you understand by testing. So tell me everyone, what comes first? Evaluation of internal control system comes first or testing comes first?
Evaluation.
Evaluation. On the basis of evaluation, we will do what?
Testing.
Testing. Did you all understand the point or not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now read the meaning of evaluation.
So far as the auditor is concerned, the examination and evaluation of internal control system is an indispensable part of the overall audit program. The auditor needs reasonable assurance that the accounting system is adequate and that all the accounting information which should be recorded has in fact been recorded. Internal controls normally contributes to such assurance. The auditor should gain an understanding of the accounting system and related internal controls, and should study and evaluate the operations of these internal controls, upon which he wishes to rely in determining the nature, timing, and extent of other audit procedures.
So basically, before TOC, what is TOC? Testing of controls. We are doing EOC. What is EOC? Evaluation of control. So on the basis of evaluation, I'll come to know about some areas where they are weaker, and on those weaker areas, I will do the testing, and after doing the testing, I will decide should I have to do the substantive procedures also along with the TOC or not. Clear or not? That is what the area. So basically, in this evaluation of internal control system by the auditor, the auditor is basically trying his level best to ensure that their internal control system should be good, because if their internal control systems are good, then only he can understand whether his workload is going to increase or his workload is going to reduce. Clear everyone? So that is what the basic idea behind doing the evaluation. Now read the benefits of evaluation. What are the advantages the auditor will get when he will do the evaluation of internal control system? Read.
Internal control will enable the auditor to know whether errors and frauds are likely to be located in the ordinary course of operations of the business, whether any adequate internal control system is in use and operating as planned by the
So
management.
first advantage is he will come to know that whether the frauds and errors, likelihood of frauds and errors, and so I will write it along with that, so you can also make a note of it. So just somebody please remind me, Komal, please remind me today evening. I have to share this like material also with everyone, because we have written so many things on the material itself only. So I will share that also with all of you. Okay? Yeah. So first one is likelihood of frauds and errors. So from evaluation of internal control system, what do we come to know? What is the likelihood? What are the chances of conducting frauds and error? Second advantage, what we know, whether it is operating as planned by whom?
Management.
Yes. If whatever the management has planned, whether it is operating as planned by the management or not. That is the second thing. What is the third advantage?
Whether an effective internal auditing department is operating.
Do we have effective and efficient internal auditor or not? This is the third advantage you will get. Next one.
Whether any administrative control has a bearing on his work. For example, if the control over worker recruitment and enrollment is
Can you be little bit louder and little bit clear if you can? No
Yes.
issues. Yeah, please.
Whether any administrative control has a bearing on his work. For example, if the control over worker recruitment and enrollment is weak, there is a likelihood of dummy names being included in the wage sheet.
It's a very simple thing. We all know that sometimes the company would like to inflate their expenditures. Now, best way to inflate their expenditures is, their salaries and wages. In the salaries and wages, can we introduce the dummy workers also or not?
Yes.
Yes. So if there is no administrative control over, the registers of employees or, over the salaries and wages, then it is very easy for the industry or it is very easy for the company to introduce the dummy workers in that case, right or not? So that is what the point number 4. So we will come to know about the administrative control. I'm writing the keywords so that administrative control. Okay, so in the first point we came to know likelihood of frauds and error. Second point, whether the internal control system is operating as planned or not. Third, we will come to know effective and efficient internal audit system is there or not. And the fourth, we will understand whether administrative control is there or not. Fifth one, please.
Whether the controls adequately safeguard the assets. How far and how adequately the management is discharging its functions insofar as correct recording of transactions is concerned.
So, how correctly the discharge of functions takes place? Say, for example, we hired a sales manager or we hired a purchase manager. Are they properly doing their work or not? Are they properly discharging their work or not? Are they correctly recording the transactions or not? All that also will come to know from the evaluation. So it's a very general points. You can write on your own also. You can make the points on your own also. No matter what is written in front of you. If you think that this can be the advantage come out of the evaluation of internal control system, that should be becoming the part of your answer, right? Next one.
How far and how adequately the management is discharging its functions is like
Yeah. Read it.
how reliable reports, records, and the certificates to the management can be.
Yeah.
The extent and the depth of the examination that he needs to carry out in the different areas of accounting.
The level of reliability will come to know from the above, and the extent and the depth of examination he needs to carry out. It means what is the level of examination you have to do. So both the answers you will get it from the evaluation. So you will understand what is the level of reliability you need, and you will also understand what is the level of examination you need to do. Next one.
What would be appropriate audit technique and the audit procedure in the given circumstances?
So you will be able to, decide your NTE of AP and AT. Right or not? Nature, timing, and extent of your audit procedures, and nature, timing, and extent of your audit techniques. Next one.
What are the areas where control is weak and where it is excessive, and whether some worthwhile suggestions can be given to improve the control?
So strengths and weaknesses you will come to know, and at the end you will be in a position to give the recommendations. I hope each and every word written in front of you went inside your head.
Yes, sir.
So these are the various advantages of doing the internal control system evaluation. Point number 1, we'll come to know about what. So let us write it in a proper way. Point number 1, we'll come to know about what? Likelihood of frauds and errors. Point number 2, we'll understand whether it is operating as planned. Point number 3, we'll understand whether internal control system is effectively running or not. Sorry, internal audit is effective or not. Point number 4 में we'll come to know about their administrative control. Point number 5 में we'll come to know how correctly discharge of functions takes place. Point number 6 may we'll understand level of reliability. Then point number 7 may level of examination you have to do. Right or not? Point number 6 may safeguarding of assets. Sorry, point number 8, safeguarding of assets. We'll come to know how do they safeguard their assets. 9th may NTE of audit procedures and audit techniques will also come to know whether what should I do. We'll come to know about their strengths and weaknesses also. And at the end of the day, we will be in a position to give what? Recommendations. Anyone is having any kind of doubt in all these 11 advantages of doing the evaluation of internal control system? Anybody having any kind of doubt? If no doubt, we can proceed further. Please write in the comment box. Any doubt or no doubt?
No.
No doubt. Okay. Great. Hello. Let us proceed with the next thing. Now, what is the next topic? Formulate our audit program after understanding the internal control system. Now, what are the types of audit programs you can formulate to do the evaluation of internal control system, everyone? Just try to understand this thing very clearly. Now, see, how do we do the evaluation of internal control system? This is the time now to understand evaluation of internal control system. Now, see, in the evaluation of internal control system, you have to understand one thing. There are total 4 methods by which you can do the evaluation of internal control system. How many methods are there? 4 methods are there. The first method is known as narrative records. The second method is known as internal control checklist. The third method is known as internal control questionnaire. The next method is known as flowcharts. And last method we have already done. I just have to take you again there. Now, everyone, please understand what are the 4 methods of evaluation of internal control system. First one is known as narrative records. Second one is known as internal control checklist. Third one is known as internal control questionnaires. And the fourth one is known as what? Flowcharts. Now, what do you mean by narrative records? First of all, this is the method which we generally apply in the smaller entities. Smaller entities where less number of employees are there, where no formal internal control system is present and staff oftenly shuffles their job. Now, everyone, please tell me, what did you understand? What did you understand from these 4 points which I wrote in front of you? Narrative record is the first method which the auditor generally use, but let me tell you one thing. Narrative record is not useful for every type of entity. Narrative record method of internal control system evaluation is generally used in the which entities, everyone? Smaller entities. Sir, what do you mean by smaller entities? Where the number of employees are very less and where no formal internal control system is there. It means no one is having any fixation of the job, and due to which staff oftenly shuffles their jobs and duties. Now, say for example, you are the auditor of a very small company. Are you getting the point? or a small entity. You want to check their internal control system. Are they performing well or not? Are they doing their duties properly or not? Now, one day when you went to do the evaluation, one day the staff was doing, there was Mr. A, he was doing the sales work. The next day when you went over there again to do the evaluation, the same Mr. A is doing the purchase work. Third day he is doing the cash work. Now tell me one thing, is he having a defined job and duty, or is he keep on shuffling his job from one place to another place? Shuffling. So in such kind of situations, there is no certainty of someone's job. You cannot say that he is responsible for this particular kind of job. At that point of time, the need arises. A narrative record is the best method in that case. So what the auditor will do in the narrative records? In the narrative records, auditor will go to the organization and he will create a situation. He will create a situation. He will, say this situation, or he will, make them listen to the situation and will try to get the answers from them. Let's say, for example, he created a situation. How do you safeguard your assets? Now, the employee who's taking care of assets on that day, he will give him the answer. Okay, sir, we do the safeguarding of assets. First of all, though, we have a very good login credentials. We do not allow anybody to have an unauthorized access over the assets. Now, say for example, they have the Xerox machine in their office. Are you getting the point? Xerox machine in the office. So they have a separate person for the Xerox machine. They do not allow everybody to have an access over the Xerox machine. What will happen? You know that most of the loss of stationery in the office takes place because of the unauthorized use of the papers and unauthorized use of the Xerox machine. Do you all agree or not? Let me tell you one thing. Most of the employees, what they will do, suppose for their personal work also, what they will do, for their personal work also, they will send the PDF to themselves in their emails and all, and they will go to the office. Instead of taking the Xerox outside, which is their personal purpose, they will go to the office and will take the Xerox over there. Are you getting the point or not? N number of files, because no one is going to question them. No one is going to ask them ki why are you taking that number of papers as a Xerox. So what this company did, this company has made sure that one separate person has been employed to take care of that Xerox machine. And if somebody wants to take the Xerox, he has to take the first permission from the manager. He has to tell the number of pages to the manager. And when the manager gives the permission to that person who is taking care of Xerox machine, then only the number of Xerox papers can be taken out of that machine. Are you understanding what I'm trying to tell? Yes or no? Please let me know.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So this is what do you mean by the method. Now here, auditor personally is checking whether the particular person on the Xerox machine is allotted or not. Now, how the auditor is able to check personally? Because is it a bigger entity or smaller entity? Smaller entity. Now, this kind of method of narrative record, you can't apply in the bigger entities, because in the bigger entities, less number of employees or more number of employees. And you do not have that much enough time to go to each and every employee and understand the situation of their internal control system. That's the reason narrative record, why it is called narrative record. Now tell me, here auditor narrated a situation to the staff or not? Ki how do you take the Xerox? Yes. And staff gave the proper answer or not? Yes. And auditor, what he did, he made a record of that answer. That is why it is known as narrative records. Are you getting the point or not? So he is going to narrate a situation. If this kind of situation comes, how do you deal with that? And on the basis of the answers given by the staff, he records that things. Are you getting the point? That is why the method name is known as what, everyone? Narrative records. Narrating the situation and recording their answers. Now from that, will he come to know about the evaluation of internal control system? Yes or no? Yes, but this method is having some disadvantage. It is only applicable to which entities? Smaller or larger? Smaller entities. Where the number of employees are more or less? Less. And where the formal internal control system is there or informal? Informal. Informal means what? No proper internal control system. And staff suddenly or staff keeps on changing their jobs oftenly. Is it crystal clear to everyone? Method number one. If anyone is having any kind of doubt, you can write in the comment box or write in the comment box CC if you all understood the first method called narrative record. Waiting for your reply. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Now, what is the second method? Second method is known as internal control checklist method, everyone. Sir, what do you mean by internal control checklist method? Here, the senior auditor, what he will do? He will not do the evaluation. The senior auditor will draft. The senior auditor will draft some set of queries and questions. So say for example, you all are my articles and I am your employer. I am your principal. So I am your senior auditor, right? So I will draft some set of questions and some set of queries. I will make a checklist of the questions and queries and will forward it to audit staff. I will forward it to my audit staff. That means I will give this list to you. Now audit staff will evaluate the internal control system. Now who is evaluating the internal control system? Is it the senior auditor evaluating or audit staff is evaluating? Audit staff will evaluate the internal control system and answers those questions after evaluation. Now tell me who is answering those questions. It's like a objective questions where I'm giving you the three options. Is this particular control is present or not? Yes, no, not applicable. What are the three options I'm giving them? Yes, it is applicable. Sir, no, it is not available. And third, it is not at all applicable to the organization. Did you all understand the point what I'm saying? So read the whole 4 sentences put together. This is what do you mean by internal control checklist method. So tell me, who drafts the questions and queries on the checklist? Senior auditor. Senior auditor does the evaluation or junior audit staff does the evaluation? Audit staff does the evaluation. So auditor will make some questions. He will forward these questions to his staff. Staff will go to the client's place and will do the evaluation. And on the basis of their evaluation and observations, they will answer those questions. Whether that particular internal control system is present or not. Everybody crystal clear with the internal control checklist method? Yes or no?
Yes.
So what do you mean by internal control checklist method? In this method, some questions and queries will be prepared by the senior staff, will be handed over to the audit staff. Are you getting the point? Audit staff will go to the client's place, will do the evaluation and will answer to those questions afterward evaluation. So tell me, here answers to the questions are being done by the management or being done by the auditor's staff only? Auditor staff only. Are you getting the point? And answers are going to be given in the form of what? Three forms. What are the three forms of answer? Is this internal control system is present? Yes. Or not present? No. And NA. What is NA stands for? Not applicable. This internal control system is not at all applicable. They will put a tick mark on that and they will come back to the office. Now tell me whether I was successful in doing the evaluation of the internal control system of my client's company or not.
Yes.
Yes, but did I do or my audit staff did? Staff did. So that is why there are some few limitations of this method. What are the limitations of this method, everyone? Point number one. Point number one. Is the evaluation done by the fully qualified and fully competent person or semi-qualified and semi-competent persons?
Semi-qualified.
Yes, evaluation is done by audit staff who are easy to be manipulated. Tell me whether the management, whether my client can easily manipulate them. Yes or no? Yes, who are easy to be manipulated and less competent and less qualified. Are they same competent and qualified as me, or they are less competent and less qualified? Less competent and less qualified. And third point, the focus of auditor shifts. The focus of auditor shifts from evaluation of internal control system to whether staff is discharging duties properly or not. Now tell me whether my focus also changed or not. If my focus should be evaluation of internal control system, but my focus from evaluation of internal control system changed to what? Whether my staff is performing the duty properly or not. Now tell me, is it good for the evaluation or not good for the evaluation? Not good for it. So these are the three disadvantages of the second method. What is the second method we have done, everyone? Internal control checklist. So everyone, please quickly answer. Point number 1. In this, who drafts the questions and queries? Principal auditor or senior auditor. After drafting, he hands over to whom? Staff. Staff goes to where? Client's place. Are you getting the point? They will do what? Evaluation. After evaluation, whether the management will tick mark those answers or staff will tick mark those answers. Staff will tick, and answers will be done in the form of yes, no, not applicable. But what is the biggest three limitations of this particular method? Point number 1, they can be easily manipulated by the management of the client because they are semi-qualified and unqualified, or you can say that less competent. And the focus of the auditor also shifts from evaluation of internal control system to whether staff is discharging duties properly or not. Did you all understand word to word which I made you write? Yes. Yes? Okay. Now, what is the third method, everyone? In the third method and second method, there's a lot of similarity, but there's a major difference. Here also point will remain same. So point number 1 will remain same. So who drafts the questions and queries? Senior auditor. But here he will forward it to the management staff directly. Management staff and executives. He will forward it to whom? Management staff and executive. Now here he is not telling his audit staff to do the things. He directly gave that questions and queries directly to the management staff and executives. And who is going to answer them? Answers are also
Management.
yes, to be made by or given by management staff and executives. Your answers are also going to be given by management staff and executives. But answers will remain same in the form of yes, no, and not applicable. Now, can you tell me what is the major difference between the second method and third method you found? In the second method, the audit staff was evaluating and they were answering. And in the third method, it is directly the questions are being answered by whom? Management staff and executive. So my question is very simple. Is the person who is actually doing the activities answering my questions?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, is the staff evaluating and then answering, or the direct answers are given by the person who is actually doing the activity? Direct answers. So tell me, is it a better method than the second method or not?
Yes.
Yes, because staff may observe the things properly, may not observe the things properly. But here, the employee and the staff of the company is giving me the answers. So definitely they are doing their job properly. And according to their job, they can easily give me the correct answers, right or not? And one more thing, due to the internal control questionnaire, can I increase the number of questions also? See, my staff may or may not be comfortable in evaluating that many answers, but whether the number of questions can be increased if the answers are directly given by the management and management staff?
Yeah.
Yes, so it means the next thing which you have to understand is it is more elaborative. Elaborative means more number of questions and more narrative in nature. It is more elaborative and what in nature? More elaborative and more narrative in nature. Are you getting the point? So I can use the more number of questions, right? Next point. What are the advantages of this method? Can anybody tell me what are the advantages of this method? It is answered by the one who is actually involved in the activity. Advantage number one. Yes or no? Answered by the ones who are involved directly into the activity. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
Answered by the one who are involved directly into the activity. Advantage number two. Auditor can increase the set of questions. Set of queries. Auditor can increase the set of queries and question. Point number three. Does that help me in planning and programming my audit? Yes or no? Helps in planning and programming the audit. And most importantly, will I be able to identify the weaknesses?
Yes.
Identification of. Because wherever they will say directly no, then to directly they also know that there's a weaker area in their organization. So identification of weaknesses. Identification of weaknesses. Point number 5. Will I be able to decide my extent of checking? Now tell me, if the weaker areas are more, my extent of checking will be test checking or exhaustive checking? And if the number of weaknesses are less? Test checking. And point number 6. Will it be useful for simple and complex businesses? So either your client's business is simple or your client's business is complex. Internal control questionnaire method always works. So simple and complex businesses. Useful for. But there is also a disadvantages. Can anybody tell me what are the disadvantages? इसमें सबसे बड़ा disadvantage क्या है? As the staff directly is answering the question, auditor would like to increase the number of questions or not? Yes, so it becomes time consuming. It becomes what? Time consuming. And most importantly, who is answering here the questions? Management. And so can I say that it will become barrier in the smooth functioning of their management?
Yeah.
They have to stop their work, read my questionnaire and then answer it. Will that waste their time? Yes. So becomes barrier in smooth functioning of management. And सबसे बड़ा disadvantage क्या है? Whether the answers can be partial and biased. Tell me. Whether the answers can be partial and biased. Do you think that the staff will give you the correct answer?
May not be.
So maybe the answers can be
favorable to them.
Not objective.
yes. Maybe the answers will not be objective in nature. Correct, everyone? So that is called what? Our which method? Third method. That is called our third method. I hope everyone understood the third method also.
Yes.
Yes, and what is our fourth method, everyone? What is the name of the fourth method? Flowcharts. Flowcharts you already know. Do you know P2P operations? Yes or no, everyone? So in the P2P operations, did I make a chart like of thing or not?
Yes.
Yes, that is also one of the method by which you can do the evaluation. Now tell me, what is the benefit of flowcharts? The benefit of flowchart is in an easy manner, whether the top level management is having enough time to read your thousands and thousands of internal control questionnaire questions. Tell me.
No.
After doing the evaluation, definitely you will go to the management to show them your results or not. Yes.
Yes.
So when you're going to the top level management to show your results of evaluation, will they be having enough time to read the answers of your thousands of questions, or they would like to have a quick review?
Quick review.
Quick review. So in the case of quick review, none of the method is useful. Which is the method useful? The last method. What is the last method? Flowcharts. So what do you mean by flowcharts, everyone? I'm not writing the P2P operation here. So I'm just telling you, you can relate P2P operation wala example here. Flowchart means what? It is a graphical or diagrammatic. It is a graphical or diagrammatic representation. It's a graphical or diagrammatic representation of flow of operations. Now tell me, did I use the arrows or not? While telling the P2P operations, did I make the use of arrows from one department to another department?
Yes.
Yes. So it's a graphical or diagrammatic representation of flow operations from the starting point towards its which point?
End point.
Towards its ending point. Now tell me, is it an easy and precise method? Easy and precise method. Precise. Is it easy to understand method?
Yes.
Easy to understand method. Is it useful in case if the top level management wants the quick review report?
Yes.
Useful in areas where top level management needs quick or short review reports. Quick or short review reports, right or not? But there is one thing you have to be very careful. Auditors shall not use technical signs and symbols. Can anybody tell me what do you mean by that? Now tell me one thing. Tell me one thing, guys. You know the flowchart method also. In the flowchart method, do we have these symbols or not?
Yes.
Now, you and I know these symbols. What is the reason? Because we know and we have read the EIS and IT throughout our profession. But whether a general person is also having the knowledge of these symbols,
No.
therefore auditor should use it or should try to avoid it. Try to avoid it. So this is what the meaning of all the four methods in front of you, everyone. So with that, our evaluation topic is over. So what are the four methods of evaluation we are done with? Narrative records, internal control checklist, questionnaire, and what? Flow charts, everyone. Clear? Yes, everyone? So just give me 5 minutes, everyone. I have some work. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay in the class only. I'll be back. Okay? Yes. Okay, everyone. I'm back. So I hope the whole thing went inside your head, everyone. Yes or no? So these are the 4 methods of what? Evaluation of internal control system. So if anybody is having any kind of doubt, please let me know in the 4 methods of internal control system. Let me know, everyone, if anyone is having any kind of doubt. Okay, clear. Now, once we do the evaluation, now it's time that on the basis of evaluation, do we also learn how to do the testing or not? Yes or no? On the basis of evaluation, we have to do the testing. Now see, now what do you mean by testing of internal control system? The next topic is known as testing of internal control system. Now for the testing of internal control system, actually there are 2 methods. So there are 4 methods for evaluation, but there are 2 methods or what? Testing. Method number 1. The method number 1 is known as procedural test. What is the name of the test, everyone? Procedural test. And method number 2 is known as examination in depth. And that we have already done. Examination in depth is also known as audit trial. And it is also known as, can anybody tell me what is another name? Do you remember I told you one word called walkthrough test?
Yeah.
Yes. The walkthrough test is nothing but the P2P operations. Just now we have understood or not? Same thing. So what do you mean by procedural test? And what do you mean by examination in depth? In the procedural test, what the auditor will do, now see, we have already done the evaluation. We have flowcharts, we have internal control questionnaires, we have internal control checklist. Now, on the basis of the answers which are given by the management, or on the basis of answers which are given by the audit staff, on the basis of evaluation, now do you think that each and every answer will be clear only, or each and every answer will be acceptable only, or some are acceptable, some are not acceptable?
Some may not be accepted.
Yes, some may not be acceptable. Now, at that point of time, how you are going to make sure that yes, that thing is also acceptable? We are going to conduct a test on that. Now, when we talk about the procedural test, what the auditor does, auditor after the evaluation, will pick up a particular area of operations or a department to be tested for. To be what? Tested for. Now, say for example, in the questionnaire, I made the questions for the sales department, purchase department, finance department, accounting department, marketing department, for their top level management, lower level management. I made hundreds of questions for them. But at the end of the day, in the sales department, say for example, I have a doubt. It means what are the answers given by the sales manager? I don't rely upon them because I think that they are the ingenuine answers, partial answers, and biased answers. Now, would I like to test whether those answers are correct or not? Yes or no? The auditor, after the evaluation, will pick up a particular area of operations or a department to be tested for, and shall test it on and shall test it on raid basis. Shall test it on raid basis. Now, what do you mean by raid basis? अब इसको ध्यान से सुनना. Raid में I stands for initiation test. Initiation test. And A stands for authorization test. R stands for recording test. And D stands for documentation. Are you getting the point or not? If you want, you can remember it as IRDA. What is IRDA? IRDA is Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. So either you can remember it as IRDA or you can remember it as what? A RAID test. Are you getting the point? So what is the first test I'm going to do on the sales department which I picked up? Initiation test. Second test I'm going to do is what? Authorization test. Third test I'm going to do is what? Recording test. And the fourth test I'm going to do is what? Documentation test. So try to understand my four tests now. Now suppose I picked up a sales manager, right? So sales manager is there in front of me. To the sales manager, I asked only one question. What happens when the client comes and places an order? What do you do when the client comes and places an order? Now he said that, sir, when the client comes and places an order, we first record his order on an order book. We do not directly record the sales. I will record his order on the order book. I will confirm his items from the stock department. And in the stock department, if those items are available in the stock department, if those items are available, then only I will proceed for the sales invoice. Now tell me, is his answer correct or not? Are you satisfied with this answer? Yes. So I satisfied. So it means I conducted my which test, everyone? Initiation test. How do they initiate the sales? Then I asked him the second question. Sir, what is the second question? What if one day your sales manager is absent? What if one day your sales manager is absent? Who is the person who will sign the sales invoices in that case? He said that, sir, one day if our sales manager is absent, there is a second most experienced salesperson. Second most experienced salesperson will be having the authority to sign the document. Now tell me, are you satisfied with their answer number 2 also?
Yes.
Yes, it means I conducted my which test? Authorization test. Then I told them, okay, once the sales is confirmed, how do you record the sales? He says that, sir, we make a journal entry. And once the journal entry is recorded, we take the printout of invoice. Are you getting the point? We take the 3 copies of printout. One we give it immediately to the customer. One will keep it for our books of accounts. And one will give it to the delivery person. Now, once the delivery person will deliver the items to the customer's place, he will take the signature on that third invoice also. And third invoice also later on will add it in our books of accounts. So basically, we maintain the 2 invoices for the same transaction. Now tell me, are you satisfied with the recording area also?
Yes.
Yes. Are you getting the point? And fourth question I asked them, okay, what do you, for how long you preserve? For how long you preserve these documentations? Are you getting the, for how long you preserve these documentations? He said that for 5 years. Say for example, for the next 5 years, these documentations or these invoices, these books of accounts will be preserved in our office. Now here, are you satisfied?
No.
No. Do they have the knowledge of section number 128? No. As per section number 128, please mute yourself. Disturbance is coming. As per section number 128, what is the answer, everyone? Every company has to preserve the books of accounts for how many years?
8.
8 years you have to maintain. But are they maintaining for 8 years or 5 years? They are maintaining for 5 years. They are not maintaining for how many years? 8 years. Are you getting the point? So in that case, are you satisfied with their documentation test? No. So that is the reason. That is the reason we did the testing. So tell me, which area is their weaker area? Documentation. So this is called which test, everyone? Procedural test. And why it is known as procedural? I did not directly ask them the documentation. I asked them in a procedural way. How do you initiate? Who authorizes? How do you record? And for how long you maintain the documentation? That is why it is known as which test, everyone? Procedural test. So here what we did, we selected a particular area or a department and we tested it. Now tell me whether auditor can now understand what to rely, what not to rely? Yes or no? That is why it is known as testing of internal control system. Now, what is the second test? Walkthrough test. In this case, what the auditor will do? In this case, what the auditor will do? In this case, the auditor, in this case, the auditor ensures that on test basis, he shall select a particular class of transaction he shall select a particular class of transaction and shall carry out examination in depth. Now tell me, what is the difference between the first method and second method you found? In the first method, did we select a particular transaction or a proper full department? Now in the procedural test, did I select a particular transaction or did I select a particular department?
Transaction.
Particular in the procedural test.
Yes. Procedural.
Yeah, I selected a particular transaction or particular department. Huh? Department, yes. But in the examination in depth mein, am I selecting a department or I'm selecting a particular transaction? Transaction, everyone. Did you get the point or not? So there I was selecting a department because I wanted to check the each and every procedure of that department. Each and everything of that department one by one. Here I'm selecting a particular transaction because I'm going to go deeper into its examination. So in this case, auditor ensures that on test basis, he will select a particular class of transaction and shall carry out the examination in depth, like P2P operations. Now tell me, in the P2P operations, which I told you, did we do the examination in depth right from its starting point towards its ending point or not? Yes, so that is why it is known as examination in depth, and it is also known as audit trial, and it is also known as what? Walkthrough test. Anybody is having an idea? Did everybody understand or not? Yes or no? Yes. So now we have understood evaluation also. We have understood testing also. Now tell me, from the testing, you came to know about two things. From the testing, you came to know about the two things. One are the strengths of the organization, and one what? Weaknesses of the internal control system. First one is the strengths of the internal control system and weaknesses of the internal control system. My question is, what you are interested in? Are you focused upon strengths or weaknesses? Weaknesses. Are you getting the point or not? Therefore, if there are strengths in their organization, that is good for them only, na? Are you getting the point? So I am not at all interested in the strengths. I am interested in what? Weaknesses. Now tell me, just because you got to know about some weaknesses, are you going to keep your mouth shut or you are going to inform these weaknesses to the TCWG level? Inform. So that's where the next topic comes. The next topic which we have to learn now is known as LOW. Sir, what do you mean by LOW? Letter of weaknesses. Are you getting the point or not? Letter of weaknesses. Sir, what do you mean by letter of weaknesses? Actually, it is your standard number essay 265 also, which is not, I think, there in the portion of new syllabus, but yes, it is there in the portion of old syllabus. But whether it is there in the portion of new syllabus or old syllabus or not, this is a part of your answer. This is a part of your portion. Are you getting the point? So as a 265, we are not going to read. It is actually 265 only, but we are not going to read it as a 265. We are going to read it at a separate topic. So what is the name of the topic, everyone? Letter of weaknesses. Now, अब इसको ध्यान से सुनना. What do you understand by letter of weaknesses? So for the old syllabus student, as said 265 and letter of weaknesses both are same. For the new syllabus student, it is only known as one topic called letter of weaknesses. अब इसे ध्यान से सुनना. Sir, what is letter of weaknesses? First we'll understand the meaning and then we'll understand guidelines of ICAI. What ICAI says about the letter of weaknesses. Meaning, a letter drafted by an auditor. Obviously, auditor will draft. Am I correct? Drafted by an auditor, intimating. What are we intimating? The weaknesses of internal control system to TCWG. You are not going to write management here. Sir, why we are not writing the management? Now tell me one thing. Who created internal control system? Who installed it? Management. So tell me one thing. Can I say that indirectly these are the weaknesses of the management only?
Yes.
Yes. So should we inform the management or shall we involve the top level management to get it rectified? Top level management. That's the reason do not write the word called management. That's the reason 265 का नाम भी क्या है? What is the name of 265? Communicating weaknesses. To whom? To TCWG. That is what the name of your standard also. Anyways, you have to do it in the CA final. Why not to do it here only? So it is a letter drafted by an auditor intimating the weaknesses of the internal control system to TCWG after doing what and what? Evaluation and testing of their internal control system. After doing evaluation and testing of their internal control system. Now, point number 2. How many letters or how many copies, everyone? I already told you so many times. We are going to make 2 copies of that. Are you getting the point? Both will be sent to whom? We will send it to TCWG. One will be kept by TCWG and one will be duly signed, duly stamped and duly acknowledged and will be sent to whom? Yes, sent back to auditor. Now tell me, when it will be sent back to auditor, will it be acting as a self-defensing tool? Yes, it will be acting as a self-defensing tool. Now in future, if the TCWG will tell me, you didn't tell us about our weaknesses, how we'll come to know about our weaknesses and all those things, will I be able to show him or not?
Yes.
Yes, so acting as a which tool? Self-defensing tool. So this is what do you mean by the meaning of what? Letter of weaknesses. Now what the ICAI talks about letter of weaknesses, what should be there in the letter of weaknesses? 4 declarations shall be there in your letter of weaknesses. How many? 4 declarations. Declaration number 1. You have to make it very clear in your letter that installation, implementation and maintenance of internal control system is auditor's responsibility or prime responsibility of the management? Management. So you have to write that also in your letter. Installation, implementation and maintenance of internal control system is the prime responsibility of management. Point number 2. Point number 2. For evaluation and testing of ICS. Now tell me, for evaluation and testing of ICS, did you follow full checking method or did you follow the test checking method? Just checking, because full checking is not at all possible. So that also you are clarifying via letter. Ki don't expect me to do the full checking. I have followed with checking, test checking. So for evaluation and testing of ICAI's, auditor followed test checking method. That is the second declaration you have to give. Third declaration. Following is the list of strengths or weaknesses. Following is the list of weaknesses found or detected during evaluation and testing. Okay, please let me know. Is it visible now? Yes, okay. Chalo. So what is this third declaration? Ki following is the list of what? Following is the list of weaknesses. Following is the list of weaknesses. Following is the list of weaknesses found and detected during evaluation and testing, everyone. Clear or not? And remember one thing, it's not only the weaknesses you should intimate. Always try to give them the recommendations also to rectify the same. Clear or not, everyone? It is not only your responsibility to give the weaknesses. So following is the list of what? Is the list of recommendations and suggestions to rectify the weaknesses. Are you getting the point? So make sure that you are giving the responsibility of giving them the recommendations also, so that they can rectify it. This is what should be the part of your letter. I hope all of you understood this concept. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. But my question is very simple. How do they ask you the question from this angle? Say, for example, after evaluation and testing, when the auditor sent the letter of weaknesses to the TCWG, what the TCWG did? TCWG demanded proof. TCWG demanded the proof. What proof? TCWG said that please send your checklist. That is what they are demanding. Please send their internal control questionnaire. Please send your narrative records, or please send your what? Flowcharts. We want to see and we want to know whether these weaknesses are genuine or not, or you are just like that saying that. So my question is very simple, everyone. Checklist, internal control system, internal control questionnaire, narrative record, and flowchart. These are whose working papers?
Auditor.
Yes, these are auditors' working papers. Am I correct or not? Do you all agree with that?
Yes.
These are auditors' working papers. And tell me, can I say that this is the property of the auditor?
Yes.
Yes. Can I say that auditor is the owner of them?
Yes.
Ownership of auditor? Yes. So tell me, if auditor wishes to, then only, or he has to?
Wishes.
Then only, or he has to? I'm giving you the two options. Does he have to enclose his checklist, questionnaire, and audit working papers? Is he under an obligation, or it is his right to disclose it? Tell me, is it his discretionary power to disclose? Can he say no also?
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, it's not he has to, if he wishes to, because these working papers are what? Yes, these working papers are property and under ownership of auditor, right or not? If he wishes to, then only he has to say. Can he say no? Yes. Auditor is under no obligation to show it. Am I correct? To disclose it. I hope all of you understood the questions like this. If these questions like this will come in the examination, this is what the answer you have to mandatorily write in the examination. Clear, everyone? Any doubt or no doubt?
No doubt.
No doubt. So today we are done with evaluation, we are done with the, what do you say, testing, and now we are done with letter of weaknesses. Now, this is what all about the internal control system, everyone. Now we have to understand one section that is called section number 138, which we were left in the company audit sections, right or not? 138, intentionally I didn't tell you over there because this is the right place to be told, right or not? What is the name of the section, everyone? Name of the section is internal audit, everyone. So in the whole company audit, I already told you the internal audit is going to be talked only in one section, everyone. Are you getting the point? So that section is known as section number 138. I hope I didn't tell you about 138 earlier. Yes or no? So let us do 138. What is 138, everyone? I'm going to divide this section into 4 parts. Right or not? What is the point number 1? Applicability. To which companies this section is applicable? Second one, who can be the internal auditor? Third, what are the disqualifications? And who appoints? Did you get the point or not? So these are the 4 things we have to understand. So first of all, let us focus upon what? Applicability. So sir, what do you mean by applicability? Internal control system is applicable on whom? So first point, if you are a listed entity, if you are a which company? Listed company, it is always mandatory to have a which auditor? Internal auditor. So no conditions required to be satisfied. If you are a listed entity, it is always mandatory to have a which auditor? Internal auditor. But if you are a unlisted public company, are you sure I didn't tell you this section? Yes. So if you are an unlisted public company, then any of 4 conditions to be satisfied. So total 4 conditions are there, but you have to satisfy all of them or any one of them. Any one of them. The 4 conditions to be satisfied. How to remember that? Greater than equal to 25 crores, greater than equals to 50 crores, greater than equals to 100 crores, and greater than equals to 200 crores. Now, did I multiply everything with the 2 or not?
Yes.
Yes. What is greater than equals to 25 crores? Public deposits. If the unlisted public company is there and its public deposits are greater than equals to 25 crores, or paid up share capital is greater than equals to 50 crores, or outstanding borrowings are greater than equals to 100 crores or turnover is greater than equals to 200 crores, then in that case what? In that case, internal audit becomes compulsory for the which company also? Unlisted public company. If any of the following conditions are satisfied, any of four are satisfied, one of them also is satisfied, then internal audit becomes compulsory for the unlisted public company also. Because for the listed company, though, it is always mandatory. Clear, everyone? Yes? Okay. Third point. What if you are a private company? If you are a private limited company, then in that case, what will happen? Any of the two conditions to be satisfied. Any of the two conditions to be satisfied means again you have to satisfy either of these two. So condition number A. Now, what are the 4 points we have written above? Public deposit, paid up share capital, outstanding borrowing, turnover. Leave the first two, the last two are equally applicable. So it means if the outstanding borrowings are what? 100 crores or more, or what? Turnover is greater than equals to 200 crores, and any of the two satisfied, any of the two got satisfied, then in that case what will happen? Internal auditor becomes mandatory for which company also? Private company also. Did you all understand what I have told you so far? Yes, everyone? So if you are a listed entity, everyone, if you are a listed entity, always mandatory. If you are unlisted public company, any of the 4 conditions to be satisfied and internal auditor becomes mandatory. And if you're a private limited company, any of the 2 conditions to be satisfied and then also internal audit becomes what? Mandatory. Any doubt, anyone, or no doubt?
No doubt.
No doubt. Everybody, please let me know in the comment box. Everyone is clear? Sorry?
Manapan is saying it is taken already.
I didn't get you.
Manapan has messaged to say that this topic is done already.
This topic is done already, no? That's what I
Yes,
was
sir.
That's what I was thinking. We have already done that topic. Where did we do it, Manokaran?
Sir, while we doing company audit, first we have started with section 138 only, sir.
Okay. We have already done, na?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was having an idea ki we have already done or yet to be done. I think because simultaneously 2-3 batches are going on, so I was confused where I have done it, where I have not done it. I think in the law we don't have this section, right or not? Because in the law we have audit and auditors chapter and that starts from 139 to 148 sections. In the auditing, I think I might have already done this with you. Are you getting? That's what I was thinking. We have already done this, and I think it is already there in the sheet also, which I have shared with you.
So it was during recorded class, I guess, then.
During recorded class. No. Recorded class, though I started when I did that. I think company audit ka one section we already completed, and next day my back pain started, and from that day onwards, I told you to do this 2 to 3 recorded classes. I hope everyone is clear with that. Yes or no? We started company audit with 138 only. So I think we have already done this section. So I think so. चलो एक बार revise कर लेते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. चलो, who can be the internal auditor, everyone? Then तो if you know that, then तो you can already tell me who can be the internal auditor. Point number 1. A CA or a CMA. Very nice. Whether in practice or not. And if you are unable to afford them, then other professional. No, any other professional from other professional body. Are you getting the point? Any other professional from other professional body. And if that also we are unable to afford, then yes, officer or employee. But he should be a minimum PG or MBA. Minimum PG or MBA. I hope all of you understood this point. This is what who can be the internal auditor. Now, what are the 9 things what the internal auditor can't do, everyone? Can he do the GST audit of the same company? No. Can he do the tax audit of the same company where he is an internal auditor? No. Can he be the statutory auditor of the same company? No. Can he do the cost audit of the same company? No. Can he be involved in bookkeeping system? No. Can he be involved in accounting system? No. Can he do the executive functions? No. Once you are an auditor, you're no more the employee of the company. Now, okay. Can you be involved in the managerial decision making?
No.
No. And last but not the least, can you be involved or install their financial information system also? No. So these are the 9 disqualifications of whom? Of the internal auditor. And who appoints the internal auditor? That depends. If audit committee under section 177 is constituted. So tell me everyone, who gives the recommendation? Audit committee appoints or audit committee gives the recommendations?
Recommendation.
Yes, just 1 minute. I think now screen is visible, right? It was stuck. So if the audit committee under section 177 is constituted, then what will happen? Then audit committee recommends to whom? To board of directors, and then board of directors shall appoint. Am I correct or not? Yes. But what if the audit committee under section 177 is not constituted? Then
Board.
Then directly to be appointed by board of directors, right or not? But in both the cases, do we have to intimate the ROC? Yes. Intimate ROC within 30 days of appointment. Within the 30 days of appointment, you have to intimate to the ROC in form MGT 14. What is the form number, everyone? In the form number MGT 14, you have to intimate to the ROC. Clear, everyone? Okay, screen is stuck, I think, Hana. Okay, so we have to intimate to the ROC within 30 days of appointment in form number MGT 14. Clear, everyone? So I think with that, section number 138 called internal audit is also over. So with that, our chapter called risk assessment and internal control is also over. There is only one standard left called SA 610 that we are going to take tomorrow evening session mein. So tomorrow evening session mein 610 will start, and immediately after, I think within half an hour, 45 minutes, that standard will be over. Then immediately we are going to start with our second last chapter called audit of different items of financial statement. And for the old syllabus, which is known as vouching and verification. Clear, everyone? So thank you so much, everyone, for lending your patient ears. I'll borrow it again tomorrow directly in the evening. Tomorrow we don't have morning session. Tomorrow we'll meet in the evening session. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Chalo. Bye-bye, everyone. Take care. Have a nice day. Yeah, tell me. Somebody was about to ask a doubt.
What kind of companies audit companies audit companies compulsory, sir?
What kind of companies may?
Company is compulsory, sir, to form an audit company.
I actually, you are not audible properly. Please convey your doubt again.
What is the criteria to be formed to get audit committee is constituted?
Board of directors will constitute the audit committee. Board of directors. I already told you section number 177, na?
Yes.
Yes. So 177 mein the first one. The first point itself we understood that the board of directors only makes the audit committee, and if it's a listed company, audit committee is mandatory. And if it's a unlisted public company, then any of the three conditions to be satisfied. Either your what do you say, paid up share capital should be 10 crores or more, or outstanding borrowing should be 50 crores or more, or turnover should be 100 crores or more. And if you're a private limited company, then audit committee is not required to be constituted. I think we have discussed that, right or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I hope your doubt is
Either
clarified,
of
my
board
friend.
of
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yeah, yeah. Chalo,
So
see you.
tomorrow evening, same timing.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah, tomorrow evening, same timing, 7 to 9. Because no more morning session because sir has come back and he would like to take his timings again. Okay? Chalo. Thank you so much, everyone. See you guys tomorrow in the evening, 7 to 9. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye. Yeah, definitely I'll share, Devadarshini. Thank you so much for reminding. So by today evening, these notes to already I think updated with you. Now it is 184 pages, class notes. And now I have to send you only the notes of what? The study material from where I am teaching, so that you can make a note of those minor underlines and things also. Am I correct or not?
Sir, bank audit.
Bank audit and cooperative society. Na, cooperative to we have done from the ICAI material only. No issues. Bank audit, yes. Bank audit notes also I'll send you. So I'll send you the notes of bank audit and I'll send you the material notes, right? So thank you so much everyone for reminding. See you guys tomorrow evening. Bye-bye. Take care everyone. Have a nice day. Okay, so let us start with a very important chapter that is called risk assessment and internal controls, right? So what do you understand by risk assessment and what do you mean by internal controls? We already have a little bit idea of that, but we are going to understand that in a very detailed manner. And there are so many things which we have to write also. So let's just start in 1 minute. Okay. So anybody is having an idea about the term called risk? If anybody is having an idea about the term called risk, someone can explain what risk is all about. What do you understand by the term called risk? If anybody is having any kind of idea about the risk, just a simple definition of risk. Tell me, what do you understand by the term called risk? Uncertainties. Okay. Okay. Very nice, Devadarshini. So, can I say that, guys, risk means a probable chance of loss? Can I say that? Risk also refers to probable chance of loss. So, probable chance of loss means what? It has to happen or it may or may not happen. It may or may not happen. Are you getting the point? That is what you mean by risk. And the second thing about the risk is whether the risk can be eliminated or the risk can be reduced. Tell me everyone. Whether the risk can be eliminated?
Reduced.
Yes, risk can only be reduced. It can never be what? Eliminated. That is what in this whole chapter we have to understand how the auditor can reduce the audit risk. How the auditor can reduce the audit risk, right or not? That is the first part of the topic, that is called risk assessment. Second part of the topic known as internal control. Are you getting the point? Tell me one thing, whether the risk factor or the auditor's risk is also based upon the internal control system? Whether the auditor's risk is based upon the internal control system? Yes, it is based upon the internal control system. Now, better the internal control system is, tell me one thing, what shall be the audit risk? Better the internal control system, what shall be the audit risk? Try to tell me. Audit risk will be higher or lower? Lower. Okay. And poorer the internal control system is, audit risk will be what? Higher. So all these things we are going to understand, but in a very detailed manner. We'll go deeper into it. Each and every topic we'll understand. Where we'll understand what do you understand by risk assessment and what do you understand by the internal control. It's a very simple thing, guys. You cannot assess the, first of all, tell me what do you mean by assessing something? What do you understand by the term called assessment? What do you mean by the term called assessment? Assessment means examining. Assessment means what? Examining or understanding. Or you can say identifying. Are you getting the one? That is what do you mean by assessment. So whenever the auditor goes to the client's place to conduct an audit, the very first important thing which he has to do is he has to assess the risk. Now the question arises, sir, what do you mean by the term called audit risk? What do you mean by the term called audit risk? Ab sunna dhyan se. What do you understand by the audit risk? Now see, tell me one thing. Auditor does what? Does he give the guarantee on the financial statement? Or does he give the opinion on financial statement? Tell me everyone.
Opinion.
Yes, auditor gives the opinion on financial statement. Now see, when an auditor, this is the definition of audit risk I am telling you. When an auditor expresses an inappropriate opinion, which opinion? Inappropriate opinion. So tell me one thing, guys. What do you understand by the term called inappropriate opinion? Correct opinion or wrong opinion? Tell me. What do you understand by the term called inappropriate opinion? Is it the correct opinion or wrong opinion? Wrong opinion. So when the auditor expresses an inappropriate opinion on financial statements as unmodified, which opinion he has given? Financial statements are what? Unmodified. What do you mean by unmodified? Clean. He has given the opinion that the financial statements are clean, whereas in actual, such financial statements were full of MM. What is MM? Material misstatements. What do you mean by material misstatement? Full of what? Frauds and errors. Are you all understanding what I'm saying? Did you all understand the each and every word written in front of you? It's a very simple thing. That is what the definition of audit is. What do you mean by audit is? Whenever an auditor gives a wrong opinion on financial statement as unmodified, when an auditor gives the wrong opinion on financial statement as what? Unmodified. He thinks that the financial statements are what? Unmodified. Whereas in reality, such financial statements were full of material misstatements. Such financial statements were full of frauds and errors. But the auditor gave the opinion as inappropriate opinion. That is known as which risk, everyone? That is what do you mean by audit risk. So tell me one thing, is a auditor is also a human being or not? Yes. He can also do the mistakes or not? Yes. But why he did the mistake? He did the mistake because he did not assess the risk of the financial statements properly. It did not assess the internal control system of the entity properly. In such kind of situation, auditors sometimes may end up giving a correct judgment or wrong judgment. Wrong judgment. Are you getting the point or not? So you cannot say that, you cannot blame the auditor. So what this chapter is going to tell you that if whenever the auditor, this chapter is saying that whenever this auditor is going to do the audit, whenever the auditor is going to do the audit, what is the auditor's responsibility? His responsibility is to identify and assess the risk of MM. His responsibility is to identify or assess the risk of MM in financial statements. But by how? By understanding the client, by understanding the environment of the client, or by understanding the internal control systems of the client. So what are the three things you have to understand so that you can reduce the risk to the lowest acceptable level, everyone? What are the three things? Repeat. What are the three things we have to understand? We have to understand the client first. We have to understand the environment of the client also. And we also have to understand what? Which system? Internal control system. If we'll understand the client properly, if we'll understand the environment of the client properly, if we'll understand the internal control system of the client properly, can we reduce the risk to the lowest acceptable level? Yes or no? Yes. I'm not saying that we will eliminate the risk. Auditor can never eliminate the risk, but at least I can reduce the risk to the lowest acceptable level or not? Yes or no? Yes, that is what the whole idea behind this chapter. Did you all get the point or not? So everyone, please tell me what is the definition of audit risk, everyone? What is the definition of audit risk? Audit risk is a risk where the auditor expresses a which opinion? Appropriate or inappropriate opinion? Inappropriate opinion. And what do you mean by inappropriate opinion, everyone? What do you understand by the term called inappropriate opinion? Inappropriate opinion means what? Wrong opinion. Inappropriate opinion means what? Wrong opinion. And whereas the financial statements were already what? Materially misstated. Where the financial statements were already materially misstated. That is what do you mean by inappropriate opinion. I hope all of you understood the concept. Yes or no? Please let me know. Yes. So this is what do you mean by audit is. So in this chapter, we are going to talk about the two things. First, we are going to talk about what? Risk. And second thing, we are going to talk about what? In detailed manner. What do you mean by internal control? Now, the first thing you have to understand that is, sir, what do you mean by audit risk? Remember one thing, audit risk is equal to inherent risk. Audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatement into detection risk. Audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatement into detection risk. Remember this formula. Audit risk is equal to ROMUM into detection risk. What do you mean by ROMUM into detection risk? Now tell me one thing. Detecting the risk or assessing the risk is whose responsibility? Think logically before answering. Detecting the risk and assessing the risk is whose responsibility?
Management.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Management responsibility nahi hai. I'm talking about the risk which is coming from the auditor's end. Detecting the risk. Yes. Tell me one thing. Deciding the procedures, deciding the evidences, and deciding the techniques. That is whose responsibility? Auditor's responsibility. So whether the auditor will be able to detect the risk of material misstatement, am I correct or not? Should he detect it correctly or not? But when the auditor fails to detect the correct judgment of the risk of material misstatement, then in that case, what happens? Then in that case, what happens? In that case, what happens? In that case, it is known as audit risk, everyone. Now, sir, what do you mean by risk of material misstatement? What do you mean by risk of material misstatement? Material misstatement, risk of material misstatement means inherent risk into control risk. Risk of material misstatement means inherent risk into the control risk. So tell me everyone, what is the total formula of audit risk then? Audit risk is equal to what? Inherent risk into control risk into which risk? Detection risk. Tell me guys, what is the formula? Inherent risk into control risk into detection risk. Now let me give you the idea about inherent risk and control risk. Now tell me one thing. Imagine a bank without the cameras. Imagine a bank without the cameras. Is it a controlled risk or it is an inherent risk? Think logically and give me the answer. Imagine a bank without the camera. There is a bank, but not even a single camera is there. So tell me one thing. What are the chances of frauds and errors? Highest or lowest? Highest. So tell me one thing. There is a presence of internal control system or there is no presence of internal control system? No presence. So definitely there are chances that definitely the frauds and errors will take place. Yes or no? Yes. That risk is known as which risk, everyone? Inherent risk. That risk is known as what? Inherent risk. Are you getting the point? Now, what do you mean by control risk? There are cameras in the bank, but they are not working. Second example is there are cameras in the bank, but they are not working. So tell me, internal control system is present or not? Yes, internal control system is present. But that internal control system which is present is efficient or inefficient? It means again the chances of frauds and errors are higher. That risk is known as which risk? Control risk. That is known as which risk, everyone? Control risk. And tell me one thing, what is the common thing you found between the inherent risk and control risk? Both the risks are coming to you because of what?
Present and unpresent.
Present and non-present of what? Internal control system. In the inherent risk, internal control system was there or not there? Was not there. In the control risk, internal control system was there, but that was efficient or inefficient? Inefficient. And tell me one thing, what is the common thing? The common thing is internal control system. And tell me, they both are auditor's risk or they both are management responsibility? Think logically. Internal control system is auditor's responsibility or management responsibility? Management responsibility. So when the internal control system and what do you say, when the inherent risk and control risk are management responsibility and detection risk is the auditor's responsibility, so audit risk is only the auditor's responsibility or it is a combination of two persons' responsibility? It's a combination of two persons' responsibility. So let me just clear it out and let you know again. Tell me one thing. What is the formula of audit risk, everyone? Just now I told you. What is the formula of audit risk? Audit risk is equal to ROMUM into detection risk. And tell me, what do you mean by ROMUM? Is equal to inherent risk into what? Control risk. And tell me everyone, what do you mean by inherent risk? Is it due to the presence of ICS or non-existence of ICS? Yes, internal control system is not at all existing, then definite. Acha, everyone please tell me what is the meaning of the word called inherent? What do you understand by the term called inherent?
Cannot be controlled.
Which cannot be controlled. Inherent means something which is separable or inseparable? Inseparable. So tell me, a bank without the cameras, can you control the frauds or frauds will definitely happen? Will definitely happen. So it means that is called which risk, everyone? Inherent risk. It is because of the non-existence of which system? So tell me, it is whose responsibility? Management's responsibility. Okay. Control risk. Control risk. Are you getting the point or not? Control risk. Control risk, what we understood? Internal control system is there, but that internal control system is efficient or inefficient? It means cameras are there, but cameras are working or not working? Not working. Again, that is whose responsibility? Our auditor is not going to repair the cameras now. That is also management responsibility. So can I say that inherent risk and control risk both are whose responsibility? Management responsibility. But tell me one thing, making a choice of procedure, making a choice of audit evidences, and making a choice of audit techniques is whose responsibility? Auditor's responsibility. And when he makes a inappropriate choice, when he makes a wrong choice, it means that is auditor's fault or not? Yes. And when the inherent risk meets with the current control risk, meets with the detection risk, it means management is also poor and auditor is also wrong. In that case, which risk comes, everyone? Audit risk. Which risk comes? It is known as which risk? Audit risk. So this is a second method by which you can understand the meaning of the term called what? The audit risk. So tell me one thing, even though the name of the risk which we are doing is known as audit risk, but is the audit risk is the only responsibility of the auditor, or it is a combined responsibility of auditor as well as management? Combined responsibility. Did you all understand? Because inherent risk and control risk are the management responsibility, whereas the detection risk is whose responsibility? Auditor responsibility. When both the people are unable to control their internal control system and unable to make the correct judgment, then which risk will come? Audit risk will come. Did you all understand crystal clear each and every sentence which I told you so far? Yes or no? Comment box. Please comment, everyone. CC or not CC? Crystal clear or not crystal clear? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Very nice. So, and what is the definition of audit? Acha, due to the inherent risk, due to the control risk, and due to the, what do you say, or detection risk, whether auditor may end up giving the wrong opinion sometimes or not. Yes, that is why, what is the definition we have written of the audit risk? Read the definition. When the auditor expresses an inappropriate opinion on financial statement. What kind of opinion on financial statement he has given? Appropriate or inappropriate? Inappropriate. And what is the opinion he has given? I think that financial statements are what? Clean. I think that financial statements are clean. But in actual, what is the financial statement? Are they clean or full of material misstatements? Full of material misstatements, which he was able to detect or unable to detect? Unable to detect. Because of what? Because of inherent risk, because of control risk, and because of which risk? Detection. I hope all of you understood the concept. Yes or no? Yes. So, I need someone to read it out. Komal, can you read it out today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please read out the first paragraph.
Audit risk means the risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. Thus, it is the risk that the auditor may fail to express an appropriate opinion in an audit assignment.
Yes. Is there any doubt written in front of you? Any person is having any kind of doubt? Audit risk means the risk that the auditor may give the which opinion? Inappropriate opinion when the financial statements are what? Materially misstatement. Thus, the risk that auditor may fail to express a appropriate opinion on the audit assignment. That kind of risk is known as audit risk. The audit risk is a function of what? Read the next point.
Audit risk is a function of risk statement detection.
What do you mean by risk of material misstatement?
Risk of material misstatement is defined. The risk that the financial statements are materially misstated prior to audit. It consists of two components described as follows at the assertion. inherent risk, the susceptibility of an assertion about a class of balance or disclosure to a misstatement that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before consideration of any related.
Now, I will tell you in a very simple way. What do you mean by inherent risk? That inherent risk is a risk. Inherent risk is a risk which occurs due to existence of ICAIs or non-existence. Non-existence of internal control system, and ensures that error may occur or error will definitely occur.
Definitely.
Errors and frauds will definitely occur. Am I correct or not? This is what do you mean by which risk, everyone? Inherent risk. Okay. Now, what do you mean by control risk?
The risk that a misstatement that could occur in an assertion about a class of transaction account balance or disclosure that could be material either individually or when created with other items will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis by the entity's internal.
Will not be prevented, detected, and corrected. What do you mean by will not be prevented and detected and corrected? It means, can I say that for something to call as a control risk, there was a presence of internal control system or not?
Yes.
Yes, but that internal control system was efficient or inefficient?
Inefficient.
Inefficient. That internal control system was inefficient. That internal control system was limited. That internal control system was poor, due to which errors and frauds can be prevented or cannot be? Cannot be detected, cannot be prevented, and cannot be what? Corrected. Did you get the point? So what is the major difference between inherent risk and control risk you found, everyone? What is the major difference? In the inherent risk, so there is no internal control system. But in the control risk, there is an internal control system, but you are unable to control your frauds and errors. Did you all understand the point or not?
Yes.
Yes. And they both are whose responsibility? They both are whose responsibility? Definitely a management responsibility. So you cannot say that just because the risk name is known as audit risk, is it the full responsibility of the auditor? No, it is a combined responsibility of what? Some poor judgment of the auditor and some complete inefficiency of whom? Management. That is why it is known as auditors. Now tell me, what do you mean by misstatement, everyone? Let me give you one simple example. You are expecting that, listen to the meaning of misstatement. You are expecting that ki ABCD. What do you mean by ABCD, everyone? Do you remember? Account balance, class of transaction, and disclosures. You are expecting that ABCD, will be disclosed like this. Whereas in actual, ABCD is disclosed like this. Now tell me, if there is a difference between your expectations and actual, that difference is known as what? Misstatement. That difference is known as what? Misstatement. Did you all understand the point or not? So the difference between your expectations and your reality of the account balances, class of transactions, and disclosures in the financial statement, that is known as misstatement, everyone. Now read the misstatement. What is the point written? Read it loudly.
Misstatement refers to a difference between the amount, classification, presentation, or disclosure of a reported financial statement item and the amount, classification, presentation, or disclosure that is required for the item to be in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. misstatement can arise from error or fraud.
So can I say that what was required? Can I say that what was required as per AFRF and what actually the company has done? The difference between the two is known as what?
Misstatement.
No, misstatement. Are you all getting the point? Is it looking easier in this way? What is required as per AFRF and what the actual company has done, the difference between the two is known as misstatement. Tell me.
So in case of controls, is it a term is called deviation or misstatement only?
Sorry?
In case of test of controls,
If the deviation is controllable, if the deviation is manageable in nature, then it will not be a misstatement.
okay.
Yeah, if the deviation is huge, are you getting the point? Then in that case, there is definitely a problem. Then in that case, you can call it as a misstatement. Clear? Yes or no? So I hope everybody who is listening, each and everyone, I hope you all understood the introduction of the chapter or not. Did you all understand so far? Yes, everyone? Chalo. Yes. Okay. Next point. Read the next topic.
Assessment of risk, matter of professional judgment. The assessment of risk is based on audit procedures to obtain information necessary for that purpose and evidence obtained throughout the audit. The assessment of risk is a matter of professional judgment rather than a matter capable of precise measurement.
See, you can all say that I already told you right from the beginning also that our audit is full of which judgment? Professional judgment. Are you getting the point or not? What might be material in one's judgment? Is it necessary that it will be material in others' judgment? No, it may or may not be material in the other's judgment. That is where the question of risk comes. Are you getting the point? Sometimes the auditor may assess that okay, the risk is very high. And at the same point of time, next year on the same thing, auditor may assume that risk is very less. So tell me one thing, is it risk is a, or can say professional judgment is a absolute term or relative term? Relative term. What do you mean by relative? It keeps on what? Changing. It keeps on changing. So at one point of time when you think that the audit risk is high, another point of time you may think that audit risk is less. So assessment of risk is completely and 100% a matter of professional judgment. Sometimes the auditor may think that by observation I can get the best evidence. Sometimes the auditor may think that by inquiry I may get the best evidence. Sometimes the auditor may think that by inspection I may get the best evidence. So it is all purely dependent upon the auditor's professional judgment. That is how he assesses the risk. That is what is written in front of you. Clear, everyone? Now, what is not included in the audit risk? That you have to read. Read.
Audit risk does not include the risk that the auditor might experience that the statements are clearly misstated when they are not. This risk is ordinarily insignificant.
Next one.
Further, audit risk is a technical term related to the process. It does not refer to the auditor's business risk, such as loss from litigation, was public, or even arising in connection to auditor financial.
So what is not included in the audit risk, everyone? Audit risk does not include the risk that auditor might express that financial statements are materially misstatement when they are what? Not. Actually, audit risk means what? It is vice versa of this sentence. In the audit risk, auditor is giving a which statement? Yeah, inappropriate judgment. Whereas the financial statements are what? Materially misstated. When the financial statements are materially misstated, but the auditor has given an unmodified opinion. Read the whole sentence. The first point, is it vice versa of that or not?
Audit risk does not include the risk that the auditor might express an opinion that the financial statements are materially misstated when they are not.
So tell me, financial statements are not materially misstated and you are saying that financial statements are materially misstated. That is the audit risk. No, that is complete opposite to the definition of audit risk or not?
Yes, sir.
So my question is very simple, everyone. Is the point number completely different or completely opposite to the definition of audit risk or not? What is the definition of audit risk, Komal? Please tell. What is the definition of audit risk? Yes.
It is inappropriate opinion given by the auditor when the financial statements are materially mistaken.
Now do the vice versa of your sentence. Auditor is saying that the financial statements are materially misstated when actually they are or they are not.
They are not.
So that is what is not an audit risk. Is it correct or not? Did you all understand? It's a very simple thing to understand. When the audit risk definition we know, and this particular point number 1 is completely opposite to that definition, so is it a audit risk or it is not an audit risk? Tell me. Not an audit risk. Clearly. Very nice. Read the point number 2, Komal, again.
Further, audit risk is a technical term related to the process of auditing. It does not refer to the auditor's business risks such as loss from litigation or other events arising in connection with the auditor financial.
So audit risk has no connection with what? Audit risk has no connection with the adverse publicity. Audit risk has no connection with the auditor's businesses. So these are the two things which are not at all included in what? These are not at all included in the audit risk, everyone. Right or not? So what is not included in the audit risk? The opposite definition of audit risk is not included in the audit risk, and audit risk does not include the auditor's business risk relating to adverse publicity or relating to loss from litigation and all those things. Right or not? Now, everyone, ROMAM to you already know. ROMAM happens at 1 level or 2 levels. ROMAM actually happens at 2 level. What are the 2 level? One is known as financial statement level and one is known as assertion level. One is known as financial statement level, one is known as assertion level. Sir, what do you mean by ROMAM at financial statement level when the AFRF is applied or not applied?
Not applied.
Not applied. So it means the whole financial statements are full of risk of material misstatement. Yes or no? And when particular assertion, everyone, I hope you all know the meaning of assertion. Existence is an assertion or not? Yes. And when they are not allowing you to visit the factory to check the existence of plant and machinery, now tell me, again there is a ROMAM or not? But is it a ROMAM of whole financial statement or is it a ROMAM of one assertion of an asset?
One assertion of this.
So yes, so it means here also AFRF is not followed, but not at financial statement level, but at which level? Assertion level. So ROMAM takes place at 2 levels, everyone. So ROMAM takes place at financial statement level and ROMAM takes place at assertion level. Read it out, please.
The overall financial statement level is material misstatement. The overall financial statement.
Is your volume low from your side, Komal?
Now is it correct, sir?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Risks of material misstatement at the overall financial statement level refers to risks of material misstatement that relate pervasively to the financial statement as a whole and potentially affects many others.
So tell me, which one is a broader concept, everyone? ROMAM at FS is bigger than ROMAM at assertion, or ROMAM at assertion is bigger than ROMAM at FS?
At FS it is bigger.
Yes, ROMAM at FS is always a broader concept as compared to ROMAM at assertions. I hope all of you are understanding it clearly. Yes, now read the point number 2.
The assertion level or class of transaction account balance and disclosure. Risk of material misstatement at the assertion level are assessed in order to determine the nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures.
Do you all remember that chart? What is the first audit procedure do we follow?
Risk of material misstatement.
What is the first audit procedure we follow? That is called RAP. Am I correct or not? Yes. RAP gives us the which information? RAP gives us the which information? ROMUM information. And ROMUM helps us in deciding the NTE of FAP or not. Yes, that is what is written. Now read the sentence again, you will understand it.
Risk of material misstatement at the assertion level are assessed in order to determine the nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures necessary to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. This evidence enables the auditor to express an opinion on the financial statement at an acceptably low level of audit.
So I hope there is no doubt at all in this page also. Very easy going page. Am I correct or not? If anybody is having a doubt, I'll wait. You can ask me the doubt. I'll clarify immediately if somebody is having a doubt. If no doubt, then we can proceed further. No doubt, guys? Okay, let's proceed next. Now, components of what?
Of material.
So what do you mean by ROMUM? ROMUM is equal to what?
Inherent risk plus
inherent risk and control risk. What do you mean by inherent risk, everyone? Let's write it and we can like skip reading. Let's write what do you mean by inherent risk and what do you mean by control risk? Tell me, everyone. Both are whose responsibilities?
Management responsibility.
This is also management responsibility and this is also management responsibility. Okay. What is the reason of inherent risk? Presence of ICS or non-existence of ICS?
Non-existence of ICS.
Non-existence of internal control system. But what about the control risk? Existence of internal control system, but poorly or efficiently?
Efficiently.
Inefficiently. But poorly, inefficiently. And what is the meaning of inherent risk? Frauds and errors will occur. Can I say that? Yes, but here frauds and errors can be controlled or cannot be controlled?
Can be controlled.
Cannot be. Cannot be. Why? Because your internal control system is poor or not? It could have been controlled. I will say that. You should not write can be. Frauds and errors couldn't be prevented, couldn't be detected, and couldn't be corrected. Correct or not? Due to the poor internal control system. And when they both meet with each other, they both give what output?
Audit risk.
They give the ROMUM. And when the ROMUM meets with the detection risk, where the auditor also has made the poor judgment, they all three put together gives the birth to whom? Audit risk, everyone. Clear. Very nice. Okay. Now, just for the sake of reading it, just read it Komal once.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Inherent risk.
Inherent risk is higher for some assertions and related classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures than for others. For example, it may be higher for complex calculations. External circumstances giving rise to business risk may also influence inherent. For example, technological development might make a particular product obsolete. Factors in the entity and its environment may also influence the inherent risk related to a specific assertion.
Everyone, please tell me, what do you mean by technology? Technology is a constant item or technology keeps on changing? Technology keeps on changing. But tell me one thing, is it changing at a slower rate or it is changing at a faster rate? Now, can I say that there is one company? Now listen to this. There is one company which has recently incurred rupees 100 crore rupees on upgrading its technology. Are you getting the point? 100 crore rupees ka internal control system upgrade they have done. Understand this example. Now tell me next year whether this technology is updated or obsolete. It is no. Suppose in the 2021 you spent 100 crore rupees to upgrade your internal control system. In the next few years, whether your internal control system will be updated or your internal control system is obsolete. your internal control system will become what? Obsolete. Why it will become obsolete? Tell me why it will become obsolete. Because can you afford the 100 crore rupees every year to update your technology?
No.
No. Remember one thing, if your company, if your entity is purely based upon the technology and technology keeps on changing at a very rapid speed, then in that case, 1 year it may be updated, but the next year it may go what? Obsolete. So tell me one thing, chances of inherent risk are there or not?
Yes.
Yes. It means next year you may or may not be able to detect what? Frauds and errors. Clear everyone? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So that is what is written in the example number 1. Read the second part.
Inherent risk factors are considered while designing tests of controls and substantive procedures. Category of auditor's assessment, lower or higher. Each category covers a range of degree of inherent risk. Auditor may assess the inherent risk of two different assertions as lower while recognizing that one assertion has less inherent risk than the other, although both have been assessed as low. It is important to consider the reason for each identified inherent risk, even if the risk is lower, when the auditor designs tests of controls and substantive.
So simply what they are saying that ki auditor, when the auditor is designing, when the auditor is designing his what? His TOC. What is TOC everyone? Testing of controls. And when he is designing his SP, do you all remember they both are known as FAP? What do you mean by FAP? Further audit procedure. Simply, whenever the auditor is designing his FAP, whenever the auditor is designing his FAP, what do you mean by TOC everyone? Testing of controls and substantive procedure. He always take into consideration the inherent risk. Even though the inherent risk is the lowest in the company, but you have to identify the risk also, ki why it is lowest. Tell me one thing, inherent risk is only because of ICS or no ICS?
No ICS.
No ICS. So don't you think that you have a duty to understand the reason ki why there is no ICS? Yes. So that is what the lawmaker is telling, to identify the reasons even if inherent risk is low. Did you all understand the point or not? Because until and unless you don't know the reason why the company has not installed the internal control system due to which the inherent risk is coming, you can't decide the NTE of your testing of controls. You can't decide the NTE of your substantive procedures. Did you all understand the point? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So if you want to decide what should be the nature, timing and extent of your testing of controls, if you want to decide should be the nature, timing and extent of your substantive procedure, you have to first identify the inherent risk. If inherent risk is there, it doesn't matter whether it is high inherent risk or low inherent risk. Even if it is a low inherent risk, you have every responsibility to identify the reasons why there is a low inherent risk. Did you all understand completely or not? Yes.
Yes.
Now read the answer. Read the example, sorry.
Example, lack of sufficient working capital to continue operations or a declining industry characterized by a large number of business failures.
Now tell me one thing. What do you understand by working capital, everyone? Current assets minus current liabilities. Now tell me, are they required to be used in your process of production on daily basis? Yes or no? Yes. So tell me one thing. Do you need a raw material on daily basis? Yes. Do you need a cash on daily basis? Yes. So all these things are known as current assets or current liabilities? Current assets. And you might have taken so many short-term loans also. Do you have to repay them on daily basis? Yes. So remember one thing, a lack of sufficient working capital to continue operation or a declining industry characterized by the number of business failures is known as inherent risk. मैं तुम्हें एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताता हूँ. अब तुम मुझे ये बताओ, let's talk about real estate sector. Let's talk about real estate sector. Now tell me, due to Corona, whether the construction activities were continued or due to the Corona construction activities were halted. They were halted. When they were halted, tell me, what will be the demand of iron and steel in the market? Iron and steel, high demand or lower demand? Lower. What is the demand? What is the demand of cement in the industry? Lower. What is the demand of real estate? Means houses, purchases and all? Lower. Now tell me whether these three industries, because of their poor internal control system, they are down today, or it is because of the uncontrollable situation they are down today. So tell me one thing, what is that uncontrollable system? That is called Corona, lockdown. Now tell me, can you control that? Or it is an inherent risk? Yes, it is not at all controllable. So it is controllable risk or inherent risk? Inherent risk. Can you do something about this? No, you can't do anything about this. Your industry will definitely go low. Your cement industry will definitely go low. Real estate industry will definitely go low. Are you getting the point or not? You can't do anything about this. So tell me, when you can't do anything about this, that is not at all a control thing. That is a control or uncontrolled thing. Uncontrolled thing. Because this is all a natural disaster which is happening. Are you getting the point? So it is again an example of what? Which risk, everyone? Inherent risk. It's a very simple thing, guys. Say for example, I have wine and beer shops. Suppose I have the wine and beer shops in Hyderabad. I have, say for example, 100 wine and beer shops. Am I the Vijaywalia of Hyderabad or not? Yes. Suppose one day Telangana government declares that supply of liquor and consumption of liquor both are illegal offense. Now tell me, next day, am I a Vijaywalia or beggar?
Yes.
And next day, I am a beggar only, na? So tell me whether my 100 wine and beer shops are completely full stopped. So tell me, can I do anything about this? No. So that is a control risk or inherent? Again, inherent risk. Did you get the point or not? I can't do so. It's not always about you don't have internal control system, then only the inherent risk will happen. It's sometimes about the situations which are out of your control. You can't control it. Definitely, the losses will definitely occur. Tell me, can you do something about this situation now? No. Is it inherent inside you? Yes, you have to shut down your business now because you can't survive. Because government order you can't change. You are not that big to change the government order. Achha, say for example, if one of the supplier told me that, sir, I will not be able to supply you that much of liquor which I am supplying you on daily basis. Now tell me, is that an inherent situation or is that a controllable situation?
Controllable.
You can pay higher amount to that supplier to control the supply of the liquor. Am I correct or not? Yes. So are you understanding the depth inside the topic now? Yes. This is what do you mean by which risk, everyone? Inherent risk. I hope all of you got justified with the examples. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Now read the concept of control risk, please.
Control risk is a function of the effectiveness of the design.
Little bit louder. Yeah.
Control risk is a function of the effectiveness of the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control by the management. However, internal control can only reduce but not eliminate risk of material misstatement in the financial statement. This is because of the inherent limitations of internal control.
It's also very simple thing. Tell me one thing. Even though you have the cameras, let's say for example, even though you have the 40 cameras in your organization, you might be thinking from inside that, sir, 40 cameras in the organization means what I can definitely eliminate the risk. Is that feeling coming from inside you? Now tell me one thing. Why that feeling is not coming? Tell me, Manu. Why?
This 40 cameras will not cover all areas.
Let's say, for example, all the areas covered. Even the blind spots are also covered. Each and every, there are 40 corners and there are 40 cameras. Now I'll make it easy for you. There are 40 corners in the office and there are 40 cameras in each and every corner. Now tell me, now to you can 100% sure na ki anybody will do any, and they are working also 24/7. Can you say that anybody who will try to do anything, you will be able to catch him? Let's imagine there is a camera in the washroom also. Now tell me, Manu, can you detect each and every fraud and error?
No, sir.
Still no. Why?
Cameras are just finding the material. What to say? Only seeing the.
Think. Acha, tell me one thing. Even though in each and every 40 cameras are there, like let me give you one example now. In each and every corner, there are 40 cameras are there. In 40 corners, 40. But who is controlling those cameras? Who is this person? Human. Are you getting the point or no? Now tell me, today's human can be easily bought and sold in the market. Yes. Can someone buy the character of this human or not? Can someone bribe this security guard who is taking care of all the 40 cameras or not? Yes or no? I can bribe this cameraman. I can bribe this security person and I can tell him कि when I'm doing the fraud at this time at this place, please switch off the camera. Can I say that to him? Take 2 lakh rupees. I gave 2 lakh rupees to this security person and told him to switch off the camera when I'm doing the fraud. So tell me, can you eliminate the risk or you can only control it? You can only control it. You can only reduce it. You cannot eliminate it. That is what is written in the whole sentence, my friend. Read the sentence, Komal, again regarding the control risk.
Control risk is a function of the effectiveness of design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control by management. However, internal control can only reduce but not eliminate risk of material misstatement in the financial statement. This is because of the inherent limitations of internal control.
Yes. Next one, example, please.
Possibilities of human errors or mistakes or of control being
Circumvented by collusion. Collusion means मिली भगत. हिंदी में हम लोग बोलते हैं ना मिली भगत. I don't know what do we call in Tamil. मिली भगत means when so many people join the hands together to do the fraud. They make a cartel. What do we call it in Tamil? What do we call it in Tamil? When so many people join the hands together to do one fraud. Same copy paste. Are you getting the point or not? So, control risk and inherent risk, I don't think so that you have any kind of doubt. Now, read the next point.
Auditor assess control risk as rely or not rely on controls. When making control risk assessment, consider.
So what they are saying that whenever you are making the assessment of their control risk, what are the factors you have to consider? What are the things you have to keep it in mind when you are assessing their control risk? Point number 1.
The control environment's influence over internal control. A control environment that supports the prevention and detection and correction of material misstatements allows greater confidence in the reliability of internal control and audit evidence generated within the entity. However, it does not guarantee the effectiveness of specific controls. We therefore test the operating effectiveness of controls for a significant class of transactions when we plan to take a control reliance strategy. Conversely, this control environment may undermine the effectiveness of specific controls and is a key factor in our control risk assessment.
It's a very simple thing. Try to understand. As an auditor, will you get impressed by just because 40 cameras are installed in the organization? Or you would like to test them also? Test them also, no? Just because, if I have to impress the auditor like this only, can I install 100 cameras? Tell me, if I know that my auditor will get impressed by looking at the number of cameras, and if I'll install the 100 cameras, is it fine or not?
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, only looking at the control is not going to give you an idea. You have to test that. So never rely or never have a confidence just by looking at the control system. Try to test it also. Are you getting the point? Because testing only will give you the guarantee whether it is effective or not. That's the reason we do the TOC. What is TOC, everyone? Testing of controls. That is what the point number 1. I hope everyone understood.
Yes, sir.
Yes, next point.
Evaluations of the related IT process that support application and IT department manual control.
Acha, tell me, you have the best computers in your organization. You have the qualified staff in your organization. You have the best internet facility in your organization. You have the best application softwares in your organization. Top end IT technology you are using. But your IT department person is fraudulent fellow. Now tell me whether everything gone into waste or not. Yes, that person is easily can be bribed. So can he manipulate your IT information technology to get the undue advantage or not?
Yes.
Yes. So there is no point. That is what the point number 2. What is the point number 3?
Our testing approach over
Scots.
class of transactions
Significant class of transactions. Yes.
and disclosure process. That is, controls reliance on substantive only strategy.
Okay, next.
The expectation of the operating effectiveness of controls based on the understanding of the entity's process.
So obviously you will expect a higher positive result only, but actually after the testing only you can completely say whether you can rely it or not. Read the next point.
Control risk assessment when control deficiencies are identified.
So when you found out the deficiencies in their internal control system, how you are going to assess the control risk? Are you getting the point? That is what this point. Read the point.
When auditor identifies deficiencies and report on internal controls, he determines the significant financial statement assertions that are affected by the ineffective controls in order to evaluate the effect on control risk assessment and strategy for the audit of financial statements.
So tell me everyone, when you know that there are deficiencies in the internal control system, will you keep calm or you will make a strategy to, overcome that?
Strategy.
You will make a strategy. Are you getting the point? That how you are going to deal with that, right? Next point.
When control deficiencies are identified, an auditor identifies and tests more than one control for each relevant assertion. He evaluates the control risk considering all of the controls he has tested. If auditor determines that they support or rely on control risk assessment, or if compensating controls are identified, tested and evaluated to be effective, he may conclude that the rely on controls is still appropriate. Otherwise, we change our control risk assessment to not rely on.
Dekho, it's a very simple thing. What do you mean by rely on controls? What do you mean by not rely on controls? Tell me one thing. If you already have a good experience of doing the audit of your client since last 4 or 5 years, and you know that their internal control system is super effective, and in the last 4 or 5 years you have already tested them also. So in the 5th year, can you rely?
No.
No, just I'm asking an question. Will you get a simple feeling of relying it or not?
Yes.
Yes, but even though you get a feeling of relying it, but are you going to completely rely on it, or 5th year also you are going to test it?
Tested.
Yes, 5th year also you are going to test it. And after testing, again you are getting the thing. Remember one thing, relying or not relying is not the question here. You have to remember one thing, what can go wrong? Is it mandatory that the situation of the company which was last year is going to be same this year?
No.
No. So remember, yeah, it may change. It may definitely change. Like, so for example, 1920 might have been the good financial year for some companies, but 2021, I can guarantee that most of the companies suffered the losses only. Am I correct or not? So that is what you mean by rely on the controls or not rely upon the controls dependent upon. Read the next paragraph.
And a deficiency relates to an ineffective control that is only control identified for an assertion. He revises risk assessment to not rely on controls for associated assertion, as no other controls have been identified that mitigate the risk related to the assertion.
So it's a very simple thing. Try to understand. There is only one control system installed in the organization to test that one assertion, and that control system is completely useless, and you don't have any other alternative also. Then you will shift your focus from rely on controls to not rely on controls, or you will keep your focus on rely on controls.
Not rely on control.
Yes, so there is only one control, and that only control is not working, then and you don't have any alternative also. So do you have to revise your strategy? Yes, that is what is written. Read the last paragraph again, Komal, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
When a deficiency relates to an ineffective control that is the only control identified for an assertion, he revises risk assessment to not rely on controls for associated assertions, as no other control have been identified that mitigate the risk related to the assertion. If the deficiency relates to one what can go wrong out of several what can go wrongs, he can rely on control but perform additional.
See, it's simple thing. If you have the options, then in that case you can rely on the other controls also. Are you getting the point? But when you don't have an option and there is only single thing which is required to do the testing of this particular assertion, and that thing is not working and there is no alternative at all, then in that case definitely you have to focus on not rely on controls. Am I correct or not? Now read the last line, everyone. What is the last line? If the deficiency related to one what can go wrong out of several what can go wrong, means what? You have several options. Out of the several option, only one option is not working. Then in that case, what you can do? Read the sentence, Komal, last में, comma के बाद.
He can rely on controls.
Yes, then he can rely on controls, but perform which procedure? Are you getting it? So when you have an options, you can perform the substantive audit procedures. But when you don't have an option, there was only a single control and that itself is not working, then to my friend, definitely you don't have to go for rely on controls. You have to go for not rely on controls, right? Next one. Combined assessment of ROMM. So we understood IR, we understood CR, and now we are going to understand combined effect of IR and CR. Read it. Next.
Do not ordinarily refer to inherent risk and control risk separately, but rather to a combined assessment of the risk of material mistake. However, the auditor may make separate or combined assessments of inherent and control risk depending on preferred audit techniques or methodologies and practical control. The assessment of the risk of material misstatement may be expressed in quantitative terms, such as in percentages, or in non-quantitative terms. In any case, the need for the auditor to make appropriate risk assessment is more important than the different approaches by which they may be made.
So it's a simple thing. They are saying that the auditor should do the evaluation of individual inherent risk and individual control risk also, but at the same point of time, he should do the evaluation of combined risk of material misstatement, where the inherent risk is multiplied with what? Where the inherent risk is multiplied with which risk? Control risk. So make sure that IR into CR also you should evaluate. IR separately also you should evaluate, and CR separately also you should evaluate. That is what the lawmaker is trying to tell you. And you know that when the IR and CR meets with each other, they both brings an answer called what? ROMM. And when the ROMM meets with what? Detection risk. What is known as? Auditors. That is what the formula is all given. So it means we know the meaning of inherent risk. We know the meaning of control risk. Now it's time to understand the detection risk. First of all, read this chart.
Types of audit risk. The risk that the accounts may contain misstatements, inherent risk derived from the characteristics of the enterprise and its environment. Control risk, the risk that internal controls will not prevent or detect material errors. Detection risk, there is that the auditor may fail to detect misstatement.
So can I clearly say that these both are looking like as whose responsibility? And this one is completely looking like whose one?
Auditor.
Auditor's response. Clear or not? Yes. Okay. Now we are going to understand this thing. What is the third risk? Detection risk. So I will simply tell you. What do you mean by PET, everyone?
Procedures, evidences, techniques.
Procedures, evidence. When you make a wrong decision about all of them, that is known as DR. And do you remember that I already told you the same concept in audit sampling? I told you it is also known as non-sampling risk. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
I think, Komal, you are the only one who asked me at that point of time, sir, what is sampling risk?
Yes.
Right or not? So, DR is equal to what? NSR, non-sampling risk. When you make a wrong judgment about your PET, are you getting your procedures, evidences, and techniques? Then in that case, it means which risk is going on? Detection risk is going on. Read it.
The risk that the procedures performed by the auditor to reduce audit risk to an acceptably low level will not detect a misstatement that exists and that could be material, either individually or when aggregated with other mistakes.
So that is what you mean by which risk? That is what you mean by detection risk, everyone. Crystal clear? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Next point. Now this is a major core of our chapter, that is called what? How to identify and how to assess the ROMM. Actually, this is nothing but our essay 315. So after such a long time, we are going to do one standard. And remember one thing, your auditing exam is completely incomplete without one question on essay 315. You can't even imagine an auditing exam paper without essay 315. But definitely it is a sure shot must question in your examination. Are you getting the point? It is a sure shot must question in your examination. Now start reading it. Very simple standard. It is just that some of the technicalities are there that you have to remember. And there are some things also which you can skip also. There are some unnecessary things also. So many unnecessary things in this standard, but there are so many necessary things also. So I'll keep on telling you what you may skip and what you may have to do. Now read it, please.
Yes. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement. Objective of auditor as per essay 315.
So what is the name of our essay 315? The name of the essay 315 is auditor shall identify. पहले तो उसे identify करना पड़ेगा. First he will identify the risk. Then he should what? Assess also. What is the magnitude of the risk? First he should identify what kind of risk is there in the organization. Then he should assess the magnitude, the heaviness, the worth of that risk of what? Material misstatements. But how he will come to know about that? By understanding what? Entity and its what? Environment. And the third thing, which is not written in the standard, but I will suggest that you should better write, which system? Internal control system. So auditor should first understand his client, that is called entity. He should second understand the environment of his client, that is called entity, and he should understand their internal control systems also, so that he can identify and he can assess the ROMM. So everyone, did you understand the meaning of the standard or not? Yes? Now read it out.
As per essay 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatements through understanding the entity and its environment. The objective of the auditor is to identify and assess risk of material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, the financial statement and assertion levels. Through understanding the entity and
So how you can identify and assess the ROMM without understanding your client or with understanding your client? You have to understand the client, you have to understand his environment, you have to understand what? His internal control systems also. Then only you can identify and you can assess the risk. So that is what 315 will teach you. 330, which is not there in your portion, says that ki after identifying and after assessing how you are going to deal with them. That is what we will learn in 330. But unfortunately, 330 is not there in your portion. Clear or not? Read it.
Including entities' internal control, thereby providing a basis for designing and implementing responses to the assessed risk of material misstatement. This will help the auditor to reduce the risk of material misstatement to an acceptably low level.
So if we'll understand our client, its environment and internal control system, we can identify and assess the ROMA at the financial level or at the what? Assertion level. And it will definitely help the auditor to reduce the risk of what? Material misstatement to the highly acceptable level or lower acceptable level? Lowest. So let us understand 315 in detail. I think you all know that ROMM takes place at two levels. What are the two levels? Financial statement level as well as which level? Assertion level of ABCD. So financial statement level as well as the assertion level of ABCD. Next one.
Which one?
Yeah, read the next. Read the whole sentence.
The auditor shall identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at financial statement level, the assertion level for class of transactions, account balances, and disclosure to provide a basis for designing, performing further audit procedures.
So just so many times it is being proved that ki RAP helps us in deciding our what? PAP. As simple as that. Right? Next one.
For the purpose of identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, the auditor shall identify risk throughout the process of obtaining an understanding of the entity and its environment, including relevant controls that relate to the risk, and by considering the class of transactions, accounts, and disclosure in the financial statement.
So remember one thing, these are nothing but called, process. This topic is known as process. What is the first thing auditor has to do? What is the second thing auditor has to do? What is the third thing auditor has to do? What is the fourth thing auditor has to do? So what is the first thing auditor has to do? Komal, read it again. He has to identify what?
Identify risks throughout the process of obtaining and understanding the entity.
So identify the risks by obtaining the understanding of the entity and its what? Environment and its what? Internal control system. After identifying, are you going to keep calm or you are going to assess them? Assess them. What is the second point?
As we identify risks and evaluate whether they relate more pervasively to the financial statement as a whole and potentially.
So it means point number 2 says that, what do you mean by pervasively? After identifying the risk, assess them whether they are too heavy or too light, too risky or too light. It means what? We have to identify ki whatever the risk I have identified, is it too heavy risks or is it too light risks? Are you getting the point or not? Yes. Next point.
Relate the identified risks to what can go wrong at the assertion level, taking account of relevant controls that the auditor intends to pursue.
So auditor is telling in the point number 3 that after identifying and after assessing, now I have to start imagining what can go wrong. Are you getting the point or not? What possibly can go wrong, imagining that this risk is there. It means, tell me one thing, am I just making an imaginary thing in my head or not? So first of all, I identified the risk. Then I assess the risk level. Means, is it too heavy risk or too light risk? Then I'm also trying to understand what possibly can go wrong. What maximum can go wrong if this particular control will not be there in the organization. It means, am I talking about the positive thing or thinking about negative thing? Yes, I'm thinking about the negative thing कि maximum कितने से कितना बुरा हो जाएगा. What maximum can go wrong? And after that, what is the point number 4?
Consider the likelihood of misstatement, including the possibility of multiple misstatement and whether the potential misstatement is of a magnitude that could result in a material mistake.
Then I will consider, okay, if that will go wrong, What is the likelihood? Matlab, likelihood means what? What are the chances? Likelihood means what? What are the chances of misstatement? And what are the chances of multiple misstatement? Is there any possibility of multiple misstatement? Matlab, multiple frauds and errors. And if there are frauds and errors and multiple frauds and errors, what is the level they have? Level means magnitude. That could result them into what? Are those having the capacity to become material misstatements? See, it's a very simple thing. First thing, I identified the, let me write it in a simpler manner to make you understand. So what is the process of 315? Process of 315 says that first what auditor shall what? Identify the risks by understanding the entity, by understanding the environment of the entity, and by understanding its what? Internal control system. What is the second thing you have to do? Assess. What is the second thing you has to do? Assess. What do you have to assess? You have to assess the ROMM. Is it too heavy or is it too light? It is too heavy or too heavy. Then point number 3. What is the point number 3, everyone? Identify, assess. Now consider or not? Consider what may actually go wrong. What can go wrong? If this is the fraud and error, what maximum can go wrong? Point number 3 may. Then see, is there a misstatement or is there a multiple misstatements? So if there is a misstatement, is there a multiple misstatement? Are there magnitude? Are there magnitude means what? Are their level is so high that it may turn into what? MM. It means so far though we were thinking about only M. What is M? Misstatement. Whether its magnitude is too high that it may turn itself into what? MM. What is MM, everyone? Misstatement or material misstatement? Tell me, everyone, is it misstatement or material misstatement? Hello?
Really mistake.
Yes, materially misstated. What do you mean by material misstatement? It means can it go too high or not? Whether it is going to be too important and too significant fraud and error or not. So simply, these are the 4 steps which you have to learn in SA 315. So what are the 4 steps? Point number 1, identify the risks. Point number 2, assess the risk. Point number 3, consider what may go possibly wrong. Point number 4, see if the misstatement or multiple misstatement and if their magnitude is too high, whether they can become material misstatement or not. So that is what this whole concept is all about. Did you all understand, everyone? If there is anyone having any kind of doubt, you can ask me right now. Waiting for your doubt. If no doubt, we can proceed further. Okay, so assuming that no doubt, Komal, please read out the next topic.
Assessment procedure. Definition. The audit procedures performed to obtain an understanding of the entity and its environment, including the entity's internal, identify and assess the risk of misstatement, whether due to error, the financial statement and assertion.
So RAP definition though we already know in our SA 500. What do you mean by RAP? RAP is something which gives us an idea about what? It gives us an idea about what? ROMM. ROMM at which and which level?
FL and AL.
ROMM at FS and ROMM at AL. Correct or not? Yes, that is what is written. Next one.
Risk assessment procedure. A basis for the identification and assessment of risk of misstatement at the financial statement and assertion. The auditor shall perform risk assessment procedure to provide a basis for the identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement at the financial statement level and assertion level. Risk assessment procedures by themselves, however, do not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence.
Because on the basis of RAP, you cannot only make an opinion because RAP leads you towards what? FAP. So you have to do the RAP also, you have to do the FAP also. After that only you can express the opinion. So you cannot express the opinion, or you cannot say that RAP only will give you the absence. So remember one thing, what is the conclusion of the RAP does not provide you SAAE. It only gives you the idea about what? ROMUM. What will give you the SAAE? FAP will give you the SAAE. So RAP tells you ROMUM. On the basis of ROMUM, you decide your what? FAP, and FAP helps you in getting what? SAAE. But remember, RAP does not give you the SAAE. So this kind of question may come in the form of MCQs also. Whether the RAP provides the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to the auditor? Yes or no? No. What does it provide? It provides only the understanding of what? ROMUM. ROMUM helps you in deciding your what? NTE of FAP. And FAP provides you what? SAAE. Did you all understand the connection?
Yes.
Yes. Now read out.
Information obtained by performing this assessment procedure used as auditor. Information obtained by performing risk assessment procedure and related may be used by the auditor.
Now, what is written? Shall be or maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe. So that is why they are unsure that a RAP gives you the evidence or not. Now continue. Maybe.
Support may be used by the auditor as audit evidence to support assessments of risk of material.
Yes. What is the word used, everyone? The main word used is what? Support. So it does not act as an evidence. It acts as a supporting evidence. RAP does not. So let's write it in this way. RAP gives you the SAAE, or RAP gives you the supporting audit evidence? Yes, it does not give you the sufficient and appropriate, either quantity wise or quality wise, but yes, it gives you the supporting evidence. RAP gives you what? Information about the ROMUM. ROMUM helps you in deciding what? NTE of your FAP, and FAP only provides you what? SAAE. I hope whole chain you understood. Yes or no? Yes. Now read it. Next point.
In addition, the auditor may obtain audit evidence about related assertions and about the operating effectiveness, even though such procedures were not specifically planned as substantive procedure or as test of control.
Auditor may?
The auditor also may choose to perform substantive procedures or test of controls concurrently with risk assessment procedures.
So tell me guys, a substantive procedure and test of controls are nothing but FAP only, na?
Yes.
Yes. So once we know this point, there's no point of reading it. We already know the whole concept, right? Next point. Read the next paragraph and then.
That is to be assessed, including both those due to error and those due to fraud.
Achha, tell me one thing, frauds and errors. So yesterday we have completed one standard essay 240 also.
Yes.
Fraud and auditors' responsibilities relating to the fraud. So that's what they're trying to tell you here. Just a formality only. Just read it out.
There is to be assessed, including both those due to error and those due to fraud, and both are covered by this essay. However, the significance of fraud is such that further requirements and guidance are included in Essay 240, Auditor's Responsibilities Relating to Fraud in an Audit of Financial Statement. In relation to risk assessment procedures and related activities to obtain information that is used to identify the risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Fraud risk is discussed in Chapter 5.
Yes. So what is included in RAP? Inquiries of management and other within the entity, analytical procedures, observation and inspection. Now that too you all know, in the audit evidence chapter only we have done all the techniques of RAP. Do you remember? Tell me the 5 techniques of RAP, everyone. Inquiry, observation, yes, inspection, analytical, review, and recomputation. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we have already done that. So if you want, you can read it out. If you want, you can skip it out. That is what we mean by RAP procedures. So everyone, I have to leave you guys 10 minutes before only. Actually, there is one puja at my home. Today is my happy birthday.
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Today is my birthday actually. So we have some little bit of family puja at home. So I have to leave you guys 10 minutes before only. And today evening also there is no class. But tomorrow 7 to 11, we have a 2 sessions. Are you getting the point? So I am going to compensate Monday's class also on Sunday. Are you getting the point? Because Monday also evening I'm not taking the class because I'm going on a family function tomorrow afternoon only. So before leaving afternoon tomorrow we have 7 to 11 class, and I will try my level best to complete this chapter before leaving. So Monday there will be no class in the evening, neither in the morning. Tomorrow you have morning 7 to 11 class, maybe 7 to 10:30 or 7 to 11, that Raja sir will tell me. Okay, so he will inform me accordingly what slot he can provide. And Monday no class, and Tuesday as it is, we will take the class in the evening, because Tuesday onwards and Monday onwards Raja sir is going to take his morning session as usual. As he was on a bank audit, so I thought of utilizing his time by taking the morning sessions also, and which was very well utilized as well. So tomorrow we will try our level best to complete this essay 315, and tomorrow 7 to 11 is a session. Day after tomorrow, no session. Therefore, we will directly meet after tomorrow on what? Tuesday, right? Thank you so much everyone for lending your patience here. Thank you Tanushri. Thank you so much everyone. Thank you Komal, everyone, for being a part of this class. Thank you so much. Bye everyone. Thank you Aarti. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you Devadarshini, everyone. Thank you so much. Chalo. Chalo. Bye everyone. Take care. See you guys tomorrow in the morning session. Okay? Chalo. Bye bye everyone. Bye. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much everyone coming to the team. Thank you.